right, good morning.
Can you start talking about Zerline going on the COVID list and anyone else joins them there and just how you'll handle that?
As of this morning, talking with Jim, Greg is the only one that's on the list. So and I think like any time you have a positive test, you have people that you test, and so we've done that. But I have not been anything. Is that you, Bron? Oh, okay.
You know who it is.
Wasn't the phone?
Who was the phone?
So
Yeah, so
he's good.
Just how you'll handle that position for this week's game. What's your?
we're going to have 2 kickers work out after practice. So
What do you anticipate Tyron to do today? Will he do anything?
he'll be in the rehab group today. Yeah.
Is that progress, or was he in the rehab group? We didn't see him on the field, I guess, last week. Is he making progress?
Yeah, he's making progress. Yes.
Will Zeke be limited this week, or is he, what's his status?
I'll put Zeke more in a kind of a veteran Wednesday group. It'll be selected reps of what he'll take today, just the wrinkles that we feel like he needs.
Same for Amari Cooper.
Amari, Zach Martin, Randy Gregory.
Will Leo get some snaps to left tackle in practice this week?
I don't want to get into where we're repping them. I mean, we're gonna, we know how we played the game and how we finished it, and that's our starting point.
Like those scaled back reps for veterans, is that something you've always done throughout your career, or is this about the number of games you've got in kind of short back?
Well, both. I mean, we're obviously more cognizant of it. When we looked at the schedule, we usually break it down into 4 quarters. We broke it down this year just because of the Thursday, Thanksgiving, and where our bye week was into 3 segments. But that's something that I've always been aware of. I haven't had a lot of veterans I've needed to take care of in my last opportunity. So I think that's why you pay attention to the statistics. You're aware of play time over a player's career. So those are the things you talk about a lot, with the training and the strength and conditioning staff.
With the 2 kickers you're bringing in, how much does experience, I'm not going to try and pronounce Lurim's last name, but how much is experience in the fact that one is kicked in regular season games, one hasn't? How do you balance all that out?
I think all that went into who you're bringing in. So, I just want to see both of them, compete and go through the workout today, and then we'll, hopefully have some information on which direction we're going. Still hopeful Greg can, hopefully, potentially be ready. I know it's against the odds, but we'll see how it goes.
The 2 guys you're bringing in, they could also kick off. Is that fair to say?
Well, that's part of it. Yeah, absolutely.
What's the mindset of this team that you've seen, just Monday and today, just after that game?
Monday, very accountable. Today, they're just ready to get back into it. We've listened to what's going on outside the walls. The 48 hours. I think our guys did a good job moving forward. But we're about beating Atlanta. We understand what goes into when it doesn't go the way you want on Sunday. So this is an experience for us that we haven't really had so far this year. And I think our focus, I expect it to be tight, as it was in the meetings earlier, and I expect that to be the same at practice today.
Related to that, what's your experience through the years on the way good teams respond to a showing like that?
Well, this whole league's about responding, whether it's in game, the next game, the next series. So this is just another variation of it. So you have to respond, and the most important thing is just keep it about yourself. We continue to focus on self-scout. Everything that we did not do to our standard on Sunday are things that we have done in the prior 6 games. So we just got to clean it up. Whether it's pad level, finish, and all those things.
What was your assessment of your offensive tackles play when you've gone back and sort of looked at the tape? What stood out to you? Was it footwork or the vision that we talked about last week that maybe the guys were struggling with?
No, I just think that both players could do better. I think Lyle's another week of reps will help Lyle, and definitely for Terrence. I think Terrence's biggest challenge was in the pass protection part of it, which we knew would be the case, and I'm sure Atlanta's seen the tape, and they'll challenge those guys particularly the same in a pass rush.
talked a lot about the interior of your offensive line. How have they looked the last couple of weeks, especially Connor and your guard there?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
You've talked a lot about your interior of your
Yeah.
offensive line. How have they looked the last couple of weeks, especially Connor and Tyler?
I thought Tyler played well in this past game. You know, I thought he was handled the things that were thrown at him. You know, he's always working to be, you know, better on the second level. But I thought he definitely took a step in the right direction. You know, Zach played well, and you know, and Connor had some things he can improve on.
Can McGovern still get some looks there, or you still like what you want to
Yeah, I mean, I think Connor McGovern has, you know, definitely has earned the opportunity to play. So, but that's, you know, that's what you like. We have a very healthy, competitive, you know, room. So, and you know, we talk about Connor McGovern and the other guys. That's why we try to keep those guys involved.
As you entered the draft and looked at the top prospects, what did you see in Kyle Pitts, and how does that marry with what you're seeing and how they're using him?
It's interesting. We actually went back and looked at some of his tape. You know, when the corners that were watching him back in Florida, and just, you know, for some of the potential matchup, you know, opportunities, because, you know, obviously he's a feature player in their offense. You know, he's a challenge for matchups. You know, particularly, you know, they don't use him a whole lot in line, and it's more open formations, and, you know, particularly situational football. You know how they're trying to get him the ball. But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of respect for the young man's talent, but, you know, he'll be definitely a focal point for us defensively.
You talked to us before about how Dak is the same guy every day. This doesn't come too high and too low. When you're coming off a game that you're coming off of, how is that even more important for that it's a guy like him for people to read off coming into the next week?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, leadership and, you know, particularly your quarterback, you know, you want the personality to be consistent, because, you know, a big part of how he approaches practice, you know, how he approaches the meetings, you want that to run through your whole offense, which it does, and, you know, ultimately through your whole team. So yeah, he was the same guy today.
Talk about a cornerback needing a short memory, a cornerback. The way Diggs was playing these first six, and then he really had a tough game this last one. How is he temperamentally as far as being able to move on and putting it behind him?
Oh, I think he's anxious to get back out there. I mean, he's one of our, you know, highest competitive spirit players on our team. So yeah, I don't see him being any different come Sunday.
It might be talking about a pitcher having a no-hitter, but Zeke's ball security so far this season. Do you think he's just put more value into it, or is he physically changed how he's holding the ball?
It's an emphasis. I think he does a really good job of, you know, you ever watch him in the drill work, and he's focused on it. And you know, we all understood what happened last year when we played these guys at home. So yeah, I think he's doing a really good job. And you know, I think, frankly, you know, we cut up the whole league, you know, every week, and it's presented to the team on Fridays and Saturdays. I'm just amazed on how the skill level of taking the ball away has, you know, I think it's really increased. You can see the emphasis throughout our league, you know, just the fine motor skill, punching the ball out, just whether it's an uppercut or over the top and the off arm stripe. And so, I mean, it's something that we obviously work a lot on, but, you know, the protection part of it too is something I think all of our guys are doing a better job of being very conscientious. Now, you know, our turnover differential the last 4 weeks doesn't reflect that, but it's definitely different today than it was probably, you know, 5-10 years ago.
I realize it's a tough game for everyone on Sunday, but again, when you're able to go back to the tape and take a closer look, do you think Dak's day had anything to do with rust, or was it because of the pressure that he was getting up front?
I don't know. I mean, we talked about all this on Monday. You know, I just think that our time clocks weren't where they needed to be. You look at the history of playing against this scheme. You know, there's more scramble draw opportunities. You know, which, you know, we didn't do a great job in that particular segment. So, yeah, I just look for him to be better, and all of us to be better this week.
You got a couple of coaches, a couple of players who were in Atlanta last year. In your experience, is that motivating? You talking about worry about that? Just focus on the game. How do you look at that?
I mean, you're conscious of it, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you know, I don't think anybody wants to be a focal point outside of, you know, winning the game. So yeah, I mean, we all understand everybody's experience and, you know, where they've been. And but we, you know, we're frankly just really focused on where we're going.
Ryan's coming off a really good game last week. Matt Ryan, he's still at the top of his game.
Yeah, definitely. I think he does a really good job. His instincts and awareness is high. You know, ball placement is really good. You can see he's, you know, he's been through a number of offenses in his career. As you see the last really 3 games, you know, he's more and more comfortable in this scheme. You know, particularly their normal down and distance stuff. They're doing some good things in a situational offense. So, yeah, I mean, Matt's played a ton of footballs and has been very, very consistent his whole time in Atlanta.
Cordell Patterson leads the Falcons in both rushing and receiving touchdowns, dynamic threat when he touches the ball. What are some of the challenges he presents with his receivers?
He's a huge challenge. You know, I've had a chance to compete against him at almost every stop. You know, he's been obviously drafted in Minnesota, you know, Oakland, or Las Vegas, Chicago, you know, New England, now Atlanta. So I've seen him go 109 yards on a kickoff return. So I've seen him do a lot of things, and they're doing a really good job of, you know, spreading them around formation-wise. You see him in the backfield. He's a primary ball carrier also for these guys. So, you know, they're trying to get them the ball quick, or, you know, they're trying to throw them the ball down the field. So extremely dangerous player with the ball in his hands.
Kind of had a similar player in Green Bay with Ty Montgomery. Just what does such a versatile player do for a play call?
Well, it's the targeting. You know, I think anytime you have a premier, you know, player on offense, you know, in the perimeter, you know, the more you can move them around, the more targeting issues and, you know, how you want to double them or how you want to help to them. You know, that's where I think they're doing a really good job of moving him around.
How much more comfortable do you think Malik Hooker is?
Oh, I think he's a lot more comfortable. Yeah, definitely last 3 weeks. You know, I think if you look at his history, played probably more in the back end. You know, I think he's gotten to be very, very comfortable up in the front. And, you know, that versatility is important, you know, especially when you get in these type of games and you have, you know, certain players you want to match up on. So, yeah, I think Malik's he's getting better and better each week.
You didn't consider giving the team the day off for your birthday to celebrate?
Well, I tried not to smile there. Nope, didn't do it. So. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
following is a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah! Go Cowboys!
Let's go, baby.
Are you ready for a break?
Yes.
Are you ready for a break?
Absolutely.
Ready for a break?
Yeah, and so much for that.
It's time for The Break on DallasCowboys.com.
We were on a break.
With Nick Eatman, David Hellman, Ambar Garcia, and Derek Eagleton.
It is Wednesday, November 10th, 2021, Season 17, Episode number 58. Welcome to the latest edition of The Break, live from the SWBC Mortgage Studios at the Star. Today we turn the page. We start looking forward. We move away from Denver and head toward Atlanta. Cowboys face the Atlanta Falcons this Sunday at noon at AT&T Stadium. It's our job to get you guys ready, and that's exactly what we will do on today's show. Let's start first with some news that broke yesterday. Kicker Greg Zuerlein added to the COVID list. Let's start first with how big of a deal is this for Dallas? Because I get the impression, well, I'm going to tell you my thoughts on Zuerlein. I think he's a good kicker. I don't think he's an elite kicker. But on the flip side of that, I think he's pretty money when it comes to money kicks. When it comes down to end-of-game kicks, he tends to make them work. So how big of a deal is this for them if they can't get him to play on Sunday?
Hopefully it's not a big deal at all. Hopefully it just means they won't kick. Just go for it.
Every time.
Just go for it.
Can
all
you
the
name
time.
two elite kickers?
One. I can name one.
Right. I mean, Tucker.
Yeah.
Two. Young,
there another one?
Young Waku in Atlanta is pretty
He
damn
is
good.
kicking butt, yeah.
Yeah.
He is doing well. As a matter of fact, we will see him this Sunday.
Yeah. Him. I bet there's another one if I thought hard
Is
enough.
Butker?
Oh yeah, Harrison Butker in Kansas City. Yeah,
He's good.
There's probably three.
I think he's been pretty good, Zuerlein, and I think most kickers are pretty good. You know, last time we saw Tucker, he missed. I don't know if he's missed since, but I know he missed against the Cowboys.
He doesn't miss often.
He doesn't, and he can make it from, 66?
Yeah.
Wherever.
So,
You pretty much
Wherever.
put the
Just
ball
line 'em
down.
up.
Put the ball down.
But my point is that, I think Zuerlein's been pretty good based off of, just what most kickers are around the league.
I was gonna say when the news came out and I was looking around Twitter and seeing what fans were saying, the amount of comment of people just being really excited that this happened because it gives the Cowboys an opportunity to bring another kicker in, try him out, hopefully be better than Zuerlein. But then, although I agree to a certain level or extent, I'm like, to you guys' point, who is better out there? And if whatever other kicker you bring, he's not gonna be that far better than what Zuerlein has been. So it's it's not great that sometimes he misses, but at the same time, it's okay, what else? What's the other option?
We as a fan base are spoiled by having a guy that was a Justin Tucker for a decade.
Yeah.
And they had Dan Bailey. He was automatic for 8 years. And it goes back to you're harsh on Dak because you see every throw that he makes and you don't follow every quarterback that closely. You're probably only seeing other kickers, if they're not playing your team, it's when Fox cuts in to show you their game winner, and you're like, damn, that was a good kick.
Right.
And you're not seeing the miss from 42 that he had earlier in the game. It's subjective. I think the thing, and I think you said this, Derek, the thing that concerns me is he does have a penchant for the dramatic kick. He hit game winner against Atlanta last year, had a 55-yard game winner this year. Mm-hmm. The go-ahead against Tampa that ultimately didn't win him the game was from 48. Mm-hmm. So he's reliable in those clutch situations from what we've seen. You'd like to think that it won't come down to that against Atlanta this week, but you never know. So that worries me. But he's 78% on the year, which is not a good percentage at all.
Not.
So
I think I said last week it was I think he's 21st, I want to say, in the league in kicking percentage.
I'd rather not have to think about this, but I don't think it's such a dramatic drop-off that I'm worried about it. I said it tongue-in-cheek, but I'm serious. 4th and 3 and in, unless it's just unless it's a pressure situation where you need the points because it's late in the game or whatever, I'd just go for it. Just take it off your kicker's shoulders.
How'd that work last week?
That's fine.
I know
it's not always going to work.
That's what's frustrating about it is that Because a lot of people, especially on the second one, was like, just get the field goal.
But how have they been this year when it comes to fourth downs? Because I don't know. To me, and I don't know the stats, but it feels like they're not a great fourth down team.
They're not really. Yeah. I still don't care.
And I do think that at some point, the reason why I think statistically everyone always talks about, hey, it's always good to go for fourth downs, because there was a time in the NFL when basically you could get a fourth down just like this, especially if it's fourth and short. You just do a quarterback sneak. Now teams, that isn't as easy as it once was. And I'm starting to wonder if the data isn't starting to say that maybe it's not a good idea to go for it on fourth down as frequently as maybe it was years ago.
I'll take it.
This offensive line isn't as good as it was a few years ago. It's not. It's not very. I mean, Connor Williams is kind of just an average guard. I think Biotish is not an average center right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, their left tackle, last week was not very good in the game. You know, Lyell's working his way back in, and Zach Martin's probably the best guard in football, but it's hard to. You know, that the line is just not something you could count on like you used to.
Yeah.
So 4th and inches, 4th and 1, 4th and 2, you know, that's something that they're having to deal with right now.
Well, and you don't have to crowd people into the box and telegraph what you're going to do. I mean, they didn't get it. The call to Cedric Wilson was perfect.
It was.
It was perfect. He might have scored. Throw a better ball. And don't let the fact that it didn't work scare you in the future, because I'll take Dak completing that pass 99 times out of 100.
Yeah.
It just is. I mean, that's what makes football so great, is you get one shot at these things.
And he normally makes that throw. That's but the fourth, I mean, but the 4th and 1s and stuff like that, we saw it in New England, we saw it in the goal line in New England, we saw it that whole game. You know, they're just not pushing people back, and that's just plain and simple. They're just not doing that. So, you know, they're going to have. They can't just run up and say, I'm better than you, and we're going to just get this yard, because it's not always working.
All right, they're 27th in fourth down conversion percentage, which is rough. That's not. Yeah. They're 6-2. I mean, it hasn't gotten in their way too much. And again, you're in a situation where it depends on who wins this tryout. Our buddy Brett Maher is one of these guys. You read that, right?
Yeah.
And Liram Hairelahu. It ain't that hard.
Thank you.
Close.
That was close, right?
But I'll take Dak Prescott converting a fourth down over putting a guy who's never kicked an NFL kick into too much of a pressure situation. Yeah. Like I said, if that's the sensible call, then do it. But if it's close, I'd rather put faith in my offense.
Yeah.
And I guess this goes back to the O-line conversation and how they've been this year, because a lot of the times when they're trying to run the ball in situations like that, and I feel like I wasn't as used to seeing this as like early on when he first got here, but with Zeke, for example, sometimes it's like he bounces off, like he hits a wall and just like bounces back. So there's not that kind of power that he's used to having. Some comes from the O-line, but some, I guess, from himself too. He's lacking, and I love what he's doing. I don't think he's having a bad year or anything. I think he's doing a good job, especially opposed to last year. But still, there's like a tiny bit of lack of that extra power that he's used to showing us earlier on when he first got here.
All right, real quick before we take our first break, give me an update on who's practicing today, the injury list, just the guys that are going to be in and out that we I guess need to keep an eye on this week.
Tyron Smith is not going to practice. He will be in the rehab group, so he'll be out on the field doing things. He just won't be taking reps. It's a step in the right direction. It's probably not as good as you would have wanted to hear today. We'll see how it goes. Zeke, Zach Martin they're taking vet days. They'll be involved, but they're not gonna get the full workload. I think there was one more guy in that group.
Amari, maybe? Amari in that group?
Yes, thank you. Amari Cooper is also in that group. So those three, they're fine, but they'll be limited today.
Gallup is the full go guy.
Yeah,
today.
Gallup will be a full participant.
CD will be full today?
As far as I'm aware.
I really am. That's my own concern. I really want this receiver group back out there practicing, because I think that was a part of it last week. I think Dak needs the work. I think the receivers need the work. And I think they all need to work together in order to get that timing back right, because it certainly was not right last week. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our first break. When we come back, we'll be joined by Bucky Brooks of NFL Network. He will talk to us about this Atlanta offense facing off against the Dallas defense. We'll do that when we come right back. This is DallasCowboys.com radio.
Before there was a draft, you could size up a cowboy by 3 simple factors: the crease in his hat, the bend of his brim, and his unbending attitude. A man Stetson didn't just protect him from what life threw at him, it projected a rugged, unstoppable spirit. Stetson hats are still American-made with pride right here in Texas. They're still the unofficial crown of all self-respecting cowboys, and Stetson is proud to be on the field with America's team. Find a retailer nearest you at stetson.com/cowboys.
The Cowboys way, where 16 Hall of Famers and 5 championships shows us what success looks like. Where turkey is always the second best part of Thanksgiving Day. Where we are all defined by one single thing, the star. Where we as fans know it's our job to keep the tradition going. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys and to support the quest of living life the Cowboys way. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Want to use what the pros use? How about the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys, Jack Black? Right now, you can get the Jack Black Starter, a curated collection of Cowboys locker room favorites for just $10 with free shipping. The starter includes 4 Jack Black skincare favorites, plus a full-sized intense therapy lip balm. Go to getjackblack.com/cowboys and use the code word TEAMJB. That's getjackblack.com/cowboys. The Jack Black Starter, $10, free shipping.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So, to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit att.com for details.
Back to the break.
Rowdy's holiday deliveries are now available. Spread joy this holiday season with surprise and exclusive gifts from your favorite mascot. Book your holiday delivery today at dallascowboys.com/rowdy.
Welcome back to the second segment of the break live from the SWBC Mortgage Studios at the Star. Why are you smiling over there?
I don't know. I can't.
Did that just bring you joy?
I just can't read that right in without laughing or smiling. Exclusive gifts from your favorite mascot. I just see like you just open the door. You know, it's not David.
He's not
Baker.
going to say anything.
It's not the Hall of Fame guy. You just open the door. Like, who's at the door? And it's Rowdy with this little box of food
and saying nothing.
Yeah,
just looking at you with a smile.
You know what? He might say something, which can be weird too.
Yeah. All right. Here's what we got to do. We're joined right now by Bucky Brooks of NFL Network. As usual, bringing in Bucky to talk a little bit about the opposing offense on Wednesday. Bucky, let's start first with the fact that this is an offense in Atlanta that has changed, I think, a lot over the last several years, losing some of the mainstay players. What do you think this offense does best? When are they at their best? I don't know if we got him.
Lost Bucky.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and talk about this a little bit
nothing
before we get him back. What? Huh?
Maybe he was trying to answer.
It's nothing. Maybe. They don't do anything well.
No, I'm sure they did something to beat the Saints.
They've won 3 out of the last 4.
What does that say about the Saints?
I don't know anything.
We are not acting like we did last week.
Tell him, Amber.
We are
not. We're taking no one for granted.
We are not.
No. I mean, they're doing something right.
Yeah.
They're, just gonna get their ass kicked. I mean, I can tell you that, but they're doing something right.
Wow, why can you tell us that?
They just will, because they just will. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll put it down. 31-10. I'll just put my score in right
Jeez.
now.
All right. Okay, it's Wednesday.
Cool.
Give us some time to get through this thing.
I might give them a field goal later in the
week. We got Bucky Brooks joining us now. Bucky, I was asking about this offense that I think has changed quite a bit over the last couple years. Tell me what this offense does best. When are they at their best?
Give it to Matty Ice and let Matty Ice go to work. I think when you look at this Falcons team and what they have really good skill players. And so you have Cordero Patterson, who is doing a little bit of everything. You have Matty Ice, who's throwing the ball to anyone who's open. And then you have Kyle Pitts, who is a bit of a unicorn on the perimeter. And so it's a very interesting matchup. It's one that it doesn't look like they have a lot of names, but, man, they're playing really well. And Arthur Smith is figuring out how to use all the pieces that he has around him.
Is Patterson like? I mean, I know Hester is probably going to go in the Hall of Fame.
Hopefully.
Is Patterson like at that level of like as a returner, dynamic player? I know he's doing great on offense, but I mean, he seems like he's one of the most feared kick returners ever.
I mean, he is definitely one of the best to have ever played the game. I don't know if he's gold jacket worthy, but he's a difference maker. I think when you think about a guy who's been a multiple-time all-pro returner, someone who can take it the distance, anytime he touches it, you certainly have to be aware of him. I think the thing that he's done the last couple of years, though, is reinvent himself as a multi-purpose dynamic player. His ability to do it as a runner, a receiver, a returner has really allowed creative minds to do some things with him. And then he's put it all together down in Atlanta, because Arthur Smith certainly understands how to utilize him in a way to create and take advantage of mismatches. So I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame player, but he's definitely a dangerous player to watch.
I want to get into that a little bit more, Bucky, because he's going to set a career high for receiving this week. He only needs 11 yards. He's at 500 yards at the halfway point. He's never had that good of a season as a receiver. Arthur Smith gets a lot of credit for being really creative. The offense that he had in Tennessee, is it that where is he just making it easy for him, or is it more him developing as a route runner? Because we just, as dynamic as he is as an athlete, we just haven't seen this level of production from him really ever.
I think Arthur Smith is the first coach who understood how to tap into all the things that Cordero Patterson brought to the table. If you go all the way back to when he was a player at Tennessee, he played the game in a way that is very similar to the way he's been utilized with the Falcons. He was a mix of a runner, a receiver, a returner, and at the University of Tennessee, he was terrific in the one season or the 2 seasons that he was there. Arthur Smith has been able to find a way to take all of those skills and to put him in a game plan where he doesn't go these long stretches without touching the ball. And so when you're able to get him matched up on linebackers, advantage goes to Cordero Patterson. And they're putting in sets and formations where you're forced to put a linebacker or a safety on him, and he's tearing them up. And so it's a combination of Cordero Patterson continuing to evolve, but really it's about the play call and play designer putting him in spots where he can do the things that he does well.
Bucky, with Trevon Diggs getting a lot of criticism this past week, what are some of the things that they can do with him against an offense like this to kind of get him back on track and on course?
Well, I mean, one, you got to let him know that he's going to be a target. As much as he's taking the ball away, he's also giving up some plays. And so teams are going to test him early and often to see if they can catch him with his hand in the cookie jar. And so he just has to be disciplined enough to know when to pick and choose when to gamble. But right now, he is a target because he has given up so many big plays. And the first thing that you do as an offensive coordinator is you try and find, I don't want to call him Waldo, but you try and find the guy who is gullible enough to double move and to get on trick plays. Right now, Diggs has put enough stuff on tape that people are going at him. He just needs to be solid in his technique, solid in his fundamentals, and just play the game the right way.
You would think in a week like this, Trevon Diggs would be matching up quite a bit with Calvin Ridley, but as we know, Calvin Ridley is out at this point. He's out taking a break from football, as he calls it. How much has the loss of Calvin really hurt this offense, and who is stepping into his role at this point for them?
Well, I mean, it certainly hurts him because he's a guy that was a Pro Bowl caliber player. He was the number one receiver a season ago, and that's when Julio Jones was on the field. You lose him, now you kind of have to spread the wealth. Originally, Cal Pitts was the biggest beneficiary of Calvin Ridley being gone. 2 weeks back-to-back, he went over 100 yards. Well, last week it was a little slower. And so now they're kind of doing it by committee. Christian Blake, Russell Gage, a little bit of anybody and everybody touching the ball because Matty Ice is just throwing it to the open receiver. And so the challenge for the Cowboys is you don't really know who is going to be the guy because Matt Ryan has enough trust in his guys that he's just throwing it to the open man. That makes it very, very difficult on the defense.
Who are their running backs? Because last week, Patterson. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Last week, we didn't even know who Denver's running backs were. That they weren't like household names, but yeah, they just ran through the Cowboys defense time and time again. Do they have those type of backs that can hurt them that way?
Well, I mean, everybody in the league has backs that can hurt you if you're not focused. I think the Cowboys' problem last week was more of handling success as opposed to what the talent on the other side did. This week, you're talking about Mike Davis, you're talking about Cordell Patterson, Wayne Gallman may get in. I wouldn't say that any of those guys are A-level running backs, but they do just enough to make them dangerous. Mike Davis is a big physical back. If you let him get going, he's certainly been able to put up 100-yard games in this league. I think this is a game where if you're Dan Quinn, you stand in front of the room and say, look, it's less about them, it's more about us. Let's make sure we're detailed on the gap fits, we're playing with the right effort and energy, and let's play the right way. It's not necessarily about who we're facing on the other side. It's about playing the right way this week.
Seems to me like Arthur Smith kind of got famous for leaning on 12 personnel when he was with the Titans. Doesn't seem like Hayden Hurst is having this amazing year for Atlanta, but is that something that they do? Do they lean on 12 personnel? I see they run it like 30-35% of the time. And especially with Calvin Ridley not playing, is that something that we should be looking for from their game plan?
Well, you know, the good thing about Arthur Smith is he just kind of takes the talent that you have and try and figure out the best way to use it. The way that he played at Tennessee is not quite the same way that he is at Atlanta. Maybe it's because the quarterback is better. Maybe the quarterback does different things. They still will mix in some 12, but they're really kind of all over the place in terms of their personnel groupings. They're going to put players on the field and see what gives the defense the biggest challenge, and then they're going to sit in that. So early in the game, he's going to spin the wheel, give you a bunch of different looks, and then whatever is looking like it's working the best, he's going to stay in that package.
But yeah, I wanted to ask you, we've seen, and we've talked about it this season with the Cowboys defense, how they've struggled in allowing big plays. I haven't watched a lot of film from this team, but is this a team that has been putting out, despite their losses here and there, is this a team that has been putting out big plays on tape?
Well, last game they had 4 plays of 30 yards or more. So if they can dial it up, they will dial it up. And they have a handful of players that can get it done and can get over the top. Matty Ice likes to play a ball control possession game where it's short and intermediate. But, man, if you give him the lottery ticket, he's going to cash it in. And so for the Cowboys, it literally is about being sound in their technique. I think this is a great get-right week in terms of, hey, maybe simplify the package even more, clean up the mistakes, try and make it where they're just playing without thinking, and see if they can get back on track. But, no, they can't let the ball fly over their head because the Atlanta Falcons are sitting in a situation where they feel like they may be able to get into the playoffs. And so they're going to bring the effort and energy. The Cowboys got to match it, and they can't let them have success early because then you're dealing with a 60-minute affair.
All right, Buck, that's good stuff, man. We'll catch back up with you tomorrow, talk a little bit about this Atlanta defense versus the Cowboys offense. We're going to take our final break, and after that, we'll come back. Cowboys defense will be our topic. We'll do that when we come right back. This is DallasCowboys.com radio.
Hi, I'm Clint Tillison with...
And I'm Jay Novacek, and we're both with...
United Ag and Turf, the official tractor provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
So, if you need a tractor to bale some hay, a mower to cut some grass, or a gator to get some chores done...
Get a John Deere at United Ag and Turf.
And then, let's get to work.
Hey, Jay, that's my line.
Well, not today.
Get to work with a John Deere tractor package that's just right for you and your budget. Visit UnitedAgAndTurf.com.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So, to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit att.com for details.
New Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. You deserve it.
I do deserve that.
You deserve decadent flavor without sugar. And a day at the beach without sand getting everywhere. And a relaxing bath that your children don't interrupt.
I deserve all that?
It's really just a visual metaphor for Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Everything you want, nothing you don't.
A visual metaphor on the radio. I do deserve that.
Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. The zero you deserve is finally here.
Before there was a draft, you could size up a cowboy by 3 simple factors: the crease in his hat, the bend of his brim, and his unbending attitude. A man's Stetson didn't just protect him from what life threw at him, it projected a rugged, unstoppable spirit. Stetson hats are still American-made with pride right here in Texas. They're still the unofficial crown of all self-respecting Cowboys, and Stetson is proud to be on the field with America's team. Find a retailer nearest you at stetson.com/Cowboys.
Back to the break.
Celebrate 60 years of America's Sweethearts as we take you through the glitz and glamour of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. The official 2021 Cheerleaders edition of Star Magazine is a complete history of the team. Visit DallasCowboys.com/star to get yours today.
Welcome back. Final segment of the break, live from the SWBC Mortgage Studios at the Star. Nick, give me a 58.
Scott Shanley.
Wow, you pulled that one out. Linebacker ended up with the Saints. Did he go to the Super Bowl with them?
Hell yeah.
He was a good player for them.
Yeah. He was a good player for them.
The Oreo defense. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
where are you going with that?
No, that's what they called it. It was because they had Scott Shanley, Scott Fajita, and another white guy. They all played linebacker, and they were the only white guys on the defense.
Like, so you say basically the secondary, defensive line.
I'm not kidding. They called it the Oreo defense. We called it that for years in New Orleans.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry.
Got it.
We learned something.
I mean,
new
the
today.
real answer is a guy named Mike Hegman. He played like 14 seasons.
Was he good?
Yeah, he was a good player. He scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl. 70s.
Which Super Bowl?
80s.
Oh, okay.
Super Bowl 13.
Okay. What happened on the play?
He stripped the ball from Terry Bradshaw and returned it for maybe 41 yards for a touchdown early in that game, but they ended up losing 35-31 in the Orange Bowl over there because Jackie Smith dropped the pass. He probably was the sickest man in America, and they lost.
The brilliance of a man, Nick Heaton, boy.
Well, I knew that. I didn't know about the
Well, he
fumble
laid out
return,
the
but-
whole
Yeah.
scenario.
No, that was great.
That's what I love about this guy.
That was great.
Who else does that?
Vern Lundquist.
I'm guessing,
Brad Sham.
I'm guessing you weren't doing that in math class, but if you were, you would have been
Oh,
like...
my God. My grades were so terrible.
But if they would have had a sports class,
Right.
you'd have killed it.
Oh.
Dallas Cowboys sports, like you would have killed it.
Nick and I
My
aren't
mom.
similar. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, my mom has famously said to me on a bad report card, you can't just work for Dallas Cowboys. That is not a job. You have to study and get your books right.
And here we all are working for
Take
Dallas
that,
Cowboys.
Mom, in your face.
Follow your dreams, kids. No, Nick and I aren't all that similar, across the board, but we have that. I might not know what day of the week it is, but I can tell you the score of Super Bowl whatever. And I don't love that about myself, but
the greatness.
Here we are.
We have a lot in common. We'll be watching the same football game this week.
Slightly different rooting interests.
What football game?
The Pigs are playing the Tigers on Saturday night.
Red, red versus
That'll be fun.
gold and
The battle for the golden boot. No.
Is that what y'all do, y'all?
Ooh, should it be? I feel like
Yes,
this is
yes.
break. I'm not trying to talk trash. This is the first time in a while where Arkansas and LSU are kind of like on a level playing field where we both think we've got a chance to win.
Here's the problem with the T-shirt bet, okay? Because we'll probably lose.
One of us is 5'6".
Because I have to wear Dave's. I have to.
That's what makes it even better.
Not cool.
Honestly,
not fun.
either Dave's gonna walk in here like he's wearing his dad's shirt, or you're gonna walk in here like you're wearing your
I'm
kid's
about to
shirt.
Hulk Hogan your
I'll
shirt.
bring you.
I think this will be awesome.
I got an article.
Can I get Danny McCray's shirt?
No,
Yeah, there
this
you
is
go.
perfect. Let's do that.
Actually, I'll bring you.
Broadus.
I'll bring you Brian's Sugar Bowl jersey.
All right. If LSU beats Arkansas, I will wear. Okay, this is a good one.
Yeah.
I will wear the Broadus jersey that says 55.
Okay.
If Arkansas wins,
What do I have to do?
you have to
I don't
wear
have
a
to
jersey.
put the. Oh, okay.
And it's a number 9 Jones jersey.
You have a John Stephen Jones jersey?
No, it's a Matt Jones jersey.
Oh,
but right
okay.
now it's a.
He
9
does wear
jersey.
9, right?
So you're
Yeah.
going to be
Do you have a
supporting
big
the
head equator
family.
too?
I'll do it.
Oh, no, I don't wear. I don't have.
I was gonna say
have
no.
one? Dude,
I'll wear
Jasper
anything before I put a pig snout on my face
That
or
would be
something
fun.
like
Kinda
that.
the same
Now
way.
that actually would be funny.
I'm kind of the same way. I don't do that.
All right,
right,
so we got a bet here.
Broadus jersey
Let's
versus
go.
the 9 jersey.
I like
I have a
it.
lot
Bet.
of face paint.
Hmm?
I have a lot of face paint.
Okay.
Nah,
Oh,
we're not doing that.
yeah. Let's
No,
take it up one more
no,
notch.
No.
Take it up a notch.
One more notch.
The guy whose team got run out of Ames is
You're
just
right.
over here stirring
Exactly.
it up.
I got
Yeah.
nothing else to root it for right now but just craziness.
Okay.
So yeah, let's do it.
right.
I'm in. All right, let's get back to Dallas defense talk. Here's a big question for you guys. At this point, after what we saw in Minnesota, I'll speak for myself. I thought this defense was turning the corner from being a byproduct of a high-scoring offense to being a defense that really could win games for this team. I'm not sure what I think after Denver. Where do you land with this defense after watching both those games?
Like, you got to have help. To be a good defense, you got to have some help. The offense wasn't giving them any help there. So to just keep, never scoring, never really putting pressure on the defense to go out, or to put pressure on the Broncos, like, okay, we got to score right now. I mean, they never really did that. So
what was the difference, though? Because they did against Minnesota, and you would think Minnesota is a better offense than Denver, right?
No, but I mean, my point is that at least, even in Minnesota, the offense was kind of helping them a little bit. They were scoring
3 points in the first half.
Well, then they scored one coming out of the second half. I mean, that game was completely different. It was a different type of game, but at least they got some points there. But I don't know. They didn't tackle. They just chose not to tackle this game. That's what it was. They just said, we don't need to tackle.
Definitely agree with that. That is the number. I think I'd already talked about this. Like, they have not been great against the run all year, but they have rallied to the ball and gotten guys down, and you give up a 12-yard play, you live to fight another play, you force the punt on the next series. Like that last week, it just looked like they forgot how to do some of the basic stuff. I will say, sometimes I think we get into this echo chamber where it's only about what the Cowboys do. I think the Vikings helped them a lot in that game. Like the way they called that game, Kirk Cousins is notorious for being inconsistent. They did some stupid stuff where and I mean the Cowboys get credit too, but the plays they're calling, they're not helping themselves. I felt that way in the whole second half. Like, man, they forgot these receivers play on this team. Like, what's going on? So I think that's part of it too. I don't feel a ton different. Like, I refuse to take the bait that this is an elite defense. I argue with Danny McCray about this every week. He's like, we're going to be top 10 by the end of the year. I'm like, I really don't think that's true, Danny. But
right now they still are, though, right?
I don't know.
I know they were as of last week.
They're much closer than I would have ever given them credit for. They're better than I expected them to be. I still just don't think that this defense is ever going to be the calling card of this team, especially when they're not getting takeaways. But even more so, to Nick's point, if they're not tackling. I mean, if I could fix anything, it's that. And just in general, the way that it always felt like every other game, there's 2 or 3, preferably even 4 hats around the ball. Just didn't feel that way on Sunday, and that's the big thing for me.
Where are you, Amber?
I absolutely hate this term. So I hate that I'm going to say it, but to me, it is what it is. It's that whole bend, don't break type of defense. To me, that's what they've been. They've improved a whole lot compared to last year, but they haven't been impressive. They've made impressive plays, but overall, I just take last week's loss as something that, okay, let's just leave it behind. Let's see what they do this week. Why? Because it wasn't just in this area. It wasn't just the secondary, the linebacker. It was all across the board, all over the field, offense, defense. So I'm just, they need to improve the tackling, but at the same time, I'm not okay, this is going down the drain or anything. I just want to give them another week, see how they react. I really do like Dan Quinn a lot, and I think that based on what I've heard him say and the way he speaks, he's going to turn it up several notches this week in practice and really put them to work. Yeah, so I want to really see how they come out this week and the kinds of things that Dan Quinn does with them and bringing the fire back.
As I went back and watched this game, Nick, I was mentioning this to you this morning. As I went back and watched this game, I know yesterday I said on the show, I don't really think anybody could have had a good game after the way the outcome was of this game. But there was one guy that stood out when I watched the game back that I'm really, really impressed with. Oso Digizua he didn't just flash. There were plays when he didn't actually make the play, and he still destroyed his guy. He just had the more I watch him, the more I really, really like him. My question for you guys is he the best interior defensive lineman that they have on this team at this point?
Good question. Because you lean toward Neville Gallimore, hasn't played this year, only played 8 games last year. I'm still not ready to say
Was
that.
Was Neville ever this disruptive?
No, that's a good point. I mean, he's second in the league among rookies in pressures. They couldn't do anything with him the first few series. I feel like it kind of got away once Denver had the lead, and you're not rushing the passer as much. But
second in the league among rookie tackles?
Pressures. Just pressures.
Any play.
Among rookies, because Mike leads the league.
So the Cowboys have the top 2 rookies in the league.
2 of the top 4 play for the Cowboys, yes. Owe in Baltimore, and I can't remember the other one right now, but 2 of the top 4. Yeah.
I mean, pressure, you're not, that's a defensive end. That's not even a linebacker. So to have a linebacker in a
he
right, yeah.
He is consistently disruptive all year long. He has been, and I definitely think he deserves mention. That's a really good question because now I'm thinking maybe not even Neville, but then you think about a guy like Brent Urban who does not rush the passer at all. That's not his thing, but he's fantastic against the run. Hasn't been as good this year as he was last year, but just different skill sets.
The Bears fans will tell you he's not playing the position that he played in Chicago. Like he was more of a defensive end, in that in a 3-4 scheme, defensive end. This is a little bit different where he's playing closer to the ball. He's been okay, but not.
No,
he's got 3 tackles this year, but it's hard to just say, well, that's the stat.
He hasn't been great. I'm just kind of thinking it's hard for me to say a guy who's played 8 career games is the best interior lineman on your team.
Well, we say Mike is the best linebacker, so right?
He's having
a little different with the
Is it?
position. Because one guy, because of the nature of the position, is going to stand out a lot more than the other.
Yeah, and you're rotating a lot more as a defensive tackle as well. I think he's having the best season of any interior lineman on this team. That's not even up for debate.
I wonder if George Edwards, either the veteran coach who coaches the linebackers, wonder what he would say has been the best linebacker this year. Like is Leighton Vander Esch playing, good football? Is he playing better than Micah? Micah has more stats and he's doing a lot more things, but because I think Micah he's got 5 sacks. I would guess 4 of the 5 have been from the linebacker position. Can you? I mean, I know that he rushed a lot, but I only think that 1 sack against the Chargers where he just exploded, and even that one, I still don't even think that was a real sack, but they gave it to him. But that's the only one I can remember. I could be wrong.
That's the one that stands out to me.
You're saying where literally he's just lining up at defensive end and he's just rushing and gets a sack.
I think most of his sacks have been from this, different spots.
Put him wherever you line him up, wherever, right? Yeah.
I want to say maybe. I agree with you. I want to say maybe he did it against Philly, but for the most part, it's been pursuit plays as a linebacker.
I think Leighton's playing pretty well, but not.
No,
he was all pro as a rookie.
Yeah,
I mean, he came in. He was howling at the moon every single play. Now,
how about them Cowboys?
He doesn't look as explosive as he used to me.
Who?
Leighton. There was a play. He made the play, so I'm not trying to trash talk him, but there was a play out in the flat this past week where he knifed out into the flat. Guy had the ball, and the back or the receiver cut it back in, and Leighton kind of dove back. It looked like it was going to be a broken arm tackle, but he did enough to trip him up. And so he made the tackle, but in my head I was like, 2 or 3 years ago, he would have just knifed in and destroyed that guy. It wouldn't have even been a doubt that he was going to get him down, and it felt lucky that he pulled it off in this particular instance.
I'm just happy he's playing through the season without injury.
That's what I was about to say. Do you think he's playing slower than usual, or maybe not slower, but not as quick to the ball because he has been injured, or because he has been healthy? And,
I don't know if
when
it's
you're
either
healthy,
one.
you're kind of.
I honestly
you know what I mean? Like
maybe you don't want to play as recklessly because you're trying to preserve yourself.
I don't know if it's either one.
Contract year for him.
Leighton doesn't strike me as that kind of guy though. He's so intense.
If he heard that, he would probably come in.
He would be pissed. Yeah.
He is pissed at every time I ask a question. Every time I ask him a question, Chris,
about the kind of questions you're asking?
It might be, and I interview a lot of guys, especially after the game. For some reason, I don't know what it is. Leighton is not happy with any of the questions I ask. It could
Maybe
be
it's just
preseason.
you.
It could be.
I think even it's. I just think that's his demeanor, and you think about where his career has gone. Like he got about as high as you can, and that's. We talked a lot about his conversation with Micah at the Hall of Fame game that Hard Knocks picked up. I think he was kind of chuckling at Micah. He was like, "Buddy, I've been there where you're the talk of the town right away, and you just be prepared." And Micah hasn't had that downturn yet. Maybe he never will, but the ebbs and flows of playing in this league come, and I just think Leighton realizes that. And I doubt he's unhappy with your questions so much as like
he does not like the media.
He doesn't like us.
I think that happens. I think as you go to that top and then you just get kind of destroyed after that, I think it hardens guys.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why yesterday we ran into Sean Lee in the hall and we're talking to him. And it's one of the reasons why I like Sean so much is because he could have gotten very hardened because obviously there was always the talk of, he's injury prone. Sean was just like, look, yeah, I've had injuries. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying not to, but I've got
even
all
Sean,
these
though,
injuries.
when Sean was in the thick of it, he was never like a jerk, but you had your own back and forth with him in that regard. Like, we always used to joke, Sean only wanted to talk on Friday and only after he was done with everything he had to do. So he'd come in like 30 seconds before the locker room closed and, oh, shucks, guys, I just missed you for the 10th week in a row.
Like, by the way, that is just kind of like, I'm going to game them the same way they game me. But he wasn't a butthole about it. Like,
no,
right?
he was never a jerk.
He was still like, he would still have the conversation with you, especially if it was off the record. If you caught him, you could have a conversation
in
with
his
Sean.
final speech, in his final like, you know, when he made his quote at the end of the season or when he retired, you know, he gave his statement. I mean, he even had some jokes in there. He was just like, and of course, the training staff. I mean, I was, you know, my best friends because I was there all the time.
Yeah, I mean, he could have been one of those guys that was really, really mad with the media, and I don't think that was the case.
And
Can we tell why he's here?
Sure, why not?
I don't know.
I assume you.
Just to visit some people, I guess. I don't know.
I guess.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Cool.
He came to see the Broncos game.
Yeah, he's former player, just kind of in the building. Yeah, he was on a show the other day. He was on one of those other shows.
Yeah,
what was that Players Lounge?
Players Lounge.
He's good friends with Barry Church.
Well, we did kind of mention that, like,
Not on a Tuesday,
hey man, you know, you go do that show and don't come do our show. Amber would really like you to come do this show. He's like, yep.
If I see him, I'm definitely asking for a photo.
Okay.
I never done this.
Hey, back to Leighton real quick. I laughed because Leighton was with us this week. He came out and talked away from you and like in the more group setting. I'm not gonna go as far as this. He's always gonna be kind of gruff and intense, but like he was very thoughtful.
You
and
have to be that way if you're gonna like hunt a wolf.
True,
right?
You're right. That's a good point. But like,
you kind of have to. Okay.
He was almost like
necessary.
He was as eager to talk as I've ever seen him, which isn't to say that he was. And then he gave a lot of quotes about, I think we needed this. I think this can be good in the long run. And I was kind of surprised because when I heard he was on our list, you do this stuff mentally where you're like, oh boy, here we go. Leighton Vander Esch after a loss. This will be fun. But I was pleasantly surprised by how engaging he was.
I do that when I get the list of who I'm going to talk to, and it was like Lyle Collins, Terrence Steele, and then it was literally when I got the list, it was like Holding 78, Holding 71. I was like, this is awesome. Great.
They're going to be in a great mood.
Yeah.
Going back to Leighton, when you mentioned his name and asked the question, immediately in my head, before you even made that point, I thought, well, I'm just glad he's playing. Like, I'm glad he's out on the field. But then I caught myself, I'm like, no, screw that. No, this is a young guy. He barely, how many years? 3? Has it been?
This is fourth year.
This is fourth year already? But he's still fairly young. We have not really squeezed him out. We have not gotten enough juice from him. So I'm like, no, he should be playing at a higher level than what he has been giving you this year. To me, he tends to become a little forgettable this year when I watch the Cowboys play, as opposed to previous year where he's been hurt here and there, but even with that, injuries, and then when he comes back, there's Leighton. You see him. And I don't know if maybe that's the contrast against a guy like Jalen playing with him, that maybe he stood out more, but I don't think so. I think that he's just not playing at the same level.
I actually think Leighton is solid this year. I don't think that Leighton has been a bad player this year. I don't think it's obviously the year he was an All-Pro, but I think he's been solid. I think he's been solid on this team. I think he fills the role for them. He plays the role nicely. I think he's the second best linebacker on this team. And I think, that maybe that's not what you want in your contract year. Maybe you want a little bit more, a few more splash plays. But I think he's been solid. And that actually may end up working for the Cowboys because if they want to keep him, I don't know if they do. If they want to keep him, it may make it very financially feasible to keep him if he's just a solid linebacker.
think about all of the other decisions they have to make, and that one is further down the list than a few of them.
I don't know though, because if you don't sign him, then who's playing linebacker for you next year?
It's low key. Devastating might be an exaggeration, but it's low key a big deal that Jabril Cox got hurt, because in a perfect world, you groom him as the season goes along, and Leighton Vander Esch gets paid too much, and you say, all right, like, we'll sign somebody or draft somebody, but the idea is that you and Micah can be our nickel linebackers moving forward. Like, that is the hope. And it still could be. It's just a roadblock for him that it's going to have to come after a rehab.
Keanu Neal thing hasn't really developed like you thought. Yeah. And so, I mean, if you don't sign him in March, then you get into the draft and you're thinking, probably have to, here we go again. You probably could draft another linebacker pretty high.
Well, I think this too. I think that what are they going to do with Jaron Kearse? Because that also factors in a little bit. He's been down there a lot in the box. There's just a lot of questions with regard to but there's just a lot of questions with regards to what they're doing with linebacker and some of those that big safety, and they all play together. It all will be a part of the calculation.
Who's the coordinator? I mean, that's the question you have to ask too.
Big part of the decision. All right, we appreciate you guys joining us. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk a little more Cowboys versus Falcons. Tomorrow we'll focus in on the Cowboys offense versus the Falcons defense. Till then, for Nick Eatman, Dave Hellman, Amber Garcia, I am Derek Eagleton. This has been The Break, live on DallasCowboys.com radio.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this, Cowboys? Yeah!
following is a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah, go Cowboys!
Blowing out of the backfield, exploding down the sideline.
This is Hanging with the Boys, presented by Wingstop, where flavor gets its wings. Now, your hosts, Nate Newton, Kurt Daniels, Jesse Holley, and Shannon Gross.
Hump Day!
Hump Day.
You're looking live at Tostitos Championship Plaza outside the Ford Center. The Star in Frisco, where, imagine that, it's 69 degrees. It feels like 69 degrees. The high today is 75 and the low tonight is 50.
How fitting. It's your birthday. 69 degrees on
and
a
it's the head ball
and
coach
it's a hump
birthday.
day.
Perfect.
And the head coach ball.
What a great day.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Shannon.
Thank you. What a great day to be born and a great day to be alive. No better place I'd rather spend my birthday than with you two clowns.
I don't believe that.
Thank God Jesse ain't here, because that would have been a terrible, terrible birthday.
A shout out. That would have been a shout out.
What you got planned for this birthday?
I had back-to-back meetings from 9 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and then I'm hosting the show at 7 o'clock up in Cowboys Club with Nate Newton, and Dat Wynn's going to be our guest. That's going to be fun.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun show.
Yeah, see what you did.
So, nothing but just business as usual on my birthday.
Are we saying how old here on your?
We can, 49 years old.
One away from the big
one.
one.
Away. The next one's going to hurt a little bit, so it'll be all right.
You 49?
I'm 49.
Nah, next
49 going on 14. So
in your mind, for sure.
Wow.
Hopefully, I don't ever grow up.
And let me. You
don't look like.
Did Jesse sit in the shout outs?
No.
Did you have any, Kurt?
Unlike me, when Jesse can't make the show, he just done with it.
Right.
He's over it. He doesn't do anything.
I don't see any shout outs on the.
Give him to Kurt, y'all. Make sure y'all. However this social media work.
Give him to Kurt.
Give him to Kurt. He can shout him out as the show
hanging
goes
with the
on.
boys. Well, somebody will get it.
Somebody will get it.
You know, I sent a text to Derek Eagleton.
You asked for a raise?
No.
11 an hour?
I don't deserve
Asked him to get our show on regularly.
11 a show. Did you get a new phone?
No, I text him. I was over there with Douglas. What's his last name?
Barraclough.
Oh, yeah.
And, sit in that man's office every day. Come on.
For the last 6 years.
I've been calling it Barrack Low for any answers. But anyway, and I'm listening to this show that comes on before us, right?
Mm-hmm.
With Nick Eatman and two or three other people in Eagleton and the young lady who loves the kickers.
Amber and Dave.
Yeah, Amber, who had a great quote last week. I don't care who you start on at the tackle as long as Dak is standing.
Mm-hmm.
And the little short LSU guy. And so I hear Bucky Brooks. I hear Bucky Brooks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he told me and you riding in the cart during training camp, I can't give him to you every week.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe 3 or 4 times during the year we're going to let you use it.
Here we are in week 8.
Yeah. And so we said, okay, the second week, definitely we could use him, just getting into the season. And then around about week 8 or 9, we could use him.
Mm-hmm.
And so I texted him and never got a text back. So maybe you can get a response from him.
He's selfish.
When it comes to Bucky Brooks. I mean, maybe Kurt can go in there and get a response from him.
As serious as he takes this podcast competition, he ain't giving us no hint of any kind of slight edge on their show.
Okay.
So that's what it's about. Selfishness.
Right.
We're the selfless show on the network.
Oh, today is Wednesday?
It is.
Yeah.
Where's our shirts? Oh, for Danny.
Blame it on the birthday. We were thinking about the birthday.
He was thinking about what he was going to do to party.
Danny.
Sorry, Danny.
Sorry, Danny.
We'll have to get out here early so Danny doesn't see us not wearing the
Still in
shirt.
your corner.
Right.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, where do we start? Cowboys offense versus Atlanta's defense. I guess we probably need to start with someone wound up on the COVID list.
Yeah. Well, you just mentioned kickers. Is this a problem at all? Just a blessing in disguise.
You know what? I don't want to say anything.
Stop it, Kurt.
I don't want to say anything negative. I took a poll of people that work here on this side, not over on the players' coach side. I took a poll, and And people were lukewarm. They didn't care one way or the other. So that tells me that your kicker is not as solid as we would like them to be. And when they told me, I have no feelings one way or the other. I mean, one as good as the other. Just score touchdowns.
Who are they bringing in here?
It sounds like there are two guys from training camp, Maher, and then the other kid and he's got some funky name. I apologize, I can't remember it, but
he was pretty good if I remember at camp, wasn't he?
Both of them, Maher got hurt, and so they both. I mean, I'm sure they both can do the job. So
make sure we get the extra point after we score the touchdowns. That's all I'm asking.
Just go for 2 every time.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
It seems like we keep going for it on 4th down anyways. What do we need a kicker, right? Yeah.
Zerline is 91% on extra points this year.
Is that good?
That's not good.
It's not good?
No.
Need to be 99.
Yeah.
Well, all right. So we'll see how it plays out. So see if anybody else ends
That
up
was a
on this
great
list.
conversation.
Yeah.
That was
It's
exciting.
always fun to talk about kickers.
This one we need Jesse because he would find a way to make the kicker important. He really would.
Kickers are important now.
Yeah, they are, especially when they miss.
Kurt's got a question from Gio, long-time listener.
Yeah, he
Gio.
tweeted this yesterday, and I want to get. I think I know your opinion, Nate, but I'd like to get you guys' thoughts anyway. He was saying, does this loss last week, because it came kind of early, riding high, is it better for the players or coaches in terms of affecting them? I mean, does it kind of bring the players down to earth? Does it give coaches a little bit more reason to, hey, let's listen to them, that type of thing?
It makes the good ones refocus, and that's what I've been preaching all week on everything that I've been a part of. It makes the good teams refocus and see where they're at and what they've been doing. If anything that you did different during the week of preparation, because what football players like is routine, And so if you can give a player a routine, if he knows what's coming, if he knows what's expected from his coaching staff, and more importantly from himself and the training staff, because training staff is big in these days in sports, you normally can perform. But something was missing as a team last week. We saw it with our quarterback. We saw it a little bit with our receivers. They wasn't sharp. They wasn't on the same page. The running backs, I think they were okay. I think, Zeke got a little hurt, but Tony Pollard was running hard. Zeke was running hard. But mostly with the rest of the guys, they were out of whack. And then they ran the ball. They really ran the ball on us. And so what I'm always concerned about is the middle of our defense. But this week, a lot of people said, well, they was running away from Gregory. Well, the way I saw it, they was getting 100 yards, 190 yards, regardless of which way they went. So we didn't play good defense. And I'm always say this right here. It's one thing you have to go into a game focused on. If it's going to be that we're going to stop the run, we have to stop the run, and we have to sell out for it. And we didn't sell out for it last week. So
you know who else it was good for, Kurt?
What's that?
The fans. You know why?
Why?
Because I think they're getting a little cocky.
No, it ain't never good for the fans.
No,
it ain't never good for the fans.
But here's the deal. Like, this team has made it look so easy this year that you forget it's hard to win football games in the NFL. Like,
no, it's not.
What?
It is.
It's easy to win football games in the NFL?
I'm saying what I'm trying to say is it is. See, this is the thing about winning. We have had, and I was telling Caden Gates, one of our producers, we have not had, if we're going on a scale of 1 to 10, we have had a bunch of 5 and 6, and maybe we reached a 7. We have not had an 8. We have not had an 8.
What are you talking about?
An 8. I'm talking about win. From scale. Performance, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like an 8 out of 10.
Yeah. No. If we go from 1 to 10 on performance, we have forgotten that we have won close games week in and week out. We have Dak has brought us through. Diggs has brought us through. We have not went out and blown anybody out.
Yes, we have.
There's bad teams.
Cool.
Look at the first half of Carolina. Did it take us a minute to get going?
We blew them out.
It's a full game.
Full game, 4 quarters.
See, and you're acting like that fan that you're talking about.
I'm not. I'm speaking facts.
What team, and Chris help me here, what team have we just, from the opening kickoff?
Giants.
Please, man.
44-20. Eagles.
Yeah, you're looking at the
21.
end. You're looking at the end score. You're looking at You're not looking at how the team is playing. You're looking at the end score.
Isn't that part of the game, though? Good teams wear down the ones that hang for a little while.
It has been.
I would argue that you blew out the Eagles. I would argue that you blew out the Giants. The Panthers, I'll give you that. The Chargers, I'll give you that. The Patriots, that was close.
They're up 20-7 on the Eagles at halftime.
Okay, at the time when we were playing the Chargers, were they a good team?
Yeah.
How did that game go?
That one was close. You blown 2 teams out. You're saying they haven't blown anyone out. They blew 2 teams out.
No. You looking at the blowouts. I'm looking at how the game transpired.
But you said they haven't blown anyone out.
They have not had an 8 performance, and I'm sticking to that.
I don't disagree with that, but they have blown 2 teams out. I'm taking I'm standing on the table. I will fight you.
You are the fan that you just tried to tell.
I am not. I'm speaking
yes, you
facts.
Are. You are the fan.
Whose side you on, Kurt?
I'm on yours.
You're on your side.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jesse gonna jump with you.
I will fight you today.
You can fight
my
me
birthday.
tooth
I
and
will
nail.
fight you.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
I don't understand. I mean, part of the game is you wear them down. The good teams wear them down.
I do not have a problem with that, Kurt. I promise you. But at some point, this offense and this defense, which I'm still hoping that it could gel, they're going to have 1 or 2 games where y'all going to come in and say, why did the other team even show up? I'm serious. You're going to come in, and I'm telling you, it's going to happen. Where you're going to walk in and say, man, why did this team, why are we even here this week? Why are we even fighting for the $10? We haven't had that. We haven't even had, I'm telling you, we haven't had that game yet, fellas. I think this team, if our guys can mature, especially defensively, mature to a point where we know where they're going with that run, y'all gonna come in one week. Y'all gonna be like,
I wonder, can our defense do that at this point? Can they mature to this point with the players they have? Because you're talking about once the offense gets rolling, it takes something away from the defense has to worry about. It's just the pass.
Shannon.
I don't know what he's
Shannon.
saying either.
Yeah. That's from our boss, Derek Eagleton. He said Bucky is sticking with the winners. I understand. I'm telling you, go back. I'm not saying we haven't blown teams out,
right.
But the way we've done it and the fashion we've done it and it's hard to explain. You have to see it because the Shannon say, this is good for the fans. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's really not.
It's not good.
I was being sarcastic.
And I know you were. But I'm telling you, we're going to have that game where it ain't going to be a missed field goal or how the first half went or this, that, and that. We're going to be like, this is the best game they've played up to
So
date.
you're saying, you're in a nutshell, you're saying –
I want an 8 performance at least once or twice before we get into the playoffs. Right now,
but you're saying they've done this good and they haven't even scratched their potential.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm telling you, even though the Rams have had an ugly loss, perfect team. I'm gonna give you the perfect team. I promise you, the Cardinals have had that game, and it was against the Rams about 2 weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, where they say, this is who they can really be. And if they play like this in the playoffs, wow. We haven't had that.
Have we had it offensively?
We've scratched at it, yes. But I'm talking about where
special teams, defense,
yes,
offense.
sir. We haven't had that. And it's leading up to this. The candy store is wide open. I'm telling you, man, Toys R Us is ready right now with the Atlanta Falcons.
The Falcons is the cure.
I think Toys R Us went bankrupt, but
they did. But you know what? We're gonna bankrupt the Falcons.
Yeah.
We're gonna take the Mercedes-Benz Dome and bring it to Texas.
You're scaring me because we said that last week.
No, I did not say that.
Oh, I don't know. I think we all were talking about Denver ain't got nothing. We're gonna beat them.
Kurt, I will continue to say. We disrespected Coach Vic, what his name, Fangio.
And,
I kept saying, y'all, we ain't giving him no credit. We ain't giving him no credit. He's a defensive-minded coach. If no other game, he circled the Cowboys. If I can get my team going, more like this team here with Coach Arthur Smith, if I'm pronouncing it right, out of the last 5 games, they won 3. Yeah. His team is starting to peak. His team is starting to find themselves. We had a baby boo-boo last week, but the candy store is open, fellas.
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
I guess I'm hesitant now because we were so confident last week against Denver, and now you got a team.
That's Nate and Jesse's fault. I still
blame them. Now you got a team coming in that just won in New Orleans, which is never easy.
Against Trevor Siemian.
Right, I know.
Come on,
they're
Kurt.
not the same, obviously, but
Denver had won the week before against a sorry team too. I'm telling you, Dak.
He didn't pop.
He didn't pop, and he
I just hope that whole taking them lightly, not having the
owner said there was lackadaisical.
Yeah, not bringing matching force with force.
There it is.
Hope
I
those
like
days
that.
are done.
I'm telling you, when this team, they're gonna hit it defensively, they're gonna hit it offensively, they're gonna hit it special teams, because me. And this is where the defense got to catch up, and this is where our special teams got to be a little bit more solid. I'm waiting on that game. I'm waiting where I can walk in here, man, and just be sitting here just dazing. I want to be in a daze because that's how good they've played. But, with Jesse, I'll be like, hey, keep talking, Jesse. Keep talking.
I fully expect, and I'm interested to see how Dak responds. Not only, I don't expect him to have 2 back-to-back bad games. Mm-hmm. And the leader that he's turned into, I don't expect him to let the team have 2 back-to-back bad games, because that was just a bad game. I mean,
that's all it was.
You're going to have those, right? Unless you're the 2000 whatever Patriots where you went undefeated. I mean, you're going to have a bad game. You just hope the team across from you has a worse game than you do whenever you have that bad game. But I don't expect them to have back-to-back bad game. I just don't. I think they'll snap out of it.
Yeah.
And if not, then it's going to be a crappy show next week. Let's take our first break. We come back, we'll talk more Cowboys offense and Atlanta defense.
Whoever they are
on the People's Show. Derek, thanks for listening, by the way. Hanging with the boys.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So, to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit att.com for details.
Hey, Cowboys fans, ready to spice up your next watch party? Bring Yo Quiero guacamole and be the game day hero. Yo Quiero means I want, and we know you want great, fresh-tasting, ready-to-serve guacamole for your home gating and tailgating events. Made with real avocados and the perfect blend of spices, it will be the star of any party. You can find us at your local Albertsons or Tom Thumb in the deli section. If you can't find it, talk to your store manager and tell them, Yo Quiero guacamole.
The Cowboys way, where 16 Hall of Famers and 5 championships shows us what success looks like. Where turkey is always the second best part of Thanksgiving Day. Where we are all defined by one single thing, the star. Where we as fans know it's our job to keep the tradition going. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys and to support the quest of living life the Cowboys way. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
How great would it be to travel to watch the Cowboys win on another team's turf? Pretty great. But honestly, just watching the game from anywhere but your house would be fun. Even a hotel bar with some guy named Phil from St. Louis who thinks Oakland still has a team. So whether you're traveling to the game or watching from your favorite vacation spot, book a place to stay on Hotels.com, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Back to hanging with the boys.
Rowdy does stuff for money. Rowdy's holiday deliveries are now available. Spread joy this holiday season with surprises and exclusive gifts from your favorite mascot. Book your holiday delivery today at DallasCowboys.com/Rowdy. Get him to do stuff for money.
He coming over for your birthday?
Might have a little
Night with Rowdy?
Might have a little something scheduled later on with Rowdy. Might have a little date with Rowdy later today.
Right.
So shout out also to Jack Black, the official skincare sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. I just got our Jack Black order in my office today and haven't had time to go through the boxes. So I will be distributing you guys some Jack Black product, and we will all smell and look amazing.
Nice. Nate's
this
got
week
some,
on the show.
Got some people agreeing with you on Twitter here. So
Yeah. Let's shout that out. Go ahead on.
yeah,
Oh, man.
Philippe in France. He's saying he gets what you're saying. And Matt Mailman Phil, he says Dallas hadn't had a performance like Denver had against us last Sunday.
Now I don't disagree with that. I do not disagree with that.
Yep.
All right. Oh, and by the way, send Jesse your thoughts.
Yes,
and prayers
sir.
on
Yes,
Twitter.
sir.
I mean, nothing's wrong with him. He just it's probably got something to do with school is why he's not here. But let's just blow his Twitter up. Just tweet him and tell him thoughts and prayers with you, and let's just keep the joke going.
Yeah, and if you have anything about someone sitting on a porch by themselves, make sure he receives it.
Yeah, just send him a GIF or something of some lonely child on a porch somewhere.
Yeah.
So there you go, Jesse. We miss you. So,
Yep.
Kurt, you know what? It's my birthday. I think I'm gonna take the rest of the show off. Why don't you drive the bus?
No.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Why would you take the rest of the show off to only go into meetings?
Exactly.
I'm not taking the show off, but I don't want to host. I want to play. I want to be a
Kurt. You want to be Kurt? You want to be quiet?
Jesse today.
I'll play Jesse today. I'll get really loud and excited.
I will say Shannon held a meeting today that was quick and efficient. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I didn't want to have any more long ass meetings on my
God.
birthday.
I hear you. Probably got one coming.
Anybody bring you a birthday cake? Your staff?
I didn't let anyone know it was my birthday. I quit counting years ago. I don't count anymore. They don't matter.
As soon as I took a seat in there with Doug, hey, today is Shannon's birthday.
Everybody seems to know.
And then then they told me it was Coach's birthday. I'm like,
Was your mom's birthday yesterday?
My mom?
Yeah.
No, hers is in June or July. Don't get me in trouble in there. June or July? June the 6th, I believe.
Well, I wanted to ask this question. We've talked before about how you lose in the past. The Cowboys would lose one guy and they just fall apart. Sean Lee comes to mind, that sort of thing. Any risk of that with Tyron Smith? Could be out a little bit. I mean, all time when he's not in the lineup, team is 79. Or when he's in the lineup, the team is 79-61. When he's out of the lineup, and this includes times with Dak in there, the team is 13-15.
He is an important piece, and I think we have realized that. But this team is much better. This team is much better. I mean, not without him. We become a great offensive line with him. We become a great offensive line with the right guard, Zach Martin. We are a great offensive line. If either one of those guys go out, we become an average offensive line. That means that the offensive line coach and offensive coordinator have to work a little bit more to make sure we fill those gaps. Normally, your quarterback is the biggest gap filler because he can get the ball out, he can make things happen, he can read things a little bit better and change plays. But other than that, right there, you have to grind. You have to grind. You may become a better, more of a run team to try to keep things right. You may become more of a play action pass, a guy where you sprint the quarterback out on both sides. So these guys won't get locked in on. You heard Coach McCarthy say that Lyle has to really get it going this week, and they expected that from Steele. Like I told y'all, going over there, you dancing with a whole different. Over here you can deal with a bear. Over here, you got a mixture of polar bear and Kodiak. And both of them real big, and they got ballerina shoes on. You know what I'm saying? So when you're on that left side, you have to do it. But you saw where that kid kept his form. He kept his form. My man, Lyle, struggled a little bit. He didn't have his form early in the game. But he will have it this week because now he has film. But the bad thing is Atlanta has film.
What's the diagnosis on Tyron right now?
Well, they haven't really said, but with bone spurs, I mean, McCarthy said it's kind of up to his pain threshold, which, last time he played, he tried and left early. So I don't know how you fix that without surgery. Bone spurs just don't go away, I don't think. So
see you when I see you.
What's that mean?
We'll see him when we see him. See, the thing is, and that good thing I like about Coach Philman and these guys is they not playing that game. Whereas we they would want to expand on it. You heard what he said in his press conference. We're not going down that road. How we finish the game is how we'll start this week. So that means left guard, left tackle is still.
So this is what we got for the near future.
Yeah. And if you listen to his press conference, he was on point. He didn't have a lot of joke time, and that's a mark of a good coach. It's like because some players are their friends and family, they'll watch what the coach is saying to see if they friend or family member name comes up. He was on point. He was going forward, and he didn't have a lot of time for the joke time until they said you and his birthday was on the same day.
But Atlanta doesn't have much of a defensive line, right? I mean,
they got Grady Jarrett.
Grady Jarrett's their only guy.
They got Dante Jones at the linebacker. They got another guy, I can't pronounce his name.
Odekintubo.
Fosade Olukon.
Ade Ogundegi.
I'm glad you messing it up and not me.
Yeah.
And
the pronunciation guide. Ade Ogundegi.
Yeah, and they have guys. Like I say, Dante Jones and Grady Jarrett is your bigger names, and then they got on the back end they got A.J. Terrell, guys. They got guys that can make plays.
What's it like facing a guy like Grady Jarrett? Is 305 pounds, but he's only 6 foot.
But
what's it like facing kind of like little fire?
He's an athlete. He's a little athlete, and you have to lean on him. You have to make sure that he knows you are there. Play him with force. He'll play a lot over our left guard. He'll play a lot of our left guard. I heard Coach mention McGovern. We've been very competitive, So he mentioned McGovern, but he left it there. This guy deserves playing time. That's why we've found ways to get him on the field. So I don't know what that means. Take it with a grain of salt.
He must not. I mean, McGovern just must not be better than Williams because he's been here for 2 or 3 years now and hasn't gotten in the lineup. Before
Broadus took off into bigger and better things at the
flagship
station, he just said that they loved Connor Williams. Mm-hmm. And he left it at that. He's like, they love Connor Williams. I love Connor Williams.
He gets graded high.
I know for 70, if they do their normal between 68 and 70 plays, which they only did 57 last week, it's going to be 3 or 4 plays where you be like, oh. But those other plays you'll be like, yeah.
That's what kind of sucks for linemen. Like you said, 98% of their plays are good, but. Yeah, Pro Football Focus has Williams as the 14th best guard in the league.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the dude is bulldogish. He don't quit. He ain't the most physical guy, but it's something to be said when he gonna give you his all. He gonna give you his all, and we have a center the same way. He's going to give you his all. A lot of guys don't do that. A lot of guys just survive. These guys, they do a little bit more than survive. They just a little bit better than that survival guy, Danny McCray. And so
McGovern's allergic to sleeves.
Really? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Never wears them?
Shows up at the plane with cut out shirt with the sleeves cut out of it.
Got to show off them guns.
Doesn't even have a windsuit jacket on, just let them hang out. If I had guns like that, I probably would too, man.
You do, man. You ought to show them.
Cut the sleeves out of the sport coat.
That's right.
Maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
You worried at all about Zeke, that knee?
Nah, I don't think so. Not
you.
Well, they said they gave a few guys Veteran Day off. It's certain.
Well, they called it an ankle injury on the broadcast, and then you looked on the sideline and his knees wrapped up.
Yeah,
so
he had
it's both, right?
Well, I don't. They said he was putting a heating pad on his knee to keep it warm. So.
During training camp, I really understand Veterans Days off, but during a football season, I don't understand it.
That wasn't a thing back in your day, huh?
Nah, and you know what? That shouldn't be a thing today. You either can practice or you can't practice. If you can't practice, get over there with Mr. Brown. Get over there with a trainer or a strength coach.
Go to the asthma field.
No, don't do that. I mean, you want to step out the door. Don't go to the asthma field. But these guys have been great. Offense, man. This is what's funny, is we went from averaging 70 plays a game to 58 last week, 57. We went from 32 minutes, 31 minutes a game down to 18:48. So we went from at least being a 48 to 50% guy on third down to we dropped down to 5 for 13.
Yeah.
We were 0 for. We did 4 fourth downs and we're 0 for.
I wanted to ask you
that
guys
ought to
about
tell you that we wasn't in sync.
Do they? I understand the analytics or that, but they're not doing it. They have one of the worst power rate success by football outsiders. But do they need to maybe rethink that a little bit? They're not having great success. I mean, what are on going for fourth down? They're
here's
27th in the NFL on fourth down.
Here's my problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem. The only problem I have is I would like to see them get in a game groove first. And I feel like when they went out there and they did it on the first drive on their side, was it on their side of the field? It was close to the 50.
Yeah, just on the other side of the 50.
Yeah. To me, that was a momentum, and it set the tone. It took the wind out of the crowd and the momentum. If you were going to build any momentum, it just immediately stopped. I don't have a problem with them going for it. In fact, I like them going for it and being aggressive with the way this offense is playing. But to start the game, I would like them to get a drive or two under their belt.
You like for them to play by the numbers. They call it playing by the numbers.
Yeah.
But
play field advantage in the first couple
this is
of
the
series.
Advantage. This is the advantage that Coach McCarthy and his staff has on us. They saw what was going on that field during the week.
Yeah,
and they needed something. They thought they had it.
And if anybody, and we talked about on the show, if anybody has a pulse on this team and the players and knows the team, McCarthy's that guy. I think he really understands his guys in this team. So if he felt like he knew something, saw something, I'm not going to question him. So I'm with you, Nate. They saw something.
Yeah, he saw something because besides Dak, everybody else is Dak is man, I had a good practice. I did what I was supposed to do. But a lot of other guys man, it just something was missing. We didn't have it. Okay, and Coach tried not once but twice to get y'all going. And like I said, as the game went on, I know we're not talking about our defense, but even the young guy Parsons, he wasn't coming downhill stinging folks, all during the game. So. And they had to start getting him into the groove. So,
because Denver's guys were they disrespected us. They were, that's all disrespect. And then Fangio was if you don't get him, it hurts, and we were the beneficiary of that hurt. So I wondered, if you're not having success on fourth downs, or again they're 27th in the league, do you keep going to that well?
Well, they wasn't going. They know, good basketball teams. All we need to do is make 1-3. And once that one falls, they're going to keep falling. And that's what they felt. If we get one of these fourth downs, if we score 6 or 7 points, we coming.
Right.
But Denver kept, at the biggest moments, at the biggest of times, they made the plays. And I'm telling you, fellas, we laughed about it, but I kept saying, we giving Coach Fangio no respect, none whatsoever. We laughed about it. He wasn't laughing. All
right, let's take our last break. When we come back, more Cowboys, Falcons. Send Jesse your thoughts and prayers on Twitter.
He's on the porch for some reason.
Even though nothing's wrong with him, Jesse's fine. But let him know you're thinking about him today. Just hit him up on Twitter. It's
I guess he's just reminiscing about the porch.
We assume he's fine. We don't know why he's not here.
At Mr. Fourth and Long. We don't because he doesn't give us that kind of information. But, just let him know you're thinking about him.
I ain't going to be here today, fellas. Have a great show.
I'm out today.
Yeah,
I'm out today, man. Forget y'all.
An hour and a half before the show. Yep. All right, we will be right back on The People Show, hanging with the boys.
Hey, Cowboys fans, ready to spice up your next watch party? Bring Yo Quiero guacamole and be the game day hero. Yo Quiero means I want, and we know you want great, fresh-tasting, ready-to-serve guacamole for your home gating and tailgating events. Made with real avocados and the perfect blend of spices, it will be the star of any party. You can find us at your local Albertsons or Tom Thumb in the deli section. If you can't find it, talk to your store manager and tell them, Yo Quiero guacamole.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So, to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit att.com for details.
It's game day. You know what that means. First, kebab prep. Steak, pepper, onion, steak, pepper, onion. Next, a counterclockwise lap around the room. Now the lucky grease-stained jersey goes on. And lastly, the dance. You know the one. This is a game day ritual no matter where you are. Whether you're traveling to the game or watching from your favorite vacation spot, book a place to stay on Hotels.com and keep the tradition alive and well. Hotels.com, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hi, I'm Clint Tillison with...
And I'm Jay Novacek, and we're both with...
United Ag and Turf, the official tractor provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
So, if you need a tractor to bale some hay, a mower to cut some grass, or a gator to get some chores done...
Get a John Deere at United Ag and Turf.
And then, let's get to work.
Hey, Jay, that's my line.
Well, not today.
Get to work with a John Deere tractor package that's just right for you and your budget. Visit UnitedAgAndTurf.com.
Back to Hanging with the Boys.
Oh, okay. Can I go now?
Go now, Kurt.
All right. Sorry. Hey, celebrate 60 years of America's Sweethearts as we take you back through the glitz and glamour of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. The official 2021 Dallas Cowboys cheerleader edition of Star Magazine is offering the complete history of the often imitated, never equaled Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Visit Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Sorry, Dallas. You should have read this.
This was a mistake.
DallasCowboys.com/star to get yours today, and you'll complete 60 years of the cheerleaders is the complete history.
I let
of it all.
Kurt read it because Kurt.
Well, you could talk to Mickey.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I butchered that.
You're responsible for that magazine.
Obviously, I'm better at writing than I am speaking.
What is that magazine?
It's
Talk
just
to us
a look.
about it
It's
a little
our
bit.
annual cheerleaders magazine. This year, we're taking a look back at their history. It's 60 years.
Normally the swimsuit issue,
No,
right?
the swimsuit issue. They didn't have a swimsuit shoot this year, but it worked out well because, again, this is their 60th anniversary, and we were able to go back and all the way back to 1961 and some of them.
Tell me something cool that I don't know about the cheerleaders with their
cool.
history.
It's something. Wow, put me on the spot there.
Or anything that you found interesting when you were doing the magazine. Oh God, never mind.
They're well coordinated.
They are well coordinated. I mean, it is. You know, so often they're seen as just a pretty face, but I mean, those girls work hard.
Oh, they work their
and
butts
they
off,
are
man.
smart. I mean, it's not just with the cheerleaders. Most of them are either in college or working on jobs that are not just sitting around serving tables or something. They are smart.
Well, you just making it
smart
worse.
girls.
What would move on?
Kurt,
What would just move on?
All right.
They didn't go find them off the street, right, Kurt?
Right. They work hard. It's impressive.
He just offended every server in the country.
I apologize. I'll just turn off my mic.
At least it ain't the football team you reckon.
Oh,
I got one for you.
Give me time.
What you got, Chris?
Did you know the cheerleaders started out as a male-female group called the Cowbells and Cowboys?
Almost true. They started out as all
1960.
girls. All girls originally, and then they added boys in the late 60s. And they got rid of them.
And debuted in 1960 during the Cowboys' inaugural season.
No, 1961 was all girls. The boys didn't come along until about 65, 66.
Well, that's something you need to get checked out on Wikipedia there, Shannon, on your little segment you do.
Wow.
Yeah, if we ever have Kelly on the show,
Yeah,
I'll drop that in there.
please.
So,
Yeah,
the
don't drop it on them when she get here. Drop it on her before she can do her research.
Yeah, the Wikipedia segment's taken off. I had people reach out to me about that and tell me
Dude,
how
I
they enjoyed
love
it.
that segment, by the way. I listened to it
On Monday nights with Brad Sham. So I'll pull the curtain back a little bit here. I co-host with Brad on Cowboys Hour. In our first show, I can't remember who we had on the show. Maybe it was J. Ron Curse or somebody. I don't remember who the first show was. But I had never hosted with Brad. It's Brad's show. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what to do. Brad's driving the bus. I didn't really have a lot of information about anything. So I just went to Wikipedia because I knew nothing about the player that we had on or anything. And I printed out the Wikipedia page. And I told Brad, I said, hey, at some point, I got something for the show. It might have been the second or third show that I did it on. And so it turned into a Wikipedia fact check that I do every Monday night. And it's kind of interesting because you can talk about high school and say, hey, is this right? And you can slip stuff in there that you normally wouldn't throw out there and blame it on Wikipedia and then say, hey, is this, tell me if this is right or wrong. And then I go through it and then I throw in one random fact. I think this week Cooper Rush, the random fact that wasn't true was he was a Gerber baby model when he was 2.5 years old, and it makes for a joke. But it's really interesting because I found out Cooper Rush rushed for, threw for 7 touchdowns in a bowl game, and he was the first. So it's kind of an interesting segment that kind of gets into stuff you normally wouldn't talk about. So
the one with McCarthy was pretty funny too.
It was funny. I said that he was. It said on his Wikipedia page that he was a 2-time. Wisconsin State clogging championship champion.
And he looked at you.
And he tilted his head and he said, if it would have been like Irish dancing or something like that, maybe so, but definitely not that. And I was like, okay. So yeah. So anyway, there we go. We got 3 minutes left. Kurt, what are we talking about?
Oh, I don't know.
Host away. You're killing this show. You're killing it. No, in a good way. You're killing it.
Yeah, exactly. Lies. Well, I'd ask you guys, is Deion Jones still their best guy out there?
Yeah.
What's he bring? How do you stop that guy?
You know what? He's their best guy, and I do not mean this in a bad way, but he can be blocked one-on-one. You just have to know what he gets him over the top is he's a tweener between safety and a linebacker, but he's lightning quick. He can run plays down. He's the type of guy you like to blitz. He can get back into coverage, okay? He's just an all-around good athlete, and you have to know how to use him. And I've watched enough film to see if they're using him right. I think he has a couple of sacks, stuff like that, but, 46 tackles.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of tags, top 10 in tackles or something.
Yeah,
like that.
So it's 3 QB hurries, man. 1 forced fumble. 3 pass defense. So he does everything for this team.
What about AJ Terrell? He's ranked 4th among corners of Pro Football Focus.
Man, I don't know much about him, man.
Yeah,
I know that they give up a lot of yards.
Yeah,
they've lost, but like I say, they've won the last 3 or 4 games out of 3 games out of 5. So. Coach Smith they're finding their rhythm, but can they come to Dallas and keep their rhythm, or can we break that rhythm and start us a new rhythm? So,
went to New Orleans and broke some rhythm.
Huh?
They went to New Orleans and won. It worries me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those games are, that division. That's one of those division games where you see each other so often and crazy stuff happens. It's like us with Washington. Washington can be hot trash and something weird's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm not.
You're not worried?
I'm not. But I will say this: I'm not worried, but I will be extremely worried if they drop 2 in a row to mediocre teams back to back at home. I will be. I don't know if I'll be sounding the alarm, but I'll put it this way: it'll tighten up a little bit.
Yeah.
What about you, Nate?
The thing is the good teams, and we talked about this before. The good teams coming back. They're not gonna fall twice. I'm not saying the game will be a blowout or they're gonna be, but the good team's gonna win this game.
Yeah.
And I think Dallas has a good team. They're gonna win this game. They should win this game because you are better than this team. As a lot of you guys say about the losing, I guess that makes you refocus. I just think it makes you look at what you need to do and get back to the old ways. But it gets you going again. Ain't no way the Cowboys should lose this game. Not maybe the next week or the following week, but not this here.
Yeah.
This should, like I say, this should be like just running through a candy store, man. A bull in a candy store, man. Just picking up candy wherever you want.
Mickey had a quote from Babe Loffenberg in one of his stories, and Babe's quote said that I'm worried because I'm not worried.
Kind of like last week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Well, y'all need to start listening to Nate more and not listen to other folks.
That's true.
All right, you know what? I'm going to be really mad at you, real mad Monday if you talk me into not being worried 2 weeks in a row.
Come on. If you were, come on. This team here, come on.
That's what you said last week.
No, I did not say. I did not say that last week. I'm gonna keep repeating it.
Chris, go back and pull the tape.
Give him 2 points instead of 1. 2-point win instead of 1 point win.
Chris, go back and
And
pull
even
the
if
tape.
I did say something similar to that, I asked y'all about one coach, and I kept the head coach, Coach Fangio. I'm like, y'all are disrespecting this man. Y'all don't, but it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Now Arthur Smith, I don't care. Quote me. If we can't beat these guys, wow, for real. They got one running back that plays wide receiver. That's a kick returner. One guy. They got a quarterback that's in his elderly years. And I'm not saying Ryan can't beat you, but come on, they got one half a receiver out there. No, sir. Come on, fellas. They defense ain't bringing no heat. They had to call out the National Guards to stop the Carolina Panthers from rushing on them 2 weeks ago.
Guaranteed
They
box
barely
from
slowed down a fresh Ingram and Kamara last week. Come on now. We got Zeke. We got Tony Pollard. Our offensive line will have another week to work together. Man, please.
He's selling it.
Bro,
what were you saying, Chris?
I was going to say, I believe last week he said that the Denver offensive line was poo-poo. You said something to the fact.
Yeah, they weren't very good, and this team here coming up ain't very good either.
And
I am saying
almost 200 yards against.
I am saying you will have a bump in the road, but 2 against teams, no, not.
Right.
Come on, man, believe in the star, baby.
You heard it.
Believe in the star.
You heard it here. All right, I hope you're right,
believe in
Nate.
Nate's
I don't
scouting
want
skills.
I do too. I don't want to come in.
Y'all
here
listened to
upset.
Jesse last week and it got you.
I don't want to
y'all. They were the booty juice without the juice and all of this last week. I wasn't talking like that.
All right, I got to go to lunch. I got to go.
Happy
have
birthday.
a birthday lunch. Thanks, Kurt.
Happy
Good
birthday,
seeing you,
man.
Nate, thanks. Good seeing
Hope you
you.
have fun tonight.
I will.
Jesse, come on back, man,
Chris.
so you can tell these boys what I've been telling them.
Tune in tonight and see me and Nate do that show tonight.
That show with that win.
Chris, thanks for keeping us on the air. Thanks for the birthday music. Aaron, thanks for creeping on Chris. William, thanks for keeping us online. Although someone did say podcast is not up from yesterday on the app, so check that out for us. Derek, thanks for supporting us and getting us one extra viewer today and listening to the show. The People Show will be back tomorrow. Hanging with the boys.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this, Cowboys? Yeah!
The following is a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about them Cowboys? Get go, Cowboys!
This is the Players Lounge, broadcasting live from Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star. Now your hosts,
Barry Church, Danny McCray, and Newy Scruggs.
Hump Day. Hello, everybody. You are in the Players Lounge, brought to you by Hotels.com. The two amigos, three amigo Negroes broken up today, but Barry Church is out golfing on behalf of the Dallas Cowboys organization.
And as we say that, he just FaceTimed us. He made a bet with me that he would shoot par, at least par on any hole. He called me and said he was shooting for birdie. He missed the next two shots, and now he said it doesn't count. Now he said, did you heard it?
He's trying to save face in front of people out there. You know, he's trying to look good out there. You know, he's a celebrity out there, so he's trying to look good on the phone as he's talking about his golf game. You know,
but I don't want you to be on
Tiger Woods.
I don't want you to be on the fence though. Did you hear him?
Yes.
Okay. He missed it.
No
longer birdie. He bogeyed. Okay.
Did he make it? Did he get the bogey? Or it
didn't matter.
Right.
It didn't matter after that.
It could be triple bogey. I don't know. I mean, quadruple bogey. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah. So he was booked. Booked by the cow. You can book Barry Church for a golfing experience.
You want to feel good about your golf game? Call Barry Church. He'll come out here yanking putts left and right while you sit around here and feel good about yourself taking it to an NFL player. He is Danny McCray. Longtime NFL safety, retired. Now he's a member of Survivor 41. It is airing tonight at 7 o'clock. Wearing his Team Danny gear, you too can wear the sweet gear. Tell everybody how they can get hooked up, man.
Yeah, man. Just check out my website. That's shopteamdannymerch.com, or you can click the link in my bio on Instagram and order your shirt. Order them quickly. They are going fast. Every time a new episode airs, more people order. We're not sure if we're going to restock it, so, grab it. And if you want it signed, just put that in the notes, and I'll sign it for you and ship it to you.
All right. And we got to get your social media numbers up, man.
They listen, first of all, my Twitter.
Finish chewing your gummy bear.
I got first of all, I got Instagram maybe in 2019 once I actually applied for the show. So I hadn't been on Instagram that long.
Okay.
And usually us athletes, while we're playing, that's when we get our big following. So on my Twitter, I'm 30-some thousand, whatever it is, after it got cleaned out. And then now on Instagram, I'm up to like 4,200. So it's going. And my gumbo video on Instagram that you haven't seen, it's like 13,000 views.
Okay.
Just so you know.
All right. Good for you. 13,000 views.
Yeah. I mean, just gumbo, but it's good looking gumbo though.
All right.
He gonna try to downplay my social media followers, man.
No.
Hey, help me out, okay? Help me out.
Here's what I'm trying to get to. You're on this show. This is the time to get the boost up. So I need you to start giving out the handle more on the show.
Oh, yes.
That's what I'm leading to.
Catch me on Instagram at Danny McCray 40. You see the blue check is verified? That is me. Same thing on Twitter. Danny DMac 44. Blue check verified? That is me. On Facebook, you just type in Danny McCray and you might see me.
Okay, so thank
you, Nui.
This is the rub. We've got the show tonight. Follow you on your social media handles. This is the play.
Yeah. See, Nui, that's what we get. I booked Nui to help me.
You have a platform through the Dallas Cowboys.
This is true.
Let us use it. You have people who are like, let me follow Danny. So bam. So that's it. So every day we need to be talking about that. So we're trying to get the numbers up. And then, of course, when people are there, then you get the merchandise. Come on, baby. We got to think like Jerry.
Speaking of, some valued listeners have ordered merch off of the website.
Okay.
So people are listening. Thank you, everybody who's ordered a shirt, everybody who supported me throughout this Survivor journey. Thank you. It is very much appreciated.
So this episode of Survivor, you cannot give us any details. That's a part of the contract. That's fine. But last time you went to, you got to go out there where everybody is sitting in the tribal and just, everybody gets sliced up and people try to make deals here.
My name wasn't mentioned.
It wasn't mentioned, but what was that like to sit there and just say, okay, someone's about to go home?
I mean, I watched that for, 40 seasons at that point, right? And I put myself in that seat and to try to wonder how I would be able to handle it, right? Because the nerves are already going all over the place. You never really know who's saying your name, who's not saying your name. Whatever plan you came in with, it's 99% chance that that's not the plan that everybody else is going with,
Gotcha.
right? So you have all this stuff going through your mind. So it was nerve-wracking. But I felt like, I had played a good enough game to keep myself out of harm's way. And it looked like it worked out that way.
All right, so tonight, 7 o'clock, check out Danny McCray on Survivor. And if you miss it, I tell people, go to CBS.com. You can pull it up right there and just watch the show immediately. And oh, by the way, go back if you miss any of them. So let's talk about these Dallas Cowboys as they get ready to face the Atlanta Falcons. This is Dan Quinn's old team. Dan Quinn said a lot of nice things. We're like, hey, this is time to go down memory lane here. Matt Ryan has put together a nice season. And I say nice season because I didn't think it would be a good football team. Losing Julio Jones, Dan Quinn's gone, you're bringing in a new coach. I wasn't a fan of what I thought they had as the running backs in terms of like, hey, how are you going to depend on Mike Davis? So I just thought they had a lot of holes. I didn't think they would be. I thought we were talking about a team that may win 4 games. Well, they've already won 4 games.
Yes.
And at the halfway point. So they have hung in there. And so Vegas says the Cowboys are a 9-point favorite in the football game. And I'm just looking at this saying, you know what? No. Last week should show you when they had the Cowboys as a 9-point favorite. This is the National Football League. They get paid too. They don't want to get embarrassed. They're going to face their old coach. And let us not forget the last time the Falcons were here.
Watermelon.
How that basically led to the demise of Dan Quinn getting fired.
Mm-hmm.
Big lead, good game by Miami Ice. They blow it. Onside kick. Falcons just basically sit there, watch the watermelon kick spin around. Nobody jumps on it. Cowboys get it, and they go win a football game that they probably should not have won.
So are you saying that you would be more nervous if we have a lead in the game at the end of the game versus it being a close game? That based on how the Dan Quinn teams have been playing once they have a lead, a la Super Bowl last year for us against Dan Quinn's defense. Which one would you rather see at the end of the game?
I think last week was a great indicator of the offense really has to do their part. They need to play with the lead. It helps your defense. Coming into the season, I thought that you predicted a top 10 defense. I did not predict a top 10 defense. I feel like this defense is helped by the offense from the scoring the offense does. Before this game, the Cowboys are averaging 35 points a game at home over the last almost the last year. So if you put 35 up, that puts pressure on the other team. If you're putting up 35 points, you're pretty much winning the time of possession, which means you can keep your defense off the field. I don't think this defense is at that point in time yet that they can't have a little bit of help. They need to have more help. I thought they did a great job in Minnesota
and Chargers.
Yes. And third downs, they won all day like crazy. They did not win. The Cowboys defense did not win the third downs at all against Denver. So, and I also go back and think about how the offense didn't do their parts in a couple of fourth down situations. You put your defense out. I mean, this offense has to do its part. It has to help the defense.
I will say this, though. They do. But this was probably one of the worst offensive performances that you could put together, right? So they do have to do their part, which is score some points. I don't think they have to score 35 for our defense to be able to be productive as they have been in the past. But you got to be able to do something. We've seen at 16, 17 points, just being able to control the ball a little bit and not continuously putting them out there drive after drive with no points on the board and saying, hey, you need to go stop them from scoring or we're going to be in trouble. I think that'll help. But I don't think they need to score 35 for us to be able to be productive moving forward throughout the season because we've been able to turn the ball over. We've been good on third down. We've been a bend but don't break. We've had some people miss some field goals against us. So 35, I'd say somewhere between 24 would be really good for us.
Okay, stay there because here comes my thought in terms of just what we've seen with the Cowboys and just perception. Cowboys sit up here, go on one of these 75-yard drives, and they're hitting. Then that tells the other team, okay, look, here's CeeDee Lamb catching some. Here's Coop catching some. Now here's Zeke. Now they rolled out here. Here's Dalton Schultz. I mean, you start seeing that, and you just see how Dak's moving around, operating. You're the other team. Okay, we got to respond. We got to come back. We can't let them get rolling. Right. So just that mentality, which they never got to against Denver. Outside of the first drive where they tried to go down there and go for it and then it failed. Those first 2 drives, I thought the Cowboys had something to go. They just couldn't finish it. Then when McCarthy decided, no, we're not going to kick a field goal. And Denver took it personally. And so then they helped them kind of get rolling. I just think for them against the Atlanta Falcons, what I'd like to see is get back here, try to put some offensive pressure on them to let that makes Matty Ice and come in. Okay, we got to respond. We got to get Cordell Patterson rolling. We've got to go out and do our thing. I also think of this as if I'm a defender. I'll ask you this: since you played in the league, if you're a defender, how much do you want this game for Dan Quinn?
I mean, if they love DQ like I'm loving DQ, then all you want is this win. This is one that you circle, right? Because Dan Quinn's not going to go out there and tell his team, hey, this one means more to me than the rest of them, right? But they'll be able to tell as he's giving his speeches and as he's going through the film session and he's explaining, hey, I know what these guys do best and what they don't do as well. Yeah, they're picking up on that. So they want to go win it for their coach. And I think that's how that is how you have good coaches. People probably want to go out there and play good for Kellen Moore. The entire team at this point, I believe, wants to go out and get this win for Dan Quinn, which shows you how respected he is throughout the locker room. I remember Rich Bisaccia. He's that same kind of guy. Joe DiCamillo, same kind of guy where if you went and you played a former team of theirs where they felt like they got done wrong or they felt like they got fired and they shouldn't have, then, yeah, we got a little bit more fire under us to make sure that we go out there and get that win for them.
Okay, and I'm glad you answered that because that was my feeling. Hey, look, you're going to want to go out here and get this thing for DQ. This is going to be a game you want to win, and you don't want 2 losses in a row at home, and you played so badly last week. So there's a lot of things I think that are going in favor of the Cowboys to get a win, but I just caution fans to not to get in the thought process like we got into last week when we made our own picks. They about to come up here. They about to wipe Denver off the field. And that just, we can forget. Guess what? It doesn't happen in the National Football League. And it was that way that Sunday. It wasn't just the Cowboys, man. It was other teams that are good football teams taking L's. And you just look at the Atlanta Falcons who went into the Superdome in New Orleans and got a W.
Yep.
So.
I mean, Trevor sent me, but it's cool. Yeah, but they won the game. They won the game. They've been rolling. Matty Ice has been playing well. Cordero Patterson, oh my goodness. The guy, we talked about it. So in the league, right, there are players who hit their first team and then they just blossom, right? They are exactly what you expected them to be. Then there are players who kind of slowly move along. They might go from team to team before they find their home.
Chris Carter.
And then they get a coach or a staff or a system that fits them. Patterson is that guy.
Sure.
He's been all around. He's been kickoff returner, running back, receiver. And now he's doing all of that with Atlanta, and he's doing it all at a very high level. No longer can be called an X factor. He is a player in the league that you have to plan and scheme for pretty much on all phases, right? All phases of the offense.
I look at him and I think of what Devin Hester could have been more of if people were willing to use him in that fashion.
Absolutely.
You played with Devin Hester.
Yeah. No, I didn't play. I played against him. He wasn't there when I was there.
Was he already in Atlanta?
Yeah, he was already gone when I got there.
Atlanta,
but I played against him many times, and it was that though. Like, because the defensive coaches had to plan for him, and then we also had to see him again when I went into the special teams meeting. So you were getting ready for this guy. They have this unreal type of ability to be elusive and break tackles and see holes in a different way because that's just the talent that was given to them.
Yeah, he's an offensive pressure player. The same way I think of Micah Parsons as a defensive pressure player. One of the biggest misconceptions, and I blame myself for this during the draft process, I just thought, he's a linebacker. He's not a linebacker. He's a pressure player. Because what was what was Lawrence Taylor? He was a pressure player. Yeah. Linebacker just doesn't do justice to what that guy did on the field. And I feel like with Micah Parsons, doesn't do justice. Junior Seau, he was another one of those. It just didn't do justice to all he brought you to the football field.
Well, I don't listen. And as you look at the Hall of Fame ballot, sometimes I don't think that's even fair, right? Because DeMarcus Ware is labeled as a what?
Linebacker.
what do you look at DeMarcus Ware as?
Pressure player.
Edge rusher, pressure player.
Pressure player.
So I think the label, as the game has gone in different directions and defensive coaches have been able to come up with different schemes and different ways to maximize the potential of certain players, I think that the label has been kind of removed. DeMarcus Ware to me is a pressure player, game changer, edge rusher for the most part.
And one of the beauties for a guy like Ware is he has the statistics on his side of the sacks. Top 10 in NFL history in sacks. Super Bowl winner. That's going to be a check mark for him, which gets him into Canton. The question is, when?
Right.
This year's the first ballot. There are going to be several voters who do not consider him a first ballot guy. It's just how it is. I'm sorry. People may not like that. Well, if he's if he's good enough this time, why is he good that? I'm sorry. It's just how some people vote.
Right.
But it is just a matter of when for DeMarcus Ware. Also, what I have not done in terms of looking at his ballot yet is who else is there. Because sometimes there's this pecking order. I go back to about 6-7 years ago when they had this receiver logjam of Andre Reed, Chris Carter, Michael Irvin, Tim Brown. It was this thing. And I think Tim was the last one to get in, which was hard on him.
Yeah. I mean,
what made that guy so
I mean, we saw Drew Pearson. We saw this with Drew.
So I don't know if there are any defensive players that may be on this ballot coming up that people look to say, okay, this one needs to get in, just missed the last time. All that kind of stuff does factor in. In a class, and I don't know who else is up.
The names that I can remember off the top of my head, because like I was around playing against those guys, were I think like Takeo Spikes is on there, Patrick Willis is on there, I'm not gonna say I can't remember, but it's some like really true linebackers. As I saw Sean Lee yesterday, as a matter of fact, as he's coming here to review the film of the linebackers, and he did a good job of differentiating what they were, right? So DeMarcus Ware, linebacker. He said Michael Parsons is probably one of the best stack linebackers that he's seen play, as far as be able to line up behind the defensive line and read the pulling guards or read the tackles. Yes. He's a stack linebacker who can also rush the passer, who can also blitz, but also is able to play that second level of the defense. So he's a stack linebacker. DeMarcus Ware, to me, in my eyes, is more of a rushing type of linebacker,
and a guy that you have on the outside,
in the 3-4, yes,
and a guy that you have on the outside here. So it's just a lot that goes in there. And there's going to be five. There's basically going to be five modern day players who get into the hall this year. And what can hurt you at times is when you have the surefire guy. For instance, Brett Favre.
Right.
Brett Favre comes up, that's 4 spots because Favre's getting 1. And then it's harder on defensive guys to get in too. You're normally going to get at least 1 in, and sometimes 2. 3 is a lot, but it just comes that thing of just this whole who else is around you. You just want a lot of Cowboy fans to look at, hey, look, man, the guy was a Hall of Fame player. Just put him in. I'd like to tell you it's that simple, but it's really a complicated process, and some of it's just unfair, and some of it makes you want to pull your head out, but this is what it is. It's like trying to pass a bill through Congress. There's a whole lot of stuff you got to get to. Hey, something else I want to get to right here is what does this defense need to do to rebound this week? What do you need to see from Dak Prescott? Also, we got the power rankings that are starting to come in here. The Cowboys were 3-2 in certain power rankings last week. Tumbling time. Let's get into it with Danny McCray, former Cowboy safety. I'm Newey Scruggs. This is the Players Lounge, brought to you by Hotels.com on DallasCowboys.com radio.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit AT&T.com for details.
The Cowboys way, where 16 Hall of Famers and 5 championships shows us what success looks like. Where turkey is always the second best part of Thanksgiving Day. Where we are all defined by one single thing, the star. Where we as fans know it's our job to keep the tradition going. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys and to support the quest of living life the Cowboys way. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Hey, Cowboys fans, ready to spice up your next watch party? Bring Yo Quiero guacamole and be the game day hero. Yo Quiero means I want, and we know you want great, fresh-tasting, ready-to-serve guacamole for your home gating and tailgating events. Made with real avocados and the perfect blend of spices, it will be the star of any party. You can find us at your local Albertsons or Tom Thumb in the deli section. If you can't find it, talk to your store manager and tell them, Yo Quiero guacamole.
It's game day. You know what that means. First, kebab prep. Steak, pepper, onion, steak, pepper, onion. Next, a counterclockwise lap around the room. Now the lucky grease-stained jersey goes on. And lastly, the dance. You know the one. This is a game day ritual no matter where you are. Whether you're traveling to the game or watching from your favorite vacation spot, book a place to stay on Hotels.com and keep the tradition alive and well. Hotels.com, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Back to the Players Lounge.
Rowdy's holiday deliveries are now available. Spread the joy this holiday season with surprises and exclusive gifts from your favorite mascot. Book your holiday delivery today at DallasCowboys.com/Rowdy. Those mascots across the country, Danny McCray, they are in demand.
I know.
They are in demand, and I was very surprised about how much the Philly Fanatic is making cash and Rowdy. I mean, the Mavs, man. I mean, man, this is good business for these teams.
You think about how much kids like mascots, or people who host parties like mascots.
Mm-hmm.
Rowdy's at our camps. We host our camps. Rowdy is there. He's running the kids out. The parents love to see Rowdy. The kids love having them throw the ball to him. Rowdy's a big deal. We just left the golf tournament. Rowdy's out there riding the golf cart, saying hey to all the participants that are out there. It's a big deal. Rowdy has his own van. Did you know that?
No.
Rowdy has his own Rowdy van here with the Cowboys. So you got to be making some type of money to be able to say, hey, this guy needs his own van so he can go do his own appearances and bookings and all that stuff. So
I used to know Rowdy. I used to know Rowdy back in the day. But okay, so yes. But it's just still all right. Hey, you need a Rowdy at your Christmas party. He's available. It just Rowdy's getting booked.
If you work for the Cowboys, you can get booked. You work for the Cowboys, you can get booked. Ask Barry. He's here. He got booked. Barry was booked. Okay, Newell, you next. Just saying.
Hey man, look, it's just,
book me. He's like, book me.
I don't normally check the reads. Chris Beam sends me the reads, and I just like, Rowdy. Oh, okay.
Hey,
there you go.
Book him. Newell's ready to get booked. Y'all book him.
He'll come with his driver and everything.
Yes.
He has a driver.
Yes, he's going to come in with his UNC Pembroke jersey on, with his Q-Dog boots, the gold ones that he's going to come dressed and ready with his notebook and all that, ready to help you out in your future of journalism.
No.
Your future of hosting.
No.
Your future of whatever it is that Newey Scruggs is great at, which is a lot of things.
Sell your product for you.
Sell your product for you. You want them to read your product? You want them to be the read man? You want them to be on your TV show? Good.
You're the Survivor guy. You're that guy.
This is true.
You're the Survivor guy. Okay, so by the way, Cowboys, Falcons, this game's at Jerry World. No way am I calling this a must game, but this is a game you need to bounce back from. This is a game where this team, with what they've done, and for 7 weeks in a row, they won 6 games. All 7 of those football games, they were in until the final gun. Tampa Bay, you lost basically right there at the end. This is the first time where you've played a stinker. So how do you respond? This is the great test for them as a team. This is a great test for the coaches. I'm looking forward to it. So, Danny, in your opinion, how does this defense rebound from the third down extravaganza that basically the Denver Broncos had? They just kept converting. That's how you win in this league. And the fact that, oh, by the way, they ran it down their throat.
Listen, you're gonna be upset with me for going off topic here because you brought up the Tampa Bay game.
Okay.
And then you were like, we were just right in it to the end. We missed the kick. Extra point, and a field goal.
4 points, yes.
I sent you a tweet yesterday. I'm just saying, I couldn't go without, somebody's on the COVID list.
That guy.
Greg DeLeg's on the COVID list, man. So if you want to talk about close games and trying to figure out what you should do in the situations that Mike McCarthy decided not to kick field goals in last week, now it gets a little bit more tricky.
I mean, Zerline didn't have any work. He didn't have any work last week. They didn't kick an extra point.
Just saying. Now he's on the list. So now we got a kicker issue, right? So I'm just I just had to go there because now what do we do? Did we bring in Maher? We bring in Maher, right?
Maher, and then the other guy they had on the practice squad for a minute. Chris, I can't pronounce his name. Chris Bean, how do you pronounce his name?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, no one knows, but he's the kicker. He's the other kicker that was on the practice squad. Just saying, the one game that we lost came down to
if they sign him, then if he's coming up to the active roster, I'll have to go ahead and break down what's the pronunciation guide. What's the pronunciation guide?
Figure it out.
And hopefully they sign that. You should want no parts of Brett Maher. I heard that. I was like, what? What really?
Hey,
no.
Man. Hey, man, Fossil knows what he's doing, okay? He knows what he's doing, especially with the kickers. But let's get back to, what does the Dan Quinn defense need to do to rebound from that horrible performance that was not helped out by the offense, but the horrible performance we had specifically in the run game last week? We need to make sure that we secure the edges on the defense. It was too many runs. Okay. I think he said we had 6 explosive runs. I'm not sure how many of those were outside right, outside left, but those were the ones that were evident where you were looking and you say, hey, man, what is the end doing? Or if he's inside, then what is the linebacker who's supposed to be getting over the top doing? Because each time they got to the outside, it was 10, 12-yard gain, and it just made you look like you were getting gassed. Now, some of those were inside, but I think the main thing you need to do right now, secure the edges for the run game and put some pressure on Matt Ryan. Because what we know about him is he does give you the opportunity to take the ball away from him sometimes. And we need to get back to getting those turnovers. It doesn't have to be Trayvon Diggs. It doesn't have to be super aggressive. But play your coverage, read your responsibilities, and let Matt Ryan throw the ball to you. Play discipline, I think we'll be okay. But if we don't stop the run, as we always say, if you do not stop the run, then the offense has options to do whatever they want. So the first thing we need to do is get that run defense tightened up.
Dak Prescott had his worst game of the year.
Was that of his career? Before you get to the last 2 touchdowns.
I won't say his career. I was getting ready to say it, and I started to say, no, make sure I'm fair when I say that. I don't know how much he was off because he hadn't played. I don't know how much he was off because maybe there were some issues with the calf. He said no, but you played this game. A lot of guys aren't going to tell you what's going on wrong with him. We know Amari Cooper's not 100%, but he's like, I'm as good as I need to be. I'm going to go where I need to go. So I'm not going to use that as an excuse. But last week we know that's not the player we're used to seeing. So what does he do this week? You're just trying to get back and see how he can get back to being Dak.
No. This is why Dak doesn't get that excuse for me. Okay, and I'm glad he accepted and said, hey, man, I didn't play well enough. Okay. But we also know that there were outside circumstances outside of the quarterback position, which is him getting rushed all day. There was pressure on Dak all day. The running game was there a little bit, but we had gotten behind and we had to play a different way. We had drops from the receivers, drops from the running backs, Tony Pollard. So I think that played into it. Okay. But we've seen Dak be able to go without real game reps, which was the entire preseason. He did get some practice in, but he had pretty much gone over a year, almost a year without playing in getting game time reps. What did we see against Tampa? Went out there and carved him up. Yes. Looked like he hadn't missed a step. So I don't think that the bye week and the calf will make him look as bad as he did before they started to try to score those 2 in the game touchdowns to get their 2-minute stuff in. So I think it was just a combination of things. He didn't play well. Offensive line did not play well. Defense was getting ran on, so they weren't getting the opportunities that they usually get. We weren't getting the turnovers, and we wasn't stopping them on third down and giving Dak more opportunities. And for some reason, we were going 3 and out, so they couldn't even get in the rhythm. So I think, like I said, I'm going to continue to say, I think it was that game. I think that game for the team as a whole was just an bad game. Not because of the bye week that Dak had, but just because he was just off.
Okay. You and I are right there together in that. I think it's just an off week. You're not going to play 16 or 17 great games. It's just not how the National Football League works. Aaron Rodgers, we saw game one for him. Just doesn't work that way.
Stafford.
Josh
Allen.
You know,
Carr, it happens. It happens. And
Yes,
I'm glad it all happened in the same week.
Derek Carr's had it this year, so it'll be there. I'm just not going to sweat it out on Dak Prescott from there. Jerry Jones yesterday spoke about the injury to Tyron Smith, and right now he doesn't know. So I would just simply say this: not knowing means. And they brought this out. And Jerry said, look for Steele back to left tackle. So your thought process of moving La'el Collins over to left is probably not going to happen. So Terrence Steele back at left tackle, Collins at right if Tyron Smith cannot go. Sorry, man. It's just going to be what it is. This is what Joe Philbin wants.
If anybody out here has PTSD from watching that Atlanta game that we continue to bring up, when my man Claiborne had a field day with Chaz Green and then a field day with who else was it?
Byron Bell.
Byron Bell had a straight field day with these guys. We're playing Atlanta, and I'm starting to see it again. Tyron Smith out of the game. What are we gonna do at left? And we had a preview of what it could possibly look like at left when we played Denver last week. So I'm just not of the mindset of that is our best mix and match for the offensive line with these injuries.
And I think that you'll see 78 and 87 lined up next to each other out there on the football field, which is 87 is Jeremy Sprinkle. So you're going to see a tight end out there, and you're going to see some help. That's just what I'm expecting right now.
Yes, I mean, yeah. If you're going to put Steele at left, yes, help him. But I think, I'm still going back to fairness. The man earned a spot. He should be over there playing left. And if you're going to help somebody, put La'el out there and give him help. If you're going to dedicate help to the left tackle, at least have your right tackle playing to the best have your best right tackle out there. And Terrence Steele, based off what we saw last week from LC, was playing better than Collins. So put La'el at left and give some help, man.
And once again, I hear what you're saying. This comes down to their coaching philosophy. This is their coaching philosophy and what they want to do. They got 6 wins right now. I can't really argue with it. If it goes bad against the Falcons, then you're definitely going to have to go revisit it, because I go back to last year when several people in the media, and we talked about it on this very show, said, hey, look, between Steele and Brandon Knight, you might be better putting Zach Martin at tackle. No, that's fantasy football. You don't need to do it. They ended up putting him at right tackle, ended up winning a football game, ran the ball well that day. So you could very well be right, but it's going to take, based on what we see with these coaches, it's going to take a few games where it doesn't go the right way before they look to make a change.
Let me tell you something. The only time that I believe that we've had really, really dominant teams is when our offensive line has been intact. And we've had the best mix and match of guys being at the right position. And we started the season off that way. We started the season off with the perfect mix and match, in my opinion. We protected. No, well, listen.
Zach was out that game.
For what we have at our tackle position, I'm sorry. And then we had Zeke picking up the blocks, helping the O-line, because we knew Todd Bowles was going to come with the blitzes. But we did not have those same deficiencies at the left and right tackle. When we have had issues is when we had these deficiencies at left and right tackles, injuries, our starters not being in there. We look like a totally different team. And last week, we looked like a totally different team. And it's not going to be good for us if we go out there and do the same thing again.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, your LSU compadre is trying to find a new football team. We'll talk about the 3 choices and power rankings. A couple of them are out there. Where have the Dallas Cowboys slipped to from being number 2 and number 3 in some power rankings last week to now? Danny McCray, Newy Scruggs, our guy Barry Church is out at a Cowboys golf event doing his thing. He got hired out, so he went and showed his appearance and trying to beat Tiger Woods out there. This is the Players Lounge, brought to you by Hotels.com on DallasCowboys.com radio.
Organic pumpkin smoothies are back at Smoothie King with at least 13 grams of protein each and 5 options to choose from. It's easy to find a favorite to help you reach your goals, like the new Keto Champ Pumpkin, packed with a whopping 23 grams of protein and 9 net carbs. It's a quick and nutritious meal on the go. So order online or through the app for pickup or delivery. And power up with pumpkin and protein, official smoothie of the Dallas Cowboys. Smoothie King. Rule the day.
Hey, Cowboys fans, ready to spice up your next watch party? Bring Yo Quiero guacamole and be the game day hero. Yo Quiero means I want, and we know you want great, fresh-tasting, ready-to-serve guacamole for your home gating and tailgating events. Made with real avocados and the perfect blend of spices, it will be the star of any party. You can find us at your local Albertsons or Tom Thumb in the deli section. If you can't find it, talk to your store manager and tell them, Yo Quiero guacamole.
The Cowboys way, where 16 Hall of Famers and 5 championships shows us what success looks like. Where turkey is always the second best part of Thanksgiving Day. Where we are all defined by one single thing, the star. Where we as fans know it's our job to keep the tradition going. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys and to support the quest of living life the Cowboys way. Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Hi, I'm Clint Tillison with...
And I'm Jay Novacek, and we're both with...
United Ag and Turf, the official tractor provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
So, if you need a tractor to bale some hay, a mower to cut some grass, or a gator to get some chores done...
Get a John Deere at United Ag and Turf.
And then, let's get to work.
Hey, Jay, that's my line.
Well, not today.
Get to work with a John Deere tractor package that's just right for you and your budget. Visit UnitedAgAndTurf.com.
Back to the Players Lounge.
Celebrate 60 years of America's sweethearts as we take you back through the glitz and glamour of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. The official 2021 Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders edition of the Star magazine is complete. It's got the complete history of the often imitated, never quite equal Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. Visit DallasCowboys.com/star to get yours today. Danny McCray, Newey Scruggs, right here on the Players Lounge. Barry Church, our third running buddy, is out today playing golf. Cowboys are having him hang out with sponsors and be a celebrity. And so Barry said, "Yeah, I'm out, guys."
Must be nice. We got Newey out of studio yesterday. You know, Barry out of studio today, not even on camera, so not even in attendance.
Gotcha.
You know, and then I'm here all week. Catch me here all week.
There you go. Power rankings are out. Just going to go with 2. We usually go about 3 or 4. I'm just going to put 2 out here today. One from one of my favorite guys, Rick Gosselin. Rick Gosselin has Arizona 1, Tennessee 2, Tampa Bay 3, Baltimore 4, the Rams 5, Green Bay 6, Dallas falls from number 3 all the way down to number 7. ESPN's power rankings. Arizona 1, Tennessee 2, Green Bay 3, the Rams 4, Tampa Bay 5, Baltimore 6, the Cowboys are now 7. The loss to Denver's got a whole lot of folks saying, we don't like what we're seeing from the defense.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with it specifically because a lot of those other teams actually played a lot better than we did this past week. Arizona deserves to be there. They lost 1 game. They rebounded off the losses they had. So
no Kyler Murray last week.
Yeah, so good for them. Green Bay played without, of all the teams that had a bad week last week and lost, the good teams, Green Bay played without Aaron Rodgers.
Tennessee moves up to number 2 in both.
Let me tell you something. Tennessee is rolling. Can't really say anything about them at this point because when they lost Derrick Henry, I was on the show saying that the Colts should go get a player because now they have a real shot at winning the division. And then I watched Tennessee play, and I was like, you know what? They probably should just fold it up and wait till next year.
Beat up that Rams offensive line, and to me, and I see how the Rams are still ranked as a top 5 team. I'm sorry, in the playoffs, bad offensive lines get exposed.
Which is why they should be ahead of us. Because what our offensive line showed last week I don't think it was worse than what the Rams offense showed. They put up some points at least. I mean, they got a pick 6 and all that stuff, but I still think they look better than we did against Denver. You disagree?
I'm looking at the overall offensive line. I just don't think long term what they have is going to be, especially if you've got a defensive line like Tennessee. I think you can go ahead and beat this Rams football team because what they did to them, and obviously everybody doesn't have a Jeffrey Simmons, but if you can get yourself some push up the middle, you'll be good. And I say this, if I'm Dan Quinn and I can get back Brent Urban. I can get back Tristan Hill. I can get back Neville Gallimore to go along with the guys I've already got. I feel real good going up against the Rams.
I mean, but you said it, though. The same thing you said with Denver. Everybody doesn't have the tools that Fangio had.
Yes.
All right? So,
correct.
Just because those guys come back, they're not going to be the same. Like, it's not going to be Vita Vea. It's not going to be Hargraves. We're not sure if it's going to be that, but those are the players where you say, all right, if you want to really cause some noise in the middle of somebody's offensive line, those are the guys that you're naming. But we just really did look bad last week. I think we deserved to drop. We looked bad literally on 2.5 phases.
Okay.
The punt block would make us look bad on special teams, but we looked really, really bad. So yeah, and that's fine. And the rankings are the rankings. We have another chance to climb them as the season goes on as well.
That's just my concern about the Rams. And obviously, when you don't have draft picks and you spend the kind of money you do, you fall short someplace. You're going to have a weakness with your football team. And Tennessee just went after it. And I was just surprised that it just kept happening the whole game. I mean, just the whole game. I mean, Matt Stafford just did not look like Matt Stafford. And that's, when you're getting chased, it's hard. It's hard. So when I looked at that, I just said, boy. By the time you get to January, because it's not like they're going to be able to go out here and go sign anybody.
Right.
I mean, what they've got is what they've got. This is, if you want to say, hey, here's a deficiency on this Rams team, it's the offensive line. And we saw it in the Super Bowl. Okay, if you've got some holes in the offensive line, it's going to be hard to win. I go back to when the Giants upset that Patriots team. They had a great front four that could get home, and they caused problems for Tom Brady up the middle. So
okay. So let's say Tyron Smith doesn't come back this season. Whose offensive line is better?
Cowboys.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Because
I'm not sure.
The Cowboys still have Zach Martin.
They do.
You have Collins.
Okay. I mean, just based off the fact that he's played 2 games. Right. He played 2 games this season, and one of the games that he played, he did not look very well. To the fact that we're over here looking at, me in my mind, I'm like, we should probably put Steele, who is our best right tackle at this point, over to the right and Leo to the left and give some help.
Your 5 are better than their 5. Even if you want to minus Tyron Smith, your 5 are still better than the Rams' 5. In my opinion. That's my opinion.
Which is fine. Which is fine. But and the thing is, they're both 6-2 football teams. So.
I said I'm just looking playoffs where I have a concern.
No, I got you.
Now, before we get out of here, your LSU compadre, Odell Beckham Jr. Nobody wanted to pick up the salary of $15 or $16 million, whatever it was. 100% understand that. So he's now down to 3 football teams. 2 of them are teams I spoke about. So it is the Kansas City Chiefs, the Green Bay Packers, and the New Orleans Saints. The Saints tried to make a trade for him before the deadline. It did not work out. So where do you see the best fit for him amongst these 3 teams?
Green Bay. If he said the thing that he really cares about is being on a team that is a contender, and New Orleans, bless them, but right now they have a quarterback problem. They lost Jameis Winston. He's out for the season. So if you are going to sign a 1-year deal, a play-it deal, so you can show that their team should still pick you up and pay you that big money, I don't think New Orleans is that place. Green Bay, you're going to play with Aaron Rodgers. For whatever he is right now, he's going to be back on the field. And him and Devontae Adams, I think that is a scary mix. Put that in with Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones, I think you're automatically making them a better team. Kansas City, we talked about this offensive line. Like Patrick Mahomes is trying to do way too much. Their offensive line is not playing well. They don't have a running game. So a lot of question marks with Kansas City. I think your surefire spot, if you really want to make some noise, is Green Bay.
I'm with you 100%. They don't have a number 2 receiver that's better than Odell Beckham Jr. in talent. You've got Devontae Adams, and it kind of goes like what I said before. Go to a winning team. Go someplace where you can get some single coverage. You got Devontae Adams over here. You got to put the safety over the top to worry about him. Odell Beckham Jr., one-on-one coverage with Aaron Rodgers right there. Boom, I'll take that. Kansas City is also a good spot for him. You got Tyreek Hill. Got to have a safety over there. And you got Kelsey. So, yes, you can operate with single coverage. He needs to get some good tape. And when you're on a winning football team and you can help out, you got a shot. Look at what happened with Antonio Brown last year, going to Tampa Bay, getting with Tom Brady, a good quarterback. Guy ends up with, catching a touchdown pass, a part of a Super Bowl winning team. So if I'm Odell Beckham Jr., I go to Green Bay and then Kansas City second. report I heard was that Green Bay said, oh, yeah, you can come on in here for the minimum. I don't think money should be an issue for Odell Beckham Jr. at this point in time because Cleveland's going to have to pay you the whole money. They got to pay you your money. So take the deal. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers have been in the NFC Championship game the last 2 years. He needs some good tape, and he needs to repair his reputation. I think Aaron Rodgers can help him do that.
Yeah, as long as he's available. But conversation for another day.
Exactly. Conversation for another day. That is our time. Mixed Shots is coming your way at the bottom of the hour. Remember, tonight on CBS, 7 o'clock, check out Danny McCray on Survivor 41. Get your Team Danny merchandise gear. Tell everybody social media handles where they can go ahead and get that hookup.
Instagram, Danny McCray 40. Twitter, @DannyDMac44. And you can check the website out, shopteamdannymerch.com.
Newey Scruggs, we will talk to you tomorrow on the Players Lounge, which is brought to you by Hotels.com on DallasCowboys.com radio.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this, Cowboys? Yeah!
is a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about them Cowboys? Let's go, Cowboys!
This is Mixed Shots, streaming live on DallasCowboys.com and the official Dallas Cowboys app. Now, here are Bill Jones, Everson Walls, and Mickey Spagnola.
And it's back to work Wednesday here at the Star. Another edition of Mixed Shots without our captain
Sounds
today.
weird you starting off like that.
Yes,
man.
I know.
I know you're here. I know he's not, and it still sounded very strange.
No Bill Jones today to let us know that we are right here at the Star in the SWBC podcast studio. Mickey Spagnola and Everson Walls today with you for the next 45 minutes.
Two less than smooth voice guys. Way less than smooth voice guys.
Well, we're just going to have to adapt.
Adapt? Yeah, they're going to have to adapt. We're going to be us.
Listening to us?
Yeah, we're going to be us. That's
we
the way
be
it is.
us, right?
We boo.
As the Cowboys, we're not back to work. We've been back to work this week after that loss on Sunday to the Denver Broncos, 30-16. But the Cowboys, after their Tuesday off, are back on the practice field. They should be finishing up right about now. Moved practice indoors. It was a little bit windy here. Also, probably wanted a little bit of privacy, and there's an impending rainstorm on the way, so I don't think they wanted to take any chances.
The storm
right?
is here.
Yeah,
the storm is here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
oh, okay. You've been outside.
Yeah, no, I mean in this.
Oh, in the building
with the team. Yes,
Yeah,
the storm was Sunday.
So back to practice, and we'll see. Just I guess we won't hear from Mike until tomorrow to see how practice went. And as you know, we only get to see the individuals, the warm-ups. So
hey, Chris,
there's really we got the other two lines.
Thanks,
right
Chris.
there. Really can't see how the practice went. The Wednesday practice usually a little bit lighter. Mike kind of intimated in his press conference that they'd go easy on some of the veterans that are dealing with injuries. Tyron Smith was just going to rehab today. Okay. And then guys like Zeke, who was on the cords, but he's dressed. He's going to do something. Zach Martin, Randy Gregory, guys like Amari Cooper, they were going to probably be limited just because of veterans kind of take it easy. So
I can't wait to see this injury report.
Yeah, well, it'll be extensive,
yes.
And we're going to add two more guys to it. Cedric Wilson has a little bit of a shoulder deal going, so it looks like he was not going to practice. And Corey Clement, the third-string running back, has an illness. And I know as soon as everybody hears illness, it's like COVID, right? But
does anyone get a cold anymore?
It doesn't sound like, it doesn't sound like it is COVID. And, the team has to announce if it's a COVID illness.
Yeah, of course.
And so
go straight into protocol.
So, but you can have a cold. You can have allergies or whatever, and they just list it as illness. So that kind of gives you an idea of the injury report heading into today's practice. And curious, Everson, so what was your kind of take when you were playing after you played a game that you lost, that you didn't think you should have lost?
In the fashion that you lost?
Yes.
Yes.
What's it like then the next week in practice?
Just a little humility. That's basically what it is. You start to realize, okay, let's go right back to the way we practiced the first week. That's the attitude that we need to have. We've got all these wins under our belt now, and obviously, and I'm talking as a coach, obviously we are influenced by those wins. We are overly influenced by those wins. So now you're sitting here, we're humbled now. And so where do we go from here? And that's where the coach has to make sure that you go right back to the basics. And that's it.
Is it a lot of yelling and screaming,
No.
rah, rah, or just kind of you get back to normal and not overreact?
Could you imagine Tom Landry yelling and
Yeah.
screaming? He needs a bullhorn. Tom would be like, hey, get over here. Anyway, no, it would be basically everyone would be rededicated.
Okay.
To just, committing to your craft. We're not going to overreact to what just happened, especially when you see what happened with the other three teams.
Yeah.
And even more than that when you go throughout the entire week. But you're looking at just going back to the basics, understanding that I wouldn't call it a fluke. It is a sign. It's an omen. And that omen is this is what you still need to work on. We weren't able to camouflage all of our weaknesses in this particular game. Weaknesses that are well documented. Big plays against the secondary. Big chunks in the running game. Inconsistencies sometimes on offense, especially third down.
Yes.
And of course, fourth down, which we've got to be one of the worst teams in the NFL in going for it on fourth down.
And they have not picked a bunch of them up, and we will get to third down on offense and defense because this game was kind of a season lows on both sides of the ball. And I sort of buried the lead because when I spoke about COVID, Cowboys kicker Greg Zuerlein.
Oh, man, I wanted to ask you.
Tested positive,
this guy's
and
killing
he's on reserve COVID right now. And the Cowboys are in the midst of
Greg the Leg.
Greg the Leg.
Go ahead.
They're in the midst of having a kicking contest today. Tryouts going on right now. As a matter of fact,
do you know who they brought in?
Before I came down, the guys were warming up. Former Cowboys kicker Brett Maher, that kicked here in 2019, right. And then a guy that came through this summer and second week of the regular season, Lirim Hajrullahu.
Yeah, I remember you screwing that name up then.
And I got it right this Hajrullahu.
Hajrullahu.
And those guys are going to have a kickoff today, and I think the hope is one of them wins it, right?
I hope somebody wins.
Because not only do they have to do the place kicks, but they got to kick off too. Now, okay. I think Brian Anger can kick off.
I was going to say, he was a punter, man.
When Fossil talked about the emergency guys on special teams, he mentioned he would have been like the in-game emergency kicker and kickoff guy.
And that's the norm on a lot of teams.
The punter.
The punter usually is the backup kickoff guy.
Right.
If your kicker is having a muscle problem or back problem like Greg was having in the first game. So, yeah.
Or just dribble the thing down the field, right?
Why not?
Just
Why
kick
not?
a line drive. So, anyway, the Cowboys are going through that.
And we don't want to get fined. Green Bay got fined.
Yes.
A couple of $100,000 if I'm not mistaken.
We will get to that,
Let's get
too.
to that then. Good.
So, Maher kicked for the Cowboys the 2019 season. He went 20 of 30 that season, and they finally said, you know what, we just can't do this any longer. So
man, that's like, what, 60%?
Oh, no, probably.
Yeah, about 65%.
Yeah, you're probably right. Mm-hmm. So they ended up moving on from him for the rest of the year. And I was trying to remember that they did bring in Kai Forbath, who finished the season going 10
I remember
10
him.
for 10.
I like Kai.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, where's Kai? He's already got a team?
Oh, I think he's probably I think he's kicking for somebody now.
Okay.
Remember, they brought him back in basically in 2020, and then Zuerlein, they decided to go with Zuerlein
Smart
instead
move,
of
though. I do like
Forbath.
Zuerlein.
So anyway, since that for Brett Maher, he's been kind of kicking around the league, so to speak. He's been with the Jets,
kicking around, yeah.
Washington, Houston,
kicking it.
Arizona, and the Saints since then. And, and like a cup of tea at all those different places.
How
right?
old is this guy?
Yeah. So, but a bit, that was all in basically the end of that year, and then 2020, and then training camp this year.
Yeah.
So he was without a job, and so they're bringing him in. At least they know him, right? And then Hairulahu, the guy that we talked about when they signed him. It was August 18th, towards the end of training camp. Brought him in when Zerline was having problems. Was it back? It was back problems, I think. And
yes, that's what it was.
And then
that's what it was at the beginning
and
of this
they
year.
had him come in with Nicewander. They kind of had a little kickoff, I think. So he was here a week, and then when Nicewander went to IR, they ended up bringing him back on the practice squad for a week, and then released him. So
what do kickers do when they're not on a team? They know they're going to get called.
They got to kick.
You got to kick.
Yeah, you got to keep.
You got to stay in shape.
Stay in shape.
Right?
Keep kicking. Normally, yeah, because you never know when the phone's going to ring at the last minute, and you got to go try out.
I've never seen a kicker do anything but kick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. I don't see them lifting weights. I don't see them, jogging, doing any type of cardio. I just always see kickers kick.
So when I came down here, so the team was practicing indoors. Because there was rain on the way. It was pretty windy, right? We mentioned that. So they were indoors. So the kickers were warming up outdoors. And I said, gonna get the spy on the kicking contest, right? Well, they moved them indoors. So they're trying out right now.
Yeah, you don't need. We're indoors. We're going to be indoors.
Yeah,
so.
Right.
Yeah, why be outdoors?
And give those guys a fair chance.
Of course.
I think it was pretty windy out there.
It is. No, you don't want to put them under that kind of stress. Not now.
Yeah.
I mean, let them get their legs up under them.
So we'll see how that turns out. I think, as Mike McCarthy said, the hope is one of the two performs well enough to say, okay, you're our kicker. And just to remind everybody about Hairulahu, he's of Kosovo Albanian descent, and when his family migrated to I should say North America, because they ended up in Canada.
Okay,
and that's where he ended up going to school, and then he ended up kicking 6 years in the CFL for Winnipeg, Toronto, and Hamilton.
So he's an outdoor kicker.
Yeah, obviously, because
all
those things were outdoors.
Yes.
So do you know the nicknames of all those teams?
No.
Winnipeg, the Blue Bombers.
Okay.
Toronto, the Argonauts, and
of course.
Hamilton, Tiger Cats.
Yes, that I knew.
All right. So
I almost went to Canada, man. Out of
no
college.
way,
man. Willie Wood. He coached Toronto.
The old Packer.
He told old Packer defensive back. So he comes to this new Grambling defensive back. He lets me know, man, they're not going to sign you. They're not going to draft you. And he knew what he was talking about.
Before the draft.
Before the draft, he said, man, they are not going to draft you. You need to sign with Canada right now. Come to the CFL, and I'll make sure you're taken care of. I could have been a superstar in Canada.
Well, you ended up being a superstar here.
But how would my life be?
Well, that would have been a little different.
That would have been
right?
crazy, man. I would have been speaking French.
Well, depending where you landed, right?
Hey, I was speaking French, brother. If I'm going to be in Canada, I'm speaking French.
But that's only the eastern part of Canada, the western part.
You just never know.
Well, you might have to learn their second language,
That's
right?
That's crazy, man. I could have been in Canada.
Living in Canada, you and Mark
I never would have met. Yeah, we'd be dealing together.
Right? Yeah. So after they had some problem. He was going to try out for one of the NFL teams, and it had something to do with he had been with them too far into the season. The CFL season. Yeah, the NFL wasn't allowed to mess with him, so his last team, Hamilton, allowed him to. They released him so he can go try out for the Rams, and he was in basically a kicking duel in training camp with Sam Sloman, who they ended up choosing him.
Okay.
And I think he's still their kicker.
I was going to say I don't know much about that kicker.
And then he had a brief stay in Carolina as a futures, and then the Cowboys brought him in for those 2 weeks, and here he is again. He could be kicking on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons.
That CFL thing is kind of weird because they only allow so many Americans.
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
I don't even know what the percentage is.
It used to be. I don't know if they've changed it or
No,
not.
they have not changed it.
That's the way it always was.
It's like winning the lottery if you get a chance to go to Canada.
Yeah.
And only because it's like you got to know somebody. You can't just call somebody, the scouts in CFL and get a tryout. You got to know somebody. And it's always very tricky to try and get a player up in the CFL. It's like a gold, when you're searching for gold.
Yeah, right.
It's ridiculous trying to get somebody up there.
Well, you would have had, no, he didn't get here till later. Bob Ackles would have been an in, remember, the Cowboys' former pro personnel director. So that he was here with Jimmy like the early 90s.
I bet so many
and he
people
was
were calling him.
He was a CFL guy.
So many people probably calling him, hey, I got a guy.
Yeah, right. And so and he was huge in the league. He had and then he retired in Seattle. I'm not Seattle, Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
And he would always tell me about Vancouver, and he retired there and was living
Vancouver
in a high.
Is amazing.
It is unbelievably beautiful.
Like Seattle times.
It's even better.
Yes.
And because they got the bay right in the middle.
I'm going
of
there
downtown.
one of these days, bro. They got jazz, all the great food.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
And Bob and his wife, they were living in a high-rise downtown, and he had a boat that they docked in the Bay Area there, and then unfortunately he passed away.
Oh, wow!
Several years ago.
Yeah.
He just loved it up there.
I bet.
So anyway,
by the way, the player rules. 20 American players only, of 46.
Out of 46.
46.
Just less than half.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's more than I thought.
Yeah. I think it used to be less than that.
That's right, 30%.
So anyway, we'll see what happens with the kicking deal. And somebody asked me, so what's your confidence in either of those two guys? And I said, score touchdowns.
Yeah.
We'll worry about the extra point, but and that makes it a little more difficult now. It's not the old extra point, right? It's a 33-yarder.
Still a field goal,
right? That's
not an extra point. That's a field goal.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
If you miss one, well, I'm just going for two, right? We're going to play football. Everybody says, "Oh, don't let these kickers decide games," right?
You know what this game reminds me of? This is a game that the Baltimore Ravens would love because they're always against the odds. There's always something going on with their play. Well, we got to go for two on every score now.
Right.
That's the kind of stuff that Baltimore would really thrive in. That's what I always liked about that team. They have no excuses. And this is the way this team was reminding me of up until last week. You had no excuses no matter what. I don't recall Baltimore ever being blown out the way we were this year. And I think that kind of gives them, to me, in regards to these type of games, they just have this ability to come together after they lost against Kansas City. I believe that was opening Monday night, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Lamar Jackson just messed up badly. I knew that next game they were going to win.
And they came back and got themselves together.
And
the weird thing you mentioned about going for two, and when we take the break, we'll come back and talk about third and short and fourth and short.
Quick.
But after they scored their two touchdowns, right? And I know it was garbage time at the end of the game. They converted both 2-point conversions. Couldn't pick up a 4th and 1. Couldn't pick up a 4th and 2. But
it was backup DBs. They didn't know what the hell they were doing.
They had
linebackers. Yeah,
I don't think Fangio called off the dogs.
You don't think so?
No,
that's a good point.
I
think he
so.
wanted the shutout.
Yes. Right? He wanted to prove a point
because everyone was assuming that was the backup secondary in there during the last.
Yeah, how come he didn't take his starters out?
There you go.
They could have got hurt, right?
I'd have to take a look at that. Did he or did he not?
Yeah.
Spags.
We would have to see.
Let's take a look at that.
We would have to. You know what? I think I have the snap
rundown.
Snap counts there, so we can take a look at that when we return here for Mix Shots.
Hi, I'm Clint Tillison with...
And I'm Jay Novacek, and we're both with...
United Ag and Turf, the official tractor provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
So, if you need a tractor to bale some hay, a mower to cut some grass, or a gator to get some chores done...
Get a John Deere at United Ag and Turf.
And then, let's get to work.
Hey, Jay, that's my line.
Well, not today.
Get to work with a John Deere tractor package that's just right for you and your budget. Visit UnitedAgAndTurf.com.
Hey, Cowboys fans, ready to spice up your next watch party? Bring Yo Quiero guacamole and be the game day hero. Yo Quiero means I want, and we know you want great, fresh-tasting, ready-to-serve guacamole for your home gating and tailgating events. Made with real avocados and the perfect blend of spices, it will be the star of any party. You can find us at your local Albertsons or Tom Thumb in the deli section. If you can't find it, talk to your store manager and tell them, Yo Quiero guacamole.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So, to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit att.com for details.
The Cowboys way, where 16 Hall of Famers and 5 championships shows us what success looks like. Where turkey is always the second best part of Thanksgiving Day. Where we are all defined by one single thing, the star. Where we as fans know it's our job to keep the tradition going. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys and to support the quest of living life the Cowboys way.
Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Back to mixed shots.
Rowdy's holiday deliveries are now available. Did you know that, Spags?
No.
You did not. Spread joy this holiday season with surprises and exclusive gifts from your favorite mascot. Book your holiday delivery today at dallascowboys.com/rowdy. Rowdy getting some love, man.
Very good.
Oh,
I don't think our mics got turned back
education,
on
baby.
in our ears anyway.
it's okay.
But we
Well,
are back here in the SWBC mortgage podcast studio.
We dropped the mortgage.
Oh, we dropped the mortgage.
I wish I could drop my mortgage.
Well, and boy, is that a pay increase too? By the way, as we try to move along without Bill Jones here, who
William, you are missed, sir.
This is his moonlighting job. The real one said, "We're having meetings today, and you need to be there."
He's rubbing elbows. That's all.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's networking.
Probably put on his new suit.
Now, he got a new suit. You saw how shaved he was shaved yesterday.
Yeah,
had a haircut.
absolutely.
He cleaned his nose hairs. I was proud of him.
Okay, so we're going to get into a few more things, but when we left off there momentarily, we talked about guys, the Cowboys sort of getting criticism for playing Dak the whole way, and I said,
and Zeke coming back in the game.
And I said, well, it doesn't look like Fangio backed off, and Everson says, well, did he or didn't he? Well, I got the snap counts here, and Justin Simmons, their free safety, 100% of the snaps. So it wasn't like the Cowboys were scoring in garbage time against the third team, right? These weren't the freshmen that they put in at the end of the game when it was 30-0, by the way. Brandon Browning, starting linebacker, 100%. Kareem Jackson, strong safety, 98%. Kyle Fuller, cornerback, 97% of the plays. Ronald Darby, quarterback, 94% of the plays. Jonathan Cooper, who gave the Cowboys fits rushing the quarterback, 90% of the plays. Weatherly, defensive end, 89% of the plays. So, yeah, he didn't say, okay, this one's over. You guys take a seat.
This is so personal to him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And you know what? And one of the things and I think Bill brought it up, Fangio and McCarthy have gone up against each other, so they got probably a little rivalry
He acted like he urinated in his cereal or something, dude. What is going on?
He was pretty intense on the sideline, right?
I like McCarthy's response. He's like, yeah, the winners get to beat the drum.
Yeah.
I get that. And I love the way, we know how to be humble.
Right.
I mean, you go ahead and you do your thing. We'll see how your season turns out.
And I finally got to listen to Kellen Moore's interview on Monday. And they were asking about, did they find some sort of secret how to stop the Cowboys' offense?
The blueprint.
And he basically very nicely pointed out, he goes, we missed some big opportunities.
That's it. That is it. We beat ourselves.
Right.
We beat, and you have to give credit to Denver's defense that they maneuver you into beating yourself. That's great. And it worked perfectly for them because we were off. It's not that you were on. Yeah. We were off. We just didn't play well at all. 5 drops.
Which is,
2 or 3, 4 bad throws.
Bad throws. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Bad offensive line. They weren't ready at all. I think we're going to have to go back to that same old scheme to where we're going to have to give them a little more help because Tyron's coming or not coming back. What do you think?
He basically was rehabbing on the cords during practice. So he looked like when he was doing his little step. He was doing that good. Fine. Yeah. So I think they're hopeful, but he wasn't going to practice today. And judging from how they were doing their individual drills, the offensive linemen, and I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, they do one of these deals where they do half the line to the left and then the center and the other half to the right. Yes. And when they were doing it to the left, it was still Steele, Connor Williams, and Tyler Biadasz. Okay. So, and Mike mentioned it today. He said he said something to the effect. He goes, I think we'll start off basically how we started the game and finished the game on Sunday. Okay. Meaning the offensive line. Yes. So nothing changes. We're not going to already go, okay, we're switching, right? So then somebody asked about Connor McGovern and he says, yeah, he's played well, he's earned the opportunity to play, and right away everybody's like, oh, he's taking over for Connor Williams. Well, in the portion of practice we got to watch, he was still working right there with the second 3 to the right, right, and the second 3 to the left. Yes, yeah, but
he did work with both sides.
Oh yeah, he did, but not first team, right, or not the first 3 that went out there. So, and by the way, since we brought up COVID with the Cowboys and Zerline, did you see what happened with the Packers?
I did.
They got fined.
Big time.
$300,000.
$300. I thought it was $200.
$300,000 they got fined.
Thank you, Aaron.
And it was basically they were fined for not penalizing the players for violating the protocols.
You mean players? Yes.
No. Alan Lazard also.
I saw that. He got fined.
Unvaccinated. Yes. So he and Aaron Rodgers got fined $14,650 as unvaccinated players going to a team Halloween party that they're not supposed to be able to attend.
The infamous John Wick costume.
Yes. Yeah. And
so
I guess
we all reveled in that.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't think that he probably should have had a mask on. And they also
it doesn't look the same. John Wick doesn't wear a mask.
And also part of the fine is they also found instances with Rodgers and Lazard not wearing their mask inside the practice facility.
Who do you think influenced who, Spags? I mean,
right. Lazard just like, wow.
Yeah, I'm going to, Hey, Rodgers, I'm not wearing my mask. What about you? That's not how it works.
That's like what you said about the guys hanging around with somebody when you're trying to make the team, right? Those guys, the young wide receivers would hang around with Mike, and it's like, no, Mike's different.
Mike's going to be here.
Right.
Yeah. You're not
whatever
not
he did until 2 in the morning, he'll be there at practice. But will you, right? Nope. So anyway, and they basically threw down the gauntlet, and I know what it was. Lazard didn't test positive. He was a close contact to Devontae Adams, but because he was unvaccinated, then he's got to follow those protocols. And they said if anything else comes up in the future, the fines will increase. Wow. And on the team, if they don't follow the protocols, that the possibility of taking away draft picks in the future.
Wow. Why were they so flippant with this? I don't understand what's going on. I mean, I know I'm teasing about the Rodgers thing. I think he deserves everything he gets, but I mean, he's not influencing the entire organization. I mean, they got grown men up there. What the heck's going on?
Well, they just didn't tell him, here's what you need to do.
That's crazy, man.
They backed off. Maybe they thought because they're up there in northern Wisconsin that no one sees them, right?
Yeah, like nobody dies in Wisconsin.
They forgot about the internet.
But it just kills me, though. And, as a former player, you could just kind of see the greatness, of course, in Aaron Rodgers, and I always have to precede that with his BS that he's exhibiting right now. I mean, you know that you have favor in this league. Let's just be real. Guys like Brady, and Dak's becoming one of those guys as well. There's the kind of respect that comes with your name and with your reputation. You can't just, be lackadaisical with that. Be responsible, man. Critical thinker. Everybody's a damn critical thinker in the NFL. Everything's critical in the NFL. I mean, give me a break. He's not different in that regard. It's a bunch of critical thinkers in the NFL. But a lot of them will say, okay, as I critically think, then I don't want to get anyone critically sick.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So let's just be real you're not special. Okay, you're special as a football player. You're not special as a person. No more special than anybody else.
So this should scare everybody in the league. I don't know if you saw what's happened in Minnesota. One of their players, Dakota Dozier, offensive lineman, I think, vaccinated. He contacted COVID to the point he had to be hospitalized because he's having trouble breathing.
Right.
And Mike Zimmer, he's in stable condition, by the way, Zim announced. But because of that, Zim announced that 29 guys, including himself, have to be tested for close contact. 29, right? And they already had 5 other players on the COVID reserve list.
Yeah.
So they haven't maybe the biggest breakout we've seen on a team for this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we talked about that yesterday in regards to it's not just about how the players play. It's not just about their responsibility to their teammates. The entire organization is going to have to help you go through to the playoffs and to the Super Bowl.
Right.
It takes the entire, and that's not just one of those slogans that we would mention in the past. We're all, from the secretary to, no, for real this time.
Yeah.
Because it could happen to so many different people, whether it's in management, and then that trickles right down to the locker room.
It's just amazing in the NFL. And take the Cowboys, for instance, you're dealing with injuries, right? Now you lose your kicker. It made me think back to the SNL show with Gilda Radner. There's always something. She would remember that was her big line. Always something. Something about her daddy would tell her. It's always something. Well, it's always something.
Oh man!
I think we'll take our final break here, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about third down problems. Third down for the offense, and you know what? Third down for the defense, too, in that game against the Broncos, as we'll continue here in a moment on Mick Shots.
Honey, big news.
Gary, are you okay?
Oh, I'm not Gary anymore. I'm Jackie Flash.
What?
See, I want the latest smartphone, but the best deals are only for new customers. So to get a new customer deal, I changed my name to Jackie Flash.
Okay, but the best smartphone deals at AT&T are for everyone, new and existing customers.
That's huge. Then guess who's getting a deal?
Is it Jackie Flash?
Jackie Flash.
It's not complicated. At AT&T, our best smartphone deals are for everyone. Restrictions apply. Visit att.com for details.
Hey, Cowboys fans, ready to spice up your next watch party? Bring Yo Quiero guacamole and be the game day hero. Yo Quiero means I want, and we know you want great, fresh-tasting, ready-to-serve guacamole for your home gating and tailgating events. Made with real avocados and the perfect blend of spices, it will be the star of any party. You can find us at your local Albertsons or Tom Thumb in the deli section. If you can't find it, talk to your store manager and tell them, Yo Quiero guacamole.
The Cowboys way, where 16 Hall of Famers and 5 championships shows us what success looks like. Where turkey is always the second best part of Thanksgiving Day. Where we are all defined by one single thing, the star. Where we as fans know it's our job to keep the tradition going. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank of the Dallas Cowboys and to support the quest of living life the Cowboys way.
Copyright 2020, Bank of America Corporation.
Hi, I'm Clint Tillison with...
And I'm Jay Novacek, and we're both with...
United Ag and Turf, the official tractor provider of the Dallas Cowboys.
So, if you need a tractor to bale some hay, a mower to cut some grass, or a gator to get some chores done...
Get a John Deere at United Ag and Turf.
And then, let's get to work.
Hey, Jay, that's my line.
Well, not today.
Get to work with a John Deere tractor package that's just right for you and your budget. Visit UnitedAgAndTurf.com.
Back to Mixed Shots.
Celebrate 60 years of America's sweethearts as we take you back through the glitz and glamour of the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. The official, and that's in all caps, 2021 Dallas Cowboys Cheerleaders edition of Star Magazine is the complete history of the often imitated, never equaled Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. And by the way, Mickey Spagnola said he needs to get paid, y'all. He had put about five stories into this magazine. Visit DallasCowboys.com/star to get yours today. You're going to get paid, Spags.
All right, because I'm sure they're listening.
Yeah,
right?
of course they are.
Absolutely. No, it's a neat look back in the 60-year history. And one of the things I did told the story of when the Cowboys came out with their first cheerleader poster.
Yes.
Back when posters became popular in the late 70s, mid to late 70s. If you remember, and this will be a quick story, the big poster back then, so you probably were end of high school, like 76?
Yes. So I was 16 years old. Mm-hmm.
Did you have a Farrah Fawcett poster?
No, my women
Texas's
were
own.
black. I had Pam Grier.
Okay, all right. Well, Farrah Fawcett in the little red bathing suit.
Yes. The hairstyle.
Became the best-selling poster ever.
Wow.
And when Tex Schramm saw that, he was like, well, why can't we have a poster of our cheerleaders? And just so happened.
Why do you always make him sound like he's angry?
Because he's got that deep voice, right? And he told Joe Bailey, who was his vice president, he goes, hey, Joe, go figure this out,
these
right?
Names, bro. Yes.
So as it turned out, Tex's daughter was a sorority sister of Farrah Fawcett at the University of Texas.
Yes.
I think it might 1 year, right, or whatever. And so she was able to contact to find out who put out this poster, and they found some guy did it in his garage. He had a head shop somewhere in Ohio. So Tex said, will you get to Ohio and see what this guy's all about? So he went to Ohio and found the guy, talked to him how he made the poster, how it got distributed and everything. And Joe comes back and said, you know what? We don't need that guy. We can do this ourselves. And so he got all the information, and they put that poster together with, I think there was, it was like a triangle of cowboy cheerleaders. There was one, I think there was three, there was either 3 or 5, and they had smoke and everything, and it became the second largest poster sales at that time.
I got to get back. Did you say head shop?
Like a head shop? Yeah, remember the old days where they sold, papers, wrapping papers, and smoking pipes?
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what the guy. That was the guy's business.
Maybe we were talking different things here. That's what I would call a head shop business.
Yeah, that's what the guy out of his garage.
That makes it even more interesting.
Right?
The guys had a head shop. That's hilarious.
So anyway, that's going to be part of the. Hopefully, it didn't get left on the cutting floor, right?
I tell you what, boy, you had some experiences with those Cowboys.
So, third down, and defensively, they allowed, and this was the one that Dan Quinn, I think, was most upset about, other than 14 missed tackles.
Oh, my goodness, bro.
And someone said, and he said that was a season high, and what's the norm? And he said, usually single digits. He goes, but it gets to double digits, we got a problem. But third down was a problem, too, because the Broncos converted 8 of 15 third down plays for first downs. 53.3%. So that was the highest third down conversion the defense had given up all season long. The previous high was 45.5% in the opener. And, okay, it's Tom Brady, right? You can deal with it. 41.7% the Chargers converted. But 5 of the previous 7 games, teams had not converted more than 33.3% until that game.
I mean, I like Javonte Williams, and he's a beast, but it couldn't be all him. You know, he did create a lot of missed tackles, but it's not all him. It's us not tackling well.
And
it's not him just running well.
Yeah, and he felt not rallying to ball. Like one guy would get there, but there was no help for some reason. So now for the season, offensives have converted 34 of 98 third downs against the Cowboys, only 34.7%. So
That's
that tells you how
all.
good they – when you're in the 30s,
yes,
that's good.
That's where we were with the Cowboys.
Yeah. But 53.3%, you can't live with. And then offensively, the Cowboys, conversely, only converted 5 of 13. 5 of 13, so it was 38.5%. And it was the third time in 8 games they were less than 50%. And let me tell you, 50% is that's great.
That's very good.
Right?
That's very good.
Good is in the 40, but you get to 50, that's great, right?
Now, did those third downs come during the last 5 minutes, the 2 touchdown drives? So that, in other words, was it slanted because of those?
There was only, and I did
because that's the thing. Did we keep the quarterback in just to make our third downs and stats look good?
Only one was converted in the last 2 drives. So the biggest,
and that's what we're good at. We're always good at getting first downs, but we're not good at getting them on third down.
And as they counted out, they only converted 2 of 7 plays on 3rd and 2 or 4th and 2 and short. Only 2. So that, when you talk about, they shut down this offense. Well, okay, yeah, they did on those plays 5 times.
We helped a lot.
But you helped a lot,
Boy, we
right?
helped a lot.
Probably had a missed block on that
well, the 2 missed field
goals.
The not going for the 2 field goals, to me, I know you and Bill were talking about that. You didn't have a problem with not going for it one of those times. I thought we should, just don't leave money on the table, man.
Well, that's true. And here's the other thing, and I didn't think about it until I saw them celebrate after the 4th down stop.
Yeah.
It's, okay, we created energy for them.
That's right.
It juiced them up.
Right.
It's like, look what we did, right? And then they got indignant about it. Like, they're just going to run right over us.
Well, everybody else been running over you. So why wouldn't we think to run over you? Yeah, now you want to puff up when you get to Texas.
Right.
So, no, that to me, it was just a microcosm of all the other problems that we had. Didn't know we were so good defensively.
Yes.
On third down. I didn't realize that, I guess, because we've been making so many plays. But you talked about the lack of rallying point.
Mm-hmm.
You could just see it in the game. They were nowhere around the plays. And even when they found the ball, not everyone was converging. So you saw a team that was satisfied. You saw a defense that was satisfied with themselves.
Yeah.
And that is not what a coach wants to do.
And the other thing they were doing is trying to punch the ball out. Well, you better hold that guy up before you start punching the ball out, right?
And that's the whole NFL. I just get so sick of that. I love it. We talk about Peanut Tillman and how he punched it out. I think, this guy was amazing, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen his stats?
Yes.
Why is he not in the freaking Hall of Fame already?
Yeah. he should get in there just for his nickname and punching the ball out, right?
But, one thing about his technique, he always had the player secured as he punched. He was either in front of him, between he and the goal line, right? And if he was behind him, he was holding on as he punched.
Right.
So you can't compromise your tackling technique for trying to get the ball out, and then you miss it, and he's still running, and you're looking like, oh, man, I just missed it.
Yeah.
It looks lazy to me.
It's like, how about the legs
It's
first?
lazy.
Get the legs
It's
first.
lazy. I'm sorry. It's lazy.
Yeah, absolutely. So that ended up being, at least from the defensive standpoint, one of the Dan Quinn thing is, okay, we got to fix this.
Here, as you look at how the offense played, and everyone's been just loving Kellen Moore. I was riding in this morning, and they were talking about the TCU job.
No, I figured that losing that game probably quelled that talk, right?
It did kind of.
There goes that job. He's not the genius this week, right?
Well, I think he actually was approached.
They asked him the question. I've got it here somewhere.
This is before the game, of course.
No. This was Monday when he did his deal.
Okay.
And they asked him, this has come up. Your name has come up. Have you, anything to say about it, or have you looked into it? And he basically said no. Just like ended the discussion.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And
especially this is not the time.
Well, yeah.
Not
absolutely.
this week. You don't even want to entertain the question itself.
He said, no, not a bit. I don't worry about any of that stuff. And they said something like, something about his agent. And he says, well, Dave takes care of that stuff.
So do you think, because I've always been still stuck on him going back to Boise. So he's beyond that now.
Well, I think so, just because of what happened
last
year when they kind of came after him.
Okay.
And he was like, no. And it's
but I'm saying, does he think he's above it because he's doing so well? His reputation has risen since last year.
Maybe. I mean, NFL or Boise?
Yes.
What would you rather?
Yeah, right? NFL, yeah.
Yeah. So, which, by the way, I heard today that sources were saying that Deion interviewed.
That was my next question.
Was it?
Yes.
TCU? So what do you know since you're tight with Deion?
No. Yes, that's me and Deion, buddy. No, Deion is kicking butt at Jackson State. They had a good season. His son is balling at quarterback. I believe they took the SWAC. I believe they call it the SWAC East.
I think they were like 6-0 or 6-1.
Yeah, they're kicking butt,
that.
man. I mean, he's done a great job, and I assumed that was going to be just a step to Florida State. Mm-hmm. I don't know what their coaching situation is, but I know their team still sucks, right?
Yeah, they're struggling.
I mean, so I would be very surprised if he chose TCU over Florida State. Now, let's be real. Deion loves North Texas.
Yeah.
I think he might love North Texas better than Florida State. So this might be a pivot for him to make.
And, he's lived in the area.
Yeah, he loves it.
TCU is right
there. He loves it, man.
Anyhow, and I heard guys talking about it today on radio, and it's like, I don't know kids now that are 17, 18 understand what Deion was, but I guarantee you their parents do.
Yes.
And if he walks into the living room, it's going to like...
It's so. Yeah.
Joe, you're
right
you're going to TCU, right?
Yes.
I mean, and you know how such a talker he is. He'll smooth talk somebody right into taking classes there, right?
But when you look at it, I mean, he's proven. I mean, I know it's Jackson State. I love Jackson State. I love the SWAC, HBCUs. But he's proven. I mean, for your first coaching job in college, that is a great accomplishment that he made. And he really brought more notoriety to the SWAC, to HBCUs. So I'm loving it.
And think about this. What did Texas Tech do? They hired a guy that has never been a head coach, Joey McGuire.
Yes.
Had been at Cedar Hill in high school. Mm-hmm. And then he, was helping, where was he at? TCU?
Was he?
No, it wasn't TCU. Was it? He was the assistant. At Baylor.
Yeah.
Assistant head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically they said, well, we're not worried about lack of college head coaching experience because he was a hell of a high school coach, and he's got all these inroads for recruiting, right? So the key thing is, all right, get me a good staff,
right?
But I'm the guy that's going to do the recruiting. And
Deion's staff, I think, was pretty good as well. He had a few
former players,
yes,
teammates,
and they did that at Grambling as well. When Doug Williams took over for Eddie Robinson at Grambling, I believe he had Dirk Winston as the linebacker coach, and if I'm not mistaken, Todd Bowles coached at Grambling State University.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. Look it up.
So I remember when people kept talking about Witten being a head coach in college, getting the Tennessee job. And I was talking to somebody that I think was pretty tight and I said, well, yeah, that's fine, but he's going to need a heck of a staff. And I said, who does he know? Because one of the first questions they ask you is, well, who you getting on your staff?
Right.
And I was told, you'd be surprised how many people Jason Witten knows
yes.
to put together a staff
No doubt about it. They would
to
love
go
it.
there.
They
Yeah.
would love it.
And I think things are changing in basketball, right? Hiring these former NBA players to come in, Memphis.
Yes.
And to be head coaches that have never been a head coach before.
And really, when you look at it, it's how if the players trust you, that's what really matters. We have a unique situation here to where you got an amazing quarterback and a class of guys that came in, including Zeke, to where they set a tone here. So McCarthy's coming in and he's pointing at least those two guys. Okay, you guys, y'all help me keep things together.
Yeah.
And you can see it happening.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, we went overtime.
That's it. Just like Bill was here.
But we did it, right? All right. We'll be back with Mick Shots, Everson Walls, Mickey Spagnol. And
you can have your seat back, Bill.
We certainly hope Bill Jones will be back tomorrow here in our SWBC podcast studio. That is not easy to see.
Mortgage.
And we will see you again tomorrow.
Go Cowboys.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this, Cowboys? Yeah!
diestro, pica, lástima. Formación escopeta atrás, el pase, vaqueado, interceptado por parte de Marcus Lawrence. Pase completo ahora sí. Michael Gallup, esquina derecha. Prescott, caray, decide correr. Prescott llegando. Prescott a la yarda 1. Increíble. Y pide, ahora sí que el escándalo.
Bienvenidos amigos a Somos Cowboys Radio en español, presentado por Ford. Yo soy Amber García, acompañada por Carlos Nava, Víctor Villalba y Luis Fernando Pérez. ¿Cómo están después de esa galleta que nos dieron en la cara el domingo?
Qué bárbaro, más inesperado no podía haber estado, ¿eh?
Pues que les dieron, ¿no?
Yo bien. A ellos.
No, qué ridículo fueron a hacer el domingo pasado. Lo que
Yo
sea de cada
todavía me comí un hot dog, creo, unos poquitos de nachos y hasta me tomé una cerveza en el press box después, o sea, no.
No te pasó. Como Tony Romo aquel año cuando dijo, si esto es lo peor que me pasa, ya me pasó, me voy a mi casa, tranquilo. ¿Cómo le cayó la prensa en aquellos?
Ahora, de que no me lo esperaba, nadie se lo esperaba.
Nadie.
Eso sí,
no, absolutamente nadie. Los Cowboys pasaron tremenda vergüenza allá. Pues esos puntos que anotaron al final del partido fueron ya punto en tiempo de juego. ¿Cómo es que le dicen? Dead time.
Tiempo basura.
Tiempo basura.
Tiempo chatarra.
Exacto.
También se puede decir.
Obsoletos los puntos.
Se puede decir que fue una blanqueada con lo que hicieron los Broncos. Pues empecemos hablando de eso. No necesariamente hablando de lo que sucedió en el partido, pero de cómo está este equipo en estos momentos preparándose para el juego de este próximo fin de semana, luego de una derrota como esa, que pensábamos que, bueno, luego de vencer a los Vikings con un mariscal de campo suplente, con Cooper Rush, tienes a tu mariscal de campo titular de regreso en el campo, van a llegar aquí ya 100% preparados, listos para arrasar con los Denver Broncos, que eran un equipo que no asustaban a nadie, pero hacen eso. Dame tu primera impresión de cómo te sentiste. Tú que estabas a nivel de cancha y ustedes, muchachos, narrando el juego también.
Bueno, la verdad es que se veía lo evidente, lo que ellos no trataron de reconocer, que no había intensidad, energía, por momentos parecía que no habían llegado preparados para jugar en cuanto a plan de juego. Lo reconocieron los entrenadores, los jugadores. Yo creo que todo lo que se suscitó, incluyendo no nosotros que pensábamos que podían ganar, los apostadores que nunca pierden los tenían por 10 puntos y los Cowboys estaban invictos contra la línea esta temporada y yo creo que ellos mismos se lo creyeron. Yo hace poco pensaba, bueno, de un equipo ganador de los Cowboys o que haya estado en playoff, creo que quedan los linieros ofensivos, Dak y Ezequiel. Los demás muchachos vienen de universidades que nunca perdían. Yo creo que ellos por momentos sintieron que seguían en Oklahoma o en Alabama, donde te paras y ya ganaste el juego nada más cuando te bajas del camión, ¿no? Porque es mucha la diferencia. Creo que eso les afectó y esto les va a servir para un golpe de realidad, de como dicen en la NFL, un domingo cualquiera.
Sí, y eso fue lo que sucedió con el equipo de Vic Fangio, porque ellos les picaron la cresta durante la semana. Dijeron, los momios están en 9, están en 10. Fíjate nada más, nosotros vamos a llegar y vamos a jugar nuestro juego. Y lo decía Luis, no cargaron tanto, ¿eh? Es un equipo que carga mucho y no lo hicieron. Entonces el sistema que sacó Vic Fangio fue, pues caray, que les tocó buena suerte este juego, les tocó que Dak Prescott estaba fuera de sí. Ahora, una de las cuestiones que yo me di cuenta durante la semana pasada, que en retrospectiva me pongo a pensar, fíjate, nadie dijo en ningún momento que cuidado con Dak, que ha estado fuera 3 semanas y que de pronto no llegue ahora sí con la precisión, cuidado. Nos acordamos que ante Tampa no había jugado, no había practicado y todo el mundo estaba así como que, bueno, que Dak Prescott va a salir, va a estar preciso, va a tener el juego de pies, etcétera, etcétera. Pues salió y salió muy bien, aun cuando les quitaron el juego terrestre, pues tiró 50 y tantos pases para 300, quién sabe cuántas yardas, ¿no? Entonces, en esta ocasión me extrañó mucho, bueno, nadie dijo nada. Vamos a tener a Dak. ¿Sabes qué? Mejor metan a Cooper Rush para que Dak descanse otra semana. O sea, nomás faltaba eso. O sea, la verdad, un juego donde es en el pasado, ya pueden dar vuelta a la página. Y el hecho, Luis, que al final del encuentro Mike McCarthy dijo que mantuvo a los titulares dentro del juego para que trabajaran los 2 minutos al final del juego, de veras es hasta risible llegar a ese punto de ese tipo de discusiones.
No, pero más allá de eso, Víctor, eso quiere decir que por el cerebro cerebro de Mike McCarthy pasó que podía regresar a ganar el partido. Estando 30-0 abajo en el marcador, pasaba por su cerebro que podía. O sea, esa es la lógica que tienes que tener para mantener a tus titulares dentro del partido cuando ya es un tiempo chatarra. Yo no le veía, la verdad, nada positivo a que ellos se mantuvieran dentro del campo. Y de acuerdo con lo que dices, no sabemos realmente qué condiciones llegaba Dak Prescott a este encuentro porque estuvo sumamente impreciso, se veía que estaba sobrepasando. Ahora, también lo dejaron abajo. Sí. ¿Se acuerdan del meme aquel de Cole Beasley, de la chamaquita, de la niña rubia, ¿no? Que una vez a Cole Beasley, no se acuerdan que estaba a punto de anotar y le pasó un pase por en medio de los brazos. Entonces, así le estaba pasando, le pasó a Tony Pollard, le pasó a Mari Cooper, si no me equivoco, también a...
CeeDee Lamb soltó pase también, ¿no?
A Cedric Wilson también soltó. Y es muy fácil decir, porque si ves las jugadas de nueva cuenta... Muchos dicen el famoso cliché, ¿no? Era jugada de anotación. Pues, ¿cómo sabes? No sabes. Lo que sabes es que le pegó en los brazos y se le cayó. O sea, eso es lo único que sabemos. No podemos asumir que los Vaqueros iban a anotar, iban a ganar el partido. El caso es que los receptores fallaron. Fue un mal partido por todos lados. De esos donde sales, ¿no? Tienes simplemente un mal día en la oficina. Pero sí yo comienzo a preocuparme un poco por el entrenador en jefe de este equipo de los Vaqueros.
Oye,
la verdad. No preocuparme en el que se esté en la silla caliente y nada de eso, sino que ya son muchas decisiones desde el principio del partido, esas 2 decisiones de jugársela en cuarta oportunidad. Yo sé que quiere ser agresivo, yo sé que estuvimos una década con marca de 8-8 y las decisiones de Jason Garrett, pero en 2 ocasiones contra un equipo como Denver, contra el cual eres favorito, tienes que empezar a pegarles desde el principio, empezar a acumular los puntos, quitarles la confianza y después pasarles por encima. Les diste la confianza, el hecho que te pararon para mí en 2 ocasiones en cuarta oportunidad.
Oye, o les dieron la ardidez, ¿no? Porque al final dijeron que se sintieron
ofendidos
y faltos de respeto hacia la ofensiva. Yo estoy con McCarthy en esa, ¿eh? Yo también me lo hubiera jugado las 2 veces. Una ofensiva que ha anotado más de 40 puntos antes de llegar a ese partido promedio en los 3 juegos que llevaba en casa. Una ofensiva que traía un promedio de 14 primeros y 10 por mitad en ese estadio esta temporada. Estás dentro de la yarda 40 de ellos y precisamente por lo que decías con Garrett de 4 y 2 centímetros y fuera ganando o perdiendo, él iba por el despeje, así fuera en la yarda 25. No, a mí no me molesta, porque creo que debieron de ejecutar con 2 corredores. ¿O por qué no mandaron esa formación jumbo que sacaron para ayudarle a Cooper?
¿Quién sabe? Pero después, Carlos, en el cuarto anotas el primer touchdown y pateas de salida. Es ahí es donde no entiendo a veces dónde está la cabeza de Mike McCarthy. Si tú dejas a Dak en el partido es porque piensas que vas a anotar 30 puntos en 8 minutos, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo después pateas de salida?
Ahora,
tienes que hacer... Es ahí donde las decisiones, donde digo yo a veces con McCarthy...
No, pero
para mi gusto, nada más quiero decir una cosa. Para mi gusto, McCarthy dijo después del juego que mantuvo a Dak y compañía dentro del juego porque querían que trabajaran, que siguieran trabajando. Fue lo que dijo, ¿no?
Sí, que entrenaran
los 2 minutos.
Que entrenaran el 2 minutos.
Exacto. Entonces, como que todo el mundo se preguntó, espérame. Entonces, vas a tener a Dak Prescott dentro de un juego de tiempo chatarra y si se lesiona, bueno, pues no se lesionó. Pero si se lesiona, bueno, pero es que no se lesionó. Pero sí, ok, empiezas el ciclo ahí. Lo que dice Luis es muy confuso,
Bueno, la manera en que yo lo veo es como que ponle que en escenarios, en situaciones que eso sucede, de que sacas el titular, son porque normalmente estás ganando el partido y ya como que ya no vale la pena que tus titulares, o bueno, específicamente hablando, el mariscal de campo titular esté en el campo. De la manera en la que estaban jugando, viéndolo yo digo, no merece salirse a sentarse a la banca. Yo sé que puede haber una situación donde se vuelva a lesionar, pero también dices, ¿para qué le estás pagando? De pronto... yo sé que era casi imposible de que ellos remontaran ese partido y ganaran, pero a la vez es como que han habido partidos donde sí suben y van subiendo en anotaciones. Yo sé que ya era bien
pero
tarde.
Estamos de acuerdo que esos 16 puntos los dejaron. O sea, fue una situación donde ya la defensiva...
la defensiva fue una defensiva blanda.
No, para ser exactos, iban perdiendo 30-0 faltando 4 minutos.
Claro,
o sea, ese juego terminó 30-0.
Entonces,
yo ahí sí estoy con Luis en una cosa. Si ya el juego está decidido, ya hemos visto lo que es este equipo sin Dak Prescott, es nada. O sea, ¿cómo arriesgas por entrenar situación de 2 minutos? Claro. Puedes entrenarla con Cooper Rush para los pases a los receptores, etcétera. Por un lado. Por otro lado, tampoco ayuda el que lo estés dejando ahí con un tackle izquierdo llamado Terrence Steele que no tuvo una buena tarde, que no solamente fue la imprecisión de Dak y los pases que soltaron los muchachos de las manos, fue también la falta de ayuda del tackle izquierdo, que traían cosido de ese lado a Dak Prescott, a los corredores, y que por momentos tienen que distraer a otros jugadores para que vayan y le ayuden. Yo, la verdad, creo que no tuvo un buen día nadie, ni los coaches. Por ejemplo, reitero, que Lenmore, tanta magia y cosas, ¿por qué ahora no mandó en esas cuartas a McGovern, a Lael Collins y a todo el gordito que tuviera paz a bloquearle a Ezequiel Elliott?
No, adelante.
¿No?
No, go ahead.
Es que a todos los gorditos.
Es que se me ocurrió cuando dijiste gorditos, el festival de Porky.
No, ya me veía yo, dije gordito, dije que a mí no me volteen a ver.
No, pero a lo que dice Ámbar de que no merecía jugar Dak, para mí que también era un poco de ego por parte de McCarthy en contra de Big Fangio. O sea, al final, porque fueron rivales en esa división cuando estaba con Chicago, lo conoce también de la conferencia por parte de los 49ers, y para mí que McCarthy veía hacia el otro lado de la banca y no podía creer lo que estaba sucediendo con su equipo.
Claro, y
o sea, y no podía despertarlos.
Y también es mejor salir del juego con un marcador que diga 16 hace y no 0.
Entonces, ego de decir, a veces hay que saber decir, ¿sabes qué? Ahí nos vemos, ya empacar las cosas, esto ya está tramitado.
Y se dijeron sus cosas, además, los dos.
Sí, Big Fangio dijo, es que no los han sabido defender. O sea,
somos el primer equipo que ha sabido cómo defenderlos.
Y de acá la respuesta fue que se preocupen por ganar más juegos allá. Y no la tuvo que decir McCarthy, pues tiene quien la diga. Entre ayer y ahora he oído a varios decir, probablemente el entrenador con la silla más caliente sea él junto con Matt Nagy, que se preocupe por ganar otro partidito de esos, porque si no probablemente no llega a la semana 14 descubriendo cómo ganarle a los Cowboys.
No, y van a ir a casa, van a jugar contra Filadelfia y Filadelfia va a dar una trapeada, vas a ver, esa es la NFL.
Pues ya veremos.
¿Quién quiere apostar el juego de Filadelfia-Denver? ¿Cuáles son los momios?
No sé, la verdad.
Acuérdense que
son como 9 puntos otra vez.
Filadelfia contra...
no, perdón, estás hablando de Atlanta.
Sí, ¿9 puntos?
¿Contra Atlanta? Sí, es otra vez.
¿Really?
Cowboys?
Vaqueros, sí.
Wow.
Bueno, Atlanta tiene el mismo récord que tenía Denver cuando llegó aquí la semana pasada, 4-4. Entonces, más les vale que se pongan a entrenar, que tengo que hoy tuve la oportunidad de verlos un rato entrenando. Y sí se oían como que más fuertes los trineos, como que sí le estaban echando, se estaban desquitando contra los dummies allá afuera.
Vaqueros menos 9.
Ok. ¿Y qué tal los momios de Filadelfia contra Denver?
Espérame, déjame hablar a mi bookie.
Se me hace que ya sé dónde saca el
acuérdense.
billete, Luis,
Denver menos 2.5.
Menos 2.5, ok.
Sí.
No, pero acuérdense, Woodstar World Casino, el casino oficial de tus Dallas Cowboys.
A Víctor le gusta.
1-800,
¿Qué dice el
take my
casino?
money.
No, pero regresando a lo que tú mencionabas, Luis, de Mike McCarthy, ¿a ti lo que te molesta?
¿Te
no
molesta?
Es necesariamente lo que te molesta.
Lo que te tiene mal.
Lo que te molesta.
Lo que te molesta a ti no es necesariamente la agresividad, sino más bien la inconsistencia en cuanto a las decisiones que toma.
Es que mira, no es coach defensivo. O sea, no mete las manos a la defensiva. ¿O sí?
Nomás pregúntele a Mike Nolan.
En apariencia no.
No escoge las jugadas.
No. Kellen Moore es el que hace.
Entonces,
defensiva, perdón.
Entonces está escuchando Journey aquí en los
es un walk around. Es un walk around al puro estilo de Bill Parcells.
Entonces, ahí es donde yo digo, no tienes, has delegado la responsabilidad y se la has dejado y los has dejado trabajar. O sea, no tienes otra cosa que hacer más que manejar el partido, más que tomar las mejores decisiones para tu equipo. Y es ahí donde yo veo muchas
inconsistencias. O cuestionar y aprobar.
En la vida no se puede ser miedoso.
Estamos hablando de la NFL. La NFL.
Bueno, pero es que hay dos lados de esa moneda. El que no arriesga no gana. Ok, estoy de acuerdo. Pero el que no arriesga no pierde.
Oye, pregúntales a los que le metieron a los Cowboys con 10 puntos de ventaja la semana pasada.
En mi opinión es contra un equipo contra el cual eres favorito en tu casa. Cuando te vas arriba en el marcador, las cosas cambian, pienso yo. Le pones más presión al otro equipo, tienen que cambiar hasta cierto punto las cosas. Y los Vaqueros de Dallas, desde esa segunda conversión fallida, básicamente no funcionó absolutamente nada.
Cero.
Nada funcionó. Sí. Ni siquiera, la patada bloqueada ya determinamos que no cruzó, ¿verdad? ¿O sí cruzó la línea?
No, sí cruzó la línea.
Sí cruzó la
Y
línea.
la tocó Nation
Estaba
Wright.
cuando la tocaron, no cuando la bloquearon. Cuando la tocaron,
No,
cruzó.
la bloquean y
Pero
luego el
entonces
balón
cruzó.
salta a la línea.
Entonces, ¿qué es la discusión que está que era una penalización fallida por parte de los oficiales?
No, se supone que fue como cuando un fildeador, o ¿cómo le llaman al regresador?
Sí.
La toca y la suelta, o cuando está botando y le pegan la pierna a algún
Entonces,
jugador.
ni siquiera eso, pues. Ni siquiera.
Bueno, ahí-
Eso los hubiera metido al partido. Eso los hubiera metido al partido.
Ahí se acabó el juego, de hecho.
Entonces, así como en otros encuentros he dicho que a veces necesitas de la buena suerte, aquí fue mala suerte absolutamente todo, ¿no? O sea, no
Completamente
funcionó nada.
de
De
acuerdo.
esos días donde pienso yo que mal día en la oficina no va a suceder todo el tiempo y fue un baldazo de agua fría que requerían los Vaqueros de Dallas a mitad de campaña.
Que en cierta manera, qué bueno que sucedió ahorita para el equipo de los Vaqueros.
Y no en principios de diciembre.
Pues todavía no llegan a la mitad de temporada. A estos mismos Cowboys que todavía no llegan a la mitad de temporada, oficialmente será cuando termine el segundo cuarto del próximo juego, la mitad de su temporada. Eran los mismos casi 3 semanas que ya muchos talk shows en Dallas casi vendían paquetes para el Super Bowl. Los mismos que el lunes pasado también ya estaban queriendo sacar de la ciudad a la mitad de los jugadores. Es decir, yo creo que llega en buen momento, reitero, porque y eso es mi humilde opinión. Hay muchos jugadores de este equipo que no sabían lo que era ganar de manera consistente 5 o 6 juegos y que llegaron a creer que ya se acercaban al tazón de las rosas.
Se sorprendieron.
Sí, y lo dijo Ezequiel Elliott y lo dijo Dak Prescott. Oigan, cuando éramos novatos ganamos 11 seguidos y miren, no veo ningún anillo en mis manos ni que me hayan dado nada extra. Nuestro trabajo es salir a ganar hasta el último partido. El último partido se juega en Los Ángeles en febrero.
Bueno, poniendo eso a un lado, hablemos de la defensa y uno de los comentarios que escuchamos esta semana sobre el entrenamiento y el coacheo. Mike McCarthy dijo que, o sea, la preparación que estaban haciendo, una de las cosas que él estaba enfocado era de limpiar algunas jugadas, limpiar el modo de jugar en el que ya no cometan castigos innecesarios, de lo que hemos estado hablando en este programa incluso. Entonces, ¿qué opinan ustedes sobre esa, digamos, excusa de que hayan entrado al partido no tacleando de la manera en que deberían, falta de agresividad, en una defensa que hemos visto que ha hecho un trabajo decente a lo largo de la temporada, pero que ahora supuestamente por lo que le dijeron o lo que le estaban haciendo en cuanto al entrenamiento durante la semana, pues como que les afectó un poquito? ¿Tú qué crees, Víctor?
Pues fíjate que tras las bambalinas uno no sabe exactamente qué está pasando, la verdad. O sea, qué está pasando del otro lado del edificio en The Star, who knows. Pero lo que yo sí sé es que cuando le haces patente a alguien que lleva varios juegos jugando suelto, sin estar pensando, sin sobrepensarlo, ahora sí que reaccionando y jugando así libre, suelto, cuando empiezas a decirle, oye, cuidado con esto y cuidado con lo otro y cuidado con lo otro, tiende a cambiar la situación, tiende a cambiar el jugador, tiende a cambiar ahora sí que la actitud de salir al terreno de juego y sentir que, oye, estás preparado y no tienes que andar pensando que tengo que estar aquí. No, reaccionas. Entonces, por ese lado, pudiera ser. Pero esos son jugadores profesionales, les pagan un billetote para entrar ahí y también al otro lado les pagan. Entonces, para mi gusto, lo que sucedió fue que le picaron la cresta a Denver, que Vic Fangio dijo, miren lo que están diciendo de ustedes, miren los momios, son 10 puntos. Is that you? Is that my team? ¿Ese es mi equipo? O sea, los ha de haber retado así. Oye, el café está muy bueno, los ha de haber retado así de que, hey, pónganse las pilas. Pero del otro lado, Mike McCarthy les dijo, oigan, sigan haciendo lo que están haciendo, nomás que por favor menos castigos, ¿ok? Come on. Una cachetada en la pompa y órale, go get them. O sea, no era así como Vic Fangio de que, oye, dijeron eso de nosotros, no puede ser, y los medios y todo lo demás. Para mi gusto, ahí fue parte de la situación de este encuentro.
Y ya sin Von Miller, además, ¿no? Dicen que ustedes ya tiraron la toalla porque no tenemos a Von Miller. Sí. Los otros 52, ¿qué onda? ¿No cuentan en este equipo? ¿Qué? Sí es probable que salieron motivados, pero lo que tú comentas, Ámbar, lo dijo Mike McCarthy, y como que también es aplicarse solo el harakiri. Espérame. Entonces, por estarse enfocando en los castigos, ¿no hubo un plan de juego? ¿No los preparaste para venir a enfrentar a un Teddy Bridgewater que parecía John Elway o a un Melvin Gordon de Tier que parecía Terrell Davis?
Walter
ese día,
Payton.
Entonces es cuando ya algunas cosas, obviamente el trabajo del head coach también es no echar abajo del autobús a sus jugadores, pero yo sí creo que esto fue más de los jugadores que de los entrenadores. O sea, no te pueden correr 94 yardas después del primer contacto, o de repente parecía partido de pigüey de niños de 11 años donde al grandote que trae el balón se le cuelgan todos y los arrastra 10 yardas hasta un 1st y 10, pues como en las caricaturas, ¿se acuerdan que así salía el tipo corriendo?
Pero
¿no?
yo vuelvo a lo que dijo Luis, y Luis, te paso la palabra ahorita. Yo vuelvo a lo que dijo Luis. O sea, el hecho de que Mike McCarthy dijo, yo mantuve a mis titulares dentro del juego en los dos últimos minutos porque quiero que practiquen. Quiero que se enfoquen. Oye, como que regaño ahí, ¿no? Como que le estás estirando las orejas a los jugadores. Y de nueva cuenta que Mike McCarthy lo haga de esa manera, como que dices, oye, ¿cuántos años tienes?
Y espero aparentemente todo se arregló dentro del vestidor, porque Leighton Vander Esch después del encuentro dijo, físicamente fueron mejores que nosotros, no salimos con energía. Se le preguntó directamente, ¿qué hablaron entre ustedes? Dijo, eso lo voy a mantener entre el vestidor. Entonces, aparentemente, ya rápido después del partido, hubo dimes y diretes dentro del vestidor. Si se repartió o no se repartió culpa, el hecho es de que tuvieron una muy mala tarde y no pueden salir así en contra de los Falcons, ¿no? O sea, sin lugar a duda, coach nuevo, una ofensiva de media tabla. Yo sé que es Matt Ryan y lo que tú quieras, pero no pueden salir en contra de Atlanta y que sea inclusive un partido cerrado. No puede ser un partido cerrado en contra de Atlanta. O sea, si te pones a ver las cosas en
O sea,
papel,
nada
¿no?
de patada de sandía.
Oye,
ni nada de eso.
Atlanta le ganó a los Saints, tiene 4-4, o sea, le ganó a 4 equipos de la NFL, incluyendo...
Oye, si algo aprendimos esta semana es que no podemos confiar de nadie.
Nada,
ni pensar
y nadie.
que algo
O sea,
está seguro.
yo me refiero que esos 9 puntos a lo mejor ahora sí se cumplen. O sea,
Oye,
yo
y el
pienso
coach
que
Dan
sí.
Quinn ha de traer tiro derecho, aunque no lo quiera reconocer. Tú lo comentabas
Sí,
más
venganza.
temprano, Ámbar, que él dijo, sí, pues no estoy en el momento para mi nostalgia. Tengo que salir a arreglar esto que está mal. Y yo creo que por lo menos también en ese aspecto conoce perfectamente al 70% de los jugadores que juegan a la ofensiva y al más importante, a Matt Ryan. Con él llegó un Super Bowl, que por cierto, pues lo perdió gracias a Kyle Shanahan, pero ahí estuvo él.
Bueno, vamos a nuestra primera pausa comercial. Cuando regresemos, no sé cómo duramos tanto tiempo, pero sin hablar del pateador Greg Zuerlein, que ahora mismo se encuentra en la reserva de COVID-19. Así que vamos a ver qué van a hacer con la posición de pateador después de esta pausa.
El raspadito de los Cowboys de la Lotería de Texas es tu boleto para la oportunidad de ganar hasta $100,000 y la oportunidad de participar en sorteos para la experiencia de una suite VIP de los Cowboys, el campamento de entrenamiento, el draft, boletos de temporada y más. Ve por tu raspadito de los Cowboys hoy. Dallas Cowboys Football Club Ltd. Todos los derechos reservados. Para más información y detalles de las probabilidades de ganar, visite txlottery.org o llama al 800-375-6886. Debe tener 18 años o más para comprar un boleto o entrar a un sorteo promocional de segunda oportunidad. Juegue responsablemente.
Una Pepsi bien fría va con todo. Como estos tacos. Carne jugosa, cebollita, limoncito, cilantro y la salsa de mi abuela. Con una Pepsi refrescante. No hay nada que vaya mejor. Ah, y mira la torta de Carlos. Con su queso, su aguacate y una Pepsi.
Con comida casera o para llevar, Pepsi va con todo. Sí, con Pepsi.
Nunca olvidarás tu primer bocado de Wingstop. Porque en Wingstop tienes un mundo de sabores. Alitas calientes hechas para ti. Mezcladas con 11 salsas que te hacen agua a la boca. Como lemon pepper, mango habanero o hickory smoked barbecue. Combínalo con papas frescas sazonadas y cortadas a mano. Wingstop, donde el sabor encuentra sus alas.
El sabor de los Cowboys.
La grandeza se define a través del compromiso con nuestros clientes, construido por un equipo decidido a que alcances tu grandeza. Ford F-Series, la camioneta más vendida del país por 44 años seguidos. Basado en ventas totales de 1977 a 2020. En tus concesionarios Ford de Texas estamos orgullosos por la atención a nuestros clientes. Queremos ayudarles con grandes ofertas, bajos financiamientos y enormes ahorros en F-Series, las más vendidas en el país. Esto es solo parte de lo que hace Ford lo mejor en Texas.
Bienvenidos de regreso a Somos Cowboys. radio en español, presentado por Ford. Liberty Tax es un orgulloso socio de los Dallas Cowboys. Únese al equipo hoy en libertytax.com/hiring. Luis, ¿nos están escuchando desde dónde? ¿Desde dónde nos escuchan? ¿Y qué dice la gente?
Saludos a Ricardo Montes, no me los pierdo nunca, aunque sea grabado, pero siempre los veo. Saludos desde Mazatlán,
Grabado,
Sinaloa.
estamos en vivo.
No,
bueno, ahorita.
A veces,
pero él lo ve después.
A veces.
Mazatlán, ¿has ido a Mazatlán alguna vez?
Muchas veces.
Sí, Mazatlán es padrísimo.
Saludos a Roberto Rodríguez, saludos a los 4 por parte de Ring of Honor, del Dallas Cowboys Fan Club de México. Gabriel Leiva, saludos a los 4 fantásticos desde Tlanepantla.
Wow.
Edgar Venegas, ¿se atreverían a decir que Dallas está ganando a pesar del head coach? Saludos desde Durango, México.
¿Tú dirías eso, Luis? Digo,
todavía no. Todavía no.
Not yet.
No. Bray Corona, saludos a todos, excelente analista. ¿Qué pasará con el pateador? Greg Zuerlein, fuera, ¿no? COVID-19. Parece que Hiralahu, todo parece indicar. Liram Hiralahu.
Algo así.
Bueno, lo vimos aquí pateando aquí.
En la mañana estuvieron el del apellido que ustedes solamente saben pronunciarlo.
No, Luis.
Y estuvo el gran Brett Maher, no sé si se acuerdan de él. Para toda la banda.
Por ahí andan hablando hasta Kai Forbath, ¿no?
Sí. Hoy en la mañana cuestionaba a alguien en el radio. Y pues uno se hace la pregunta, y bueno, y Gronkowski, que está, el que era de los Patriotas, está desempleado, que ha ganado Super Bowls y otros, ¿por qué? ¿Será por el tabulador de veterano de NFL que le tengan que pagar un montón de dinero?
Puede ser.
Eduardo Paz, una sacudida a tiempo, dice. Juan Daniel Pre, me parece que los Cowboys habían perdido algo de humildad y solo compararse en el terreno de juego iban a ganar, y no es así. Antonio García Rojo, les ganaron el factor psicológico. Jesús Ordóñez Saldaña, ese es otro nombre full, ¿ves?
¿Cuál?
Jesús Ordóñez Saldaña.
Uy.
En lo personal, creo que afectó mucho la ausencia de Tyron Smith. Gerardo Cervantes, Cowboys salieron sobrados y quedó muy claro que Kellen Moore no es el coordinador ofensivo que necesita Dallas, y McCarthy debe salir. No es el head coach que necesita.
No, calma. ¿Quién es esa persona?
Gerardo Cervantes.
Gerardo. La semana pasada andábamos poniéndole casa ahí a Kellen Moore.
Bueno, y se la siguen poniendo, ¿eh?
Bueno, tranquilos, porque Ámbar me dio un minuto nomás, así que Francisco Floyd, saludos desde Chile, chicos, los veo siempre. Gabriel Rodríguez, saludos desde Alaska. Boris Arzate, fue terrible el juego. Sí,
a ver, pregúntale ese de Chile, ¿qué horas son en Chile? A mí se ve que está en la calle Chile, esquina Colonia Roma, ¿no?
Francisco
Colonia
dice,
del Valle.
Saludos a los 4, totalmente de acuerdo con Luis, es el mejor analista del mundo.
Oye, si tú sigues dándote.
Totalmente de acuerdo. No, de acuerdo yo creo que con lo del coach, ¿no? Urich Vega, saludos a todos desde Tabasco, Villahermosa. Así que continúan. En estos momentos nos están sintonizando 193 personas.
¡Qué padre! Saludos.
Saludos a todos los que están con nosotros.
Sí, saludos a todos. Ok, vamos por parte. Okay. Empecemos por el pateador. Mencionamos a los que están aquí como que tratando de hacer un tryout, o como le digan. ¿Qué opinan ustedes? Uno de los comentarios que yo he estado leyendo por parte de muchos de los fanáticos es que muchos dicen, qué bueno que sucedió eso, de que, no en el sentido de que esté en la lista de COVID, pero de que Zuerlein esté fuera para probar a otros pateadores, ver cómo les van a... Y mi pregunta es, ¿qué pateador vas a traer tú que sea mejor? O sea, no es que haya alguien en la calle sentado esperando.
Tejiendo un suéter.
Exacto, que sea mucho mejor que el pateador que tienen actualmente. ¿Qué opinan ustedes?
No, yo creo que este individuo o cualquier persona...
Desde que falló el tercer punto extra ya es individuo.
No, yo digo que el individuo que dice que es bueno que esté fuera Zuerlein para probar a otras gentes, porque de pronto encuentras a el pateador, ahora sí que, oye, pues este vato de dónde sale y qué bárbaro. No, yo estoy completamente de desacuerdo. Yo estoy que Greg Zuerlein es el pateador de este equipo. Lástima que está entrando al protocolo de COVID. Siento que el primer juego pues fue medio problema, no practicó, todo eso. Pero siento que ahorita el pateador de este equipo de los Vaqueros es Greg Zuerlein. Yo creo, para mi gusto.
Sí, por supuesto, ¿no? ¿Y cómo vas a comparar a alguien que tiene la química en el vestidor, que ha entrenado, que sabe cómo juega John Fassel, con alguien que por algo nadie lo ha contratado? Y mira que ha habido mucha danza de pateadores entre el tema COVID, lesiones, etcétera. Lo que sí también creo es que desde que llegó Greg Zuerlein aquí ha sido un tema complicado, ¿eh? Cuando no está lastimado, lo acaban de operar, no hace pretemporada, falla un punto extra, después hilvana una buena cantidad de goles de campo y punto extra, y ¡pum! Otra vez cuando lo necesitas vuelve a fallar. Yo les aseguro que si no fuera Greg Zuerlein, probablemente ahorita estarían aprovechando el ride para conseguirse otro, como le pasó al ala defensiva Anae, que aprovecharon un castigo para... Órale, el que sigue, ¿no? Ha sido complicada la instancia de Zuerlein. Sí, pero seguramente el salario ahí también ya es bastante menor.
Yo pienso que si no resolvieron no resolvieron el problema a principio de temporada, ¿por qué lo van a resolver ahorita? No sé, o sea, se murieron con él con las botas puestas entrando una temporada incompletos. Para mí entraban a la temporada regular con una duda muy grande que era Greg Zuerlein porque no había pateado durante toda la pretemporada. Entonces, si se murieron en la raya con eso a principio de campaña, yo pienso que le van a seguir dando el espaldarazo y el apoyo el resto de la temporada. Ahora, cuando por estar vacunado, su elegibilidad es antes, ¿no? Que los 10 días, o cómo va a estar la cosa.
Él básicamente es que en el transcurso de 48 horas de dos negativos. Sí, él no tiene que pasar determinado número de días fuera obligatorio porque él sí está vacunado.
No como Aaron Rodgers, ¿no?
Oye, qué misterio todo eso, ¿no?
Qué misterio, qué tipo tan más...
Ay, ya.
Bueno, a ver. No, yo quiero escuchar...
Es un patán.
Un patán, ok, ahí está.
Fui muy fino.
Sí, un patán.
Tú sí puedes decir la palabra patán, pero yo cuando digo una decisión estúpida.
Es un tipo.
Calma. Ve a Mar García, titular de SomosCowboys.com.
Pero hasta la cara le cambió.
Es que el sabor con lo que lo dices.
Claro.
Patán es una palabra más fuerte.
No, es que imagínate que la veía Mar García.
Es un raro.
Diga, eres un estúpido.
Oye, pero ese es todo un tema para el debate, ¿eh?
Inocente. Dumb,
No,
pero en español,
stupid.
Oye, pero ese es todo un tema para un debate. No estoy seguro que esa palabra sea más fuerte que la tuya, ¿eh?
Sí.
Yo no estoy como que muy de acuerdo ahí.
Bueno, será algo cultural entonces, porque en mi país no lo es. Será en México que sea una palabra.
En México la dicen en las caricaturas, hay perro que se llama patán.
Oye, cuando doblan las películas, oye, patán, escoria.
Sí, en México. Oye, en México no es muy fuerte.
Bueno.
No, patán no.
La tuya sí, saludos a toda la República Mexicana que nos está.
¿Sí?
No, República Dominica.
Oye, Recórcholis.
También a la República
Recórcholis, Santo Cielo.
Santo Cielo.
Bueno, pues, si tú vas a mi país, esa palabra, es más fuerte la de patán. Pero bueno, anyways, vamos a hablar de...
Anyways.
No, aquí viendo los comentarios, la gente muerta de la risa. Ok. Otro punto del que quería hablar, pues la línea ofensiva. Hemos estado hablando de eso. Seguimos con la espera de noticias sobre Tyron Smith y lo que va a suceder con él y su regreso. Mientras tanto, la decisión que fue tomada para el juego contra Denver, que fue mover a Terrence Steele y poner ahí a Lael Collins, que para mí la verdad sí me molestó la decisión. Me pareció pues una decisión que no tuvo sentido, especialmente cuando Mike McCarthy se pasa semana tras semana diciendo lo importante que es tener consistencia dentro de la línea ofensiva. Ahí no solamente hiciste un cambio que fue meter a Lael Collins, sino que hiciste dos cambios, mover a Terrence Steele y meter a Lael Collins. Opiniones. ¿Qué opinan ustedes sobre lo sucedido? Pero ahora, ¿qué opinan sobre lo que pueda suceder en otra semana más de una alineación de como vimos en el juego contra Denver?
Bueno, no quiero sonar negativo para los detractores de Terrence Steele, pero hoy mismo les aseguro que él va a ser el tackle izquierdo titular de los Cowboys el próximo domingo.
Terrence Steele.
O sea, las posibilidades de que juegue Tyron Smith se están reduciendo prácticamente a cero. O sea, ese es y estoy haciendo trampa, lo vi pulir con el primer equipo ofensivo hoy. No van a cambiar de tackle el jueves para ver cuál está mejor, cuando precisamente lo que dice Ámbar, ya le diste un partido de... pues experiencia se puede llamar.
¿De fogueo?
Fue tan malo el juego de Terrence Steele del lado izquierdo que no notamos o mucha gente no ha criticado lo malo que fue la L. Collins también del lado derecho. Tuvo varias ahí que se le pueden atribuir a él, a pesar de que siempre estará Zach Martin para ayudarle a todo el mundo del lado derecho. Yo creo que si ya tomaron la decisión la semana pasada, y estoy casi convencido de que ya la tomaron para esta, así la tienen que dejar. Ya no puedes seguir experimentando o el jueves decir, no, ¿sabes qué? Ya mejor ahora cambien a ver a quién. No, ya van a tener que quedar así. Y ojalá Terrence Steele salga en un mejor momento, porque creo que por el muchacho no queda. Pero a un jugador de segundo año que por algo, como decíamos del pateador, no fue reclutado en draft. 32 equipos de él pasaron por 7 rondas, más las compensatorias, etcétera. Pues lo quitas de lo que estaba haciendo bien para ponerlo del lado izquierdo. Y ya se acuerdan lo que dijo el viernes el Coach McCarthy cuando le preguntaron qué tan complicado es cambiar de tackle derecho a tackle izquierdo. Hizo un silogismo con el baño que no me voy a atrever a decir aquí.
Silogismo.
Que no era prácticamente.
A ver, ¿qué es eso de silogismo?
A ver, pásenme una pluma para
apuntar. Oye, una comparación, pues.
Una comparación.
Una
similitud.
Saquen el diccionario.
La voy a decir medio editada, ¿no? Dijo, es como cuando vas al baño, pero utilizas una mano en vez de la otra. Dijo, así de difícil, de diferente.
No. ¿Quién dijo eso?
McCarthy.
¿Al baño con las manos y todo eso?
Bueno, luego les digo completo, pero sí lo dijo. El viernes lo dijo clarito. Y se le atribuyó a otra persona. Dijo, como dijo no sé quién cuando yo coachaba en Green Bay, cambiar de tackle derecho, cambiar de tackle izquierdo, como que estás acostumbrado a ir al baño y sentarte en el baño.
Ok.
Y cambiar de mano para lo que sigue.
Tú pudiste evitar ese comentario.
Tiene sentido.
No había necesidad de
esas imágenes simplemente no tienen que entrar a mi cerebro.
Pero para darle crédito al Tapa, o sea, las repercusiones de llevar a cabo ese tipo de cambio en el escenario que lo está poniendo Carlos son muy feas.
Pero
son muy feas.
El imaginarme a Coach McCarthy en la taza, como que no. O sea,
por favor. Víctor, por favor, ¿qué opinas tú sobre...? Lo voy a decir a Chris que termine con el programa, por favor.
Ay, perdón.
Si tienen la misma alineación para este partido.
Sí.
Para switch en el aire.
Sí. No, mira, nomás les faltaba poner a Zach Martin como tackle izquierdo, mover a La'el Collins como guardia derecho, sacar a Connor Williams y meter a Connor McGovern. Nomás les faltaba eso. O sea, si van a cambiarlo, cámbienlo todo. Díganle a Zach Martin, hey papá, ¿quién firma tus cheques? Ah, que no te quieres ir a tackle izquierdo. Señor, Carlos, por favor, vaya usted. Ya me lo acabé.
Pero va a decir como dijo, va a responder Zach Martin lo que ya respondió una vez, ¿no? Mi contrato dice que yo juego
No, yo sé. Pero lo estoy diciendo de una manera, claro, risible. Pero yo estoy de acuerdo. Si Terrence Steele está jugando bien del lado derecho, ok. Pero si lo ves de esta manera, Terrence Steele en realidad es el swing tackle. Es el que puede jugar del lado derecho, jugar del lado izquierdo. Entonces, La'el Collins regresa, pues lo pones ahí en su posición. Entonces, Tyron Smith no va a jugar. Estás viendo los reservas. Bueno, ¿cuál es el mejor reserva que tengo para meterlo de ese lado? Terrence Steele, o sea...
Pero con eso de pronto te estás dando cuenta que realmente no es el mejor swing tackle, que realmente es mejor
bueno,
en
pero
un
esa es otra onda. Eso ya es después del juego, que dices, a post-mortem, dices, oye, pues...
Bueno, no sabemos, ¿no? Porque de parte de él hemos visto mejoría con lo que obtuvo del año pasado a este año como
muchísimo.
tackle derecho, pues su mejoría.
Sí.
Entonces le tienes que dar el beneficio de la duda de que es un muchacho que cuando le das las oportunidades las aprovecha y responde, ¿no? Ahora, estoy de acuerdo con Ámbar. Para mí el problema fue que hicieron 2 cambios. O sea, era decirle a un titular como La'el Collins, te vas a quedar sentado, ¿no? Básicamente. O ¿qué es lo que ibas a hacer con La'el Collins en ese momento si le dabas la prioridad a Steele? O sea, no llevar a cabo 2 cambios, sino llevar a cabo solamente 1, ¿no? Entonces, ahí es donde se ve difícil la situación. Pienso yo que va a ser un mejor partido para él. Él ha demostrado que ha mejorado cuando se le da la oportunidad. Ahora, de que va a ser Tyron Smith, pues es muy difícil, ¿no? Llegar a ser el Tyron Smith cuando está al 100%. Por eso, vuelvo a lo mismo con lo que decía Carlos. ¿Por qué no mandan otra vez esas formaciones? Ayudarle en la protección a Dak Prescott, ¿no? No depender tanto porque lo estás poniendo en la posición más difícil de la línea ofensiva, ¿no? O sea, al que se le paga más dinero, la posición más cara, a protegerle la espalda a Dak, que le acaba acabas de hacer una inversión
Y
cuantiosa.
no solamente es ponerlo en la posición que se supone debe ser la más reforzada de tu línea, que es el lado ciego del quarterback, sino generalmente cuando van a hacer el plan de juego las defensas, pues dicen cuál es el liniero del que podemos aprovecharnos más, ya sea para mandar por ahí el blitz, para ponerle a nuestro mejor hombre. Y pues si ya del lado derecho, probablemente estando la línea completa, Terrence Steele podría ser considerado quizá el eslabón más débil, pues imagínate si todavía lo mandan del lado izquierdo.
Ahora, en un mundo alterno, entonces, vamos a suponer que le dan la prioridad a Terrence Steele del lado derecho, porque dijeron, ¿saben qué? Mejor no vamos a moverle, no le vamos a mover. Sí. El muchacho, entonces, ¿qué hacemos en el lado izquierdo para este partido?
A eso iba, no tienen absolutamente nadie mejor que él.
¿Quién sale?
En un cuarto y medio que estuvo Tyne Secchi, ¿lo dije bien? Sí. Bueno, la verdad lo hizo pedazos Everson Griffin ese día. Y Everson Griffin lo cortaron de aquí hace un año. Tampoco es Lawrence Taylor últimamente. Donde los coaches se están dando cuenta que la mejor opción que tienes de tackle izquierdo y para moverlo, porque a lo mejor cuesta más trabajo pedirle a la L. Collins que se mueva del lado izquierdo, o son muchachos con mucho dinero ya en el contrato, que no dudo que en las letras chiquitas, cualquier cambio de posición lo tiene que aceptar el jugador. Yo no sé. Eso es una hipótesis mía. Pues yo creo que entre las dos opciones que tenían, escogieron la que pensaron que era la menos problemática. Vamos a ponerlo así.
Bueno, con el tiempo que nos queda poco tiempo, así que hay que hablar de Atlanta y este encuentro entre los Dallas Cowboys y los Atlanta Falcons. Digamos que borremos lo sucedido del fin de semana pasado, borremos ese partido y
sí, es posible.
Lo que hicieron los Cowboys. ¿Cuál sería el mayor problema que podría presentar un equipo como los Atlanta Falcons?
En mi gusto, para la defensa de los Cowboys, el juego aéreo de Atlanta. Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts y Matt Ryan pueden hacer que las cosas funcionen contra una defensiva contra el pase del montón como es la de los Dallas Cowboys.
Ahora, espérame, Calvin Ridley no juega.
¿No va a estar esta semana?
No, él ha estado fuera.
Él está en la lista de lesionados, de hecho, por ya va a estar por 3 partidos, ¿no?
Bueno, pues entonces
se ha retirado.
La situación probablemente sea menos complicada, pero sí, lo mejor de Atlanta es el juego aéreo.
Bueno, el muchacho citó que estaba teniendo, problemas de salud mental, ¿no? Que no estaba en condiciones no se sentía bien. Esto fue el día 4 o 5 de noviembre, entonces hace muy poco.
Sí los he seguido de cerca, ¿verdad? Los Falcons.
Entonces están por lo menos hasta el día 28 va a estar disponible, creo, el Calvin Ridley, ¿no? Entonces, ahora, Dante Fowler tampoco está desde el principio de temporada. No, yo pienso que defensivamente no son el mismo equipo, pero hablando a la ofensiva, pues Matty Ice es por ahí es donde tienen, pienso, el resquicio. Si acaso pueden protegerlo, ¿no? Porque también hay dudas por parte de la línea ofensiva de ellos, por parte de los Falcons.
No, y fíjate que esto de Cordell Patterson siendo el corredor y también a la abierta, híbrido y todo eso. Oye, ¿qué otro equipo tiene a un número 84 corriendo el balón tantas veces? Y ahora, también, como dices tú, Carlos, ojo, porque este equipo de Atlanta no corre el balón tan a menudo como otros equipos de la NFL. Si ves los números de Cordell Patterson y Mike Davis, que es el segundón y volantazo, pues no alcanzan las 400 yardas o 500 yardas entre los dos, mientras que Zeke Elliott y Tony Pollard se acercan a las 1000 entre los dos. Entonces, ellos no tienen esa actitud de correr el balón y de demostrar que pueden correr el balón. Es por aire, bien lo dices. Pero para mi gusto, el hombre peligro por parte del equipo de Atlanta es este muchacho Kyle Pitts. Cuidado con Kyle Pitts porque tiene más de 30 recepciones, lo buscan bastante y ese es el resquicio donde pues quizá el equipo de los Vaqueros peca mucho, son los pases a la banda y esto de no poder, de permitir yardas después del primer contacto es un problema bien grande para el equipo de los Vaqueros. Y cuidado porque Atlanta va a saber eso y le tiran pases a Cordell Patterson y también a Mike Davis y también, pues claro, Kyle Pitts y luego tienen a Russell Gage, en fin. Entonces puede ser interesante, pero si le llegan a Matt Ryan, pues es otro cantar. Tiene que llegarle al mariscal de campo.
Russell Gage es un buen receptor, ¿eh? El año pasado, pues prácticamente fue el segundo en más yardas que tuvo cuando Julio Jones se la pasó lastimado prácticamente toda la temporada. Mike Davis fue el corredor titular prácticamente de Carolina, con Christian McCaffrey, fuera toda la temporada, el año de la pandemia, que se lastimó en el segundo juego y dijo, ahí muere, yo no vuelvo, pero a eso iba. La ofensiva para correr de ellos es del montón, pero si los Cowboys no taclean y siguen dejando las yardas después del primer contacto, se les va a complicar.
Pues iba a decir que
el
también,
que sea.
Igual la defensa del juego terrestre de los Cowboys no es la mejor. Han tenido mucho
problema.
Pero era la número 6, ahora
Pregúntale a Jaquan Williams.
Jaquan Williams.
¿Cómo le fue?
¿Quién es
Y
Jaquan?
muchos descubrimos que jugaba en la NFL cuando...
No, Javonte Williams.
Javonte
Williams.
Ahora,
sí, Javonte.
La ofensiva de los Cowboys va a tener que mover el balón y moverlo bien, porque yo creo que si en el primer cuarto, como hace rato comentaban, no toman una ventaja, no meten un golpe de autoridad en su gente, después de lo que le pasó el domingo pasado, valga la expresión, donde hasta el público parecía que estaban en Denver, todo.
Oye, esa es otra, ¿eh? ¿Qué onda con el público de los Vaqueros? La verdad, la gente que...
Mucho.
Sí, la gente que se presenta en el AT&T Stadium como afición son pésimos. No saben cómo ser afición, es increíble.
¿Vendieron los boletos?
Vendieron los boletos, así es. O sea, dijeron, ay, mira, van a llegar los Broncos, les vamos a ganar. ¿Para qué voy, vieja? ¿Para qué voy? Viejo, no vayas, vende los boletos. Así me compro unos zapatos nuevos. Así dijo la mujer. Entonces, oye, pues boom, y ahí están los zapatos nuevos.
Oye, tiene que ser la mujer.
Porque la mujer le dijo al esposo.
La mujer es la que manda.
Claro, hey.
Okay, está bien.
Sí. En mi casa sí es. Oye, vende tus boletos, así me hago de una lanita y me compro mis zapatos para que vayan con el bolso, porque vamos a ir a la boda de fulana.
Todo eso.
No, ese café. Ese no
¡Está buenísimo!
No sé si era café.
No, pero sí, hasta en eso. Y si los Cowboys permiten que el equipo de Atlanta se les venga encima, que el público empiece a sonar más fuerte que el de ellos, etcétera, esa puede ser otro problema grave para muchachos que se van a empezar a presionar ellos mismos.
Sí.
Pensando en lo que sucedió el domingo anterior.
Bueno, en 3 minutos... Ya, ¿ibas a decir algo más?
No, y que Trayvon Diggs tuvo un partido pésimo. Tampoco lo hemos mencionado, pero allá ya lo están comenzando a exponer al muchacho. Le pagan mucho dinero a los coordinadores defensivos para estudiar a estos jugadores. Así que...
Espero no se convierta en tendencia, porque es algo... Una de las mejores armas que ha tenido la defensa de los Cowboys, y ha hecho cosas que no habíamos visto desde hace años. Entonces, esperemos que no sea el caso. Esperemos que haya sido, pues como vimos, un
mal día en la oficina
colectiva y no necesariamente él en específico. Pero bueno, ya se nos acaba el tiempo. Bien rápido. Predicciones para este fin de semana. ¿Quién gana? ¿Quién pierde? ¿Qué piensas que va a suceder?
Ganan los Dallas Cowboys sobre los Atlanta Falcons.
¿Y qué dijiste la semana pasada? A ver.
Que ganaban los Cowboys también. No lo dije yo, todos los que le apostaron por 10. Todos, o sea, eran 10
nadie.
Favoritos.
Nadie escogió a los Vaqueros.
Oye, en un Survivor que juego, eliminaron creo que al 95%, y digo eliminaron, porque como yo ya había escogido a Cowboys y no se vale repetir, yo la libré.
Mismo fin de semana donde el Buffalo perdió contra Jacksonville. Así que todo puede pasar.
Y eso fue en Buffalo.
¿En Buffalo?
Sí. Peor.
Cowboys o Falcons.
Pues mira, yo creo que este juego va a ser de Dak Prescott. Va a ser donde Dak Prescott dice, ¿sabes qué? La semana pasada yo creo que me levanté mal lado de la cama y no sé qué, y el café, para que vean, al principio me supo raro y dije, caray, esto va a ser un día largo. Pues fue un día largo, Dak. Él va a regresar y creo que el equipo también va a tomar la actitud de Dak Prescott de decir, oye, ya, ese está en el pasado, vamos a ser el equipo que somos, vencen al equipo de Atlanta y no va a ser un marcador muy cerrado, ahora sí que van a demostrar que sí es mejor equipo. Y con eso dicho, híjole, ojalá no pierdan.
Yo no sé si regresen a su promedio de anotar 30 puntos, porque les falta un poco de ritmo y eso pienso que lo van a adquirir, pero ganan los Vaqueros. Yo por ahí de, no sé, 21 o 24 puntos anotan en contra de los Falcons.
¿24-21 marcador final?
No, anotan 21 o 24 puntos en contra de Atlanta. O sea, no creo que regresen a su promedio todavía.
¿Y Atlanta cuántos?
No sé, 2 touchdowns tal vez. Tal vez.
Bueno, yo también me voy con los Cowboys este fin de semana. Creo que igual que ustedes regresarán con mucho más preparados, con más energía, queriendo demostrar algo y no quedar en ridículo por segunda semana consecutiva. Pienso que habrá múltiples pases de touchdown por Dak Prescott. La defensa de los Cowboys interceptará el balón, recuperará el balón varias veces y con eso se llevarán la victoria. Me voy con algo también como por los 20, 28-24, me voy algo así. Pero Cowboys. Muchísimas gracias, amigos, a los que nos acompañaron en vivo el día de hoy. Gracias, Carlos, Víctor, Luis.
Gracias.
Nos vemos la semana que viene, miércoles a las 2:30 de la tarde, tiempo central, aquí en Somos Cowboys, radio en español, presentado por Ford.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this,